deciding action, by the way. Hey guys, I'm Enigma. I've been around Call of Duty pretty much forever.
Hey everybody, Seymour here. Hope you're excited for the upcoming tournaments.
My name is Albert Haloran Haley III. I've been in esports for 7 years and have been playing video games my entire life.
Hey guys, it's Eagle here, a senior in McCluskey. I've been playing Rocket League since it came out in 2015.
My name is Relic and I've been covering Rocket League for, I don't know, about 6 years or so now.
I watched the multiplayer since basically its inception, cast and analysed over it for the last couple of years.
We're in London, we're in the Copper Box, and UK crowds do not disappoint. We are going to have a show today.
Played with AFG professionally, traveled a couple places, even overseas with them. Won a couple tourneys, been playing games longer than that.
One of my favorite things about esports is the human element. There's so much more on display than just what is shown on the screen.
Anytime we get to see our airmen and guardians do their thing, I'm always excited.
One thing which I love so much about this esport is how easy it is to get into. Seems like a really cool atmosphere in the studio, so I can't wait to get things underway.
Nothing gets me more excited than seeing new talent on the rise, as well as an initiative like Air Force Gaming that brings together a community like this one.
This is going to be a cool one, you know, a show match coming out here, coming from all online qualifiers to the big stages now.
To see the result of that hard work in front of an audience in a high-stakes competitive scenario is nothing short of exhilarating.
Really excited to start casting, really enjoy it. Can't wait to see some awesome games and have a lot of fun.
Best of luck to all the competitors that are going to be playing it out. And for the viewers, don't forget to tune in on December 16th and 17th. I'll be there, and I hope to see you there as well. It's about that time, everybody. Welcome to the DAFGL Gaming League Warzone Finals. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma. Andrew, we got a lot of action to go through today. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Here we are, Urzikstan. We finally get to see this new map in action. Everything that's going on in the minute, people figuring out metas, best places to land, how exactly to play everything out. With everything new that's come into this version of Warzone, very excited not just to see the game and see the players competing, but to be alongside yourself, Seymour. It's been a hell of a long time. You and me used to do quite a bit of work over Call of Duty multiplayer. Now getting to stretch our legs into some Warzone. And it's an absolute pleasure of mine, my friend.
Oh, as am I excited to cast alongside you. It's been way too long, but here we are. Urzikstan, I'm excited. Like you say, a lot of players going to be, learning things on the go. I'm sure just getting adjusted to the brand new map. It's going to be super cool to see who's going to walk away on top at the end of this DAFGL Gaming League final. But before we get in towards the finals, we got to talk about what these teams are playing for, Andy, because looking at, all of the goodies across it, first place is going to be taking a whole lot. An exclusive Fall 2023 challenge coin, a custom AFG or SFG jersey, that's Air Force Gaming or Space Force Gaming, a DAFGL Gaming League desk mat, Air Force Gaming water bottle, DAFGL Gaming League patch, a DAFGL Gaming League sticker, and this is per player. You can look across the board too. Second place, third, fourth, fifth to eighth, they're all going to be taking things home.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, you guys were showing me those challenge coins in the bag. They are beautiful. So I want to get my hands on one myself, to be honest. So next year, I think you and me try and see if we can get in on this thing and take home some of those coins, because they are absolutely fantastic. But yes, plenty of prizes going out to our competitors. They all know what they're playing for. It's not just that, of course. It is pride on the line as well, to be able to say that you took home the fall finals. That's no mean feat at all. Our players here come in for blood, and I'm looking forward to watching them do it.
No, so am I. And, you say we might jump in to play and get a challenge coin yourself. I already got one right here. If anybody's watching what the challenge coin looks like, I got this. This is the 2022 one. Obviously, players playing for the 2023 one, and in the new year it's gonna be the 2024. They're probably updated. They look like nice and snazzy. I know. We were shown one of the newer ones, and it spins. It's completely different than mine. Mine's outdated, Andy. But yeah, it's exciting to see everything that these players are playing for, the pride, the prizings. But with Urzikstan being a brand new map for a lot of them, do you think that there's going to be some challenges for these players that they might not be ready for?
Absolutely. I think a lot of the people who've managed to get in any sort of prep time in the build up to this are going to be seeing a massive advantage because of the fact that it's so brand new, so fresh. All about, do you have the correct weapons and meta ready to go in your arsenal? Are you aware of where the best places in the map are to be? Or how are your ways of getting around the map? Because we're going to see those circles and siphon off some rotations for these teams. Can they figure out the safest way to get themselves across the map and in towards center zone? So those teams that aren't prepared for this, it's very different to Almaz with this map. A lot of people call it back to how it was playing in Verdansk, but even then, with the fact that we've got all of the new movement involved, the faster circles and so on, it's a high-paced game and mistakes will be punished. So again, those teams that have prepared today will be the ones that we see shine.
Yeah, of course. And, I'm sure with a lot of these players being active duty in the Air Force, they might not have had a lot of time to practice on Urzikstan. Maybe it's been only out for, a week and a half now. So I don't think that these players are going to have, the most practice like what we would see with Warzone pros or the content creators. But if you had any, I guess, advice for them, jumping in for the first time, what would that be?
A lot of it is going to be around communication and the strategy that these boys pull together. A lot of teams are finding out nice and early that if you're all on the same page, it pays dividends when it comes down to those team fights. Because of the pace of the game at the minute, a lot of teams, even at pro level, we're seeing players, sometimes siphon off into their own individual fights, and you don't want that. You want to make sure that you're all together or within an area in order to support each other should something go down, and able to combine your firepower, your resources, etc. So that's what I'd be saying to these boys. If they can make sure that they're okay, if we're making this call, if our team leader is saying let's head out left, we head out left together. I don't want to see players splitting off and getting caught. And then if you're in 1v3, best of luck to you, because that is a very difficult situation in this current game.
Yeah. So we're going to be excited to see Urzikstan for sure. But before we get to these teams, before we get to these semifinals, Andy, we had a little bit of content put together between the two of us, a little bit about talent versus talent inside a gunfight. So we're going to toss it over to the content piece, and we'll be back soon with some more Warzone. That's a cool skin.
Rust.
Race car driver? Yeah, I was thinking Rust for old time's sake.
I don't even know how I got this skin.
Happy holidays. Christmas around the corner. I got you a can of whoop ass,
Okay. Wait, why do I have 2 primary weapons and no perks?
Yeah, it's literally randomized.
Oh, right, okay. You mean, or capture the package?
Oh!
Bro, I thought it was the one where you kill each other and it gives you like a different gun each time.
Oh, no, that's gun game.
Oh, I don't heal, right?
No.
Yeah, there you go. I was wondering why my health wasn't coming back. I was like, what the hell? Dude, I don't think I've ever played gunfight. Oh, I wanted to throw a knife you so bad.
Oh, we have throwing knives? You want to do a throwing knife only?
Do we have them again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
What happens if it goes to time, though?
There's an overtime flag.
Wait, my knife, where did that go? I got mine.
I don't. I kind of did a 360 and just threw it.
There somewhere? Wait, I see it. Yeah. It's up here. It's on the vent.
Where? Up top?
Oh! Wait, did you not have it? You
No!
literally ran on it.
No, I didn't have it. I was looking for it. We have them again if you want to do this again.
Yeah, I got one.
Oh. All right. Yeah. Overtime flag's gonna open too. Again,
Where is it?
I can't,
it's here.
I can't find mine.
We are capturing the flag.
Oh, what is this weapon? What is this?
Oh.
That did not go well.
Oh no. I was hoping I could get some timing and assassinate you.
Bro.
What is this?
I feel like I've done a lot of the challenges and I'm just so lost.
Oh, this isn't a sniper rifle.
You hip fired that?
I did.
That's ridiculous. That should not be a thing.
I was like, what if? What if it hits?
The way we'll do it, if we have to do a tiebreaker, is I got 3 that round. If you get more than that, you get to host the final.
Sounds good. That sounds fair.
Oh, I gotta get used to some of the weapons, apparently. What the?
Oh, dual akimbo revolvers. Oh, dude, I had both the same idea there.
Yeah, we did. Wait, oh, it won't let me pick up your knife.
Oh, I found it. I found mine. Oh, yeah, they're one-shots, by the way.
Dude, I didn't even, like, I'm aiming at your knees.
They got a little bit of a drawback.
Oh.
Huh? What?
Lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
Got a hit marker?
Bro, I was super 1.
I did 90 damage.
Round secure.
Oh,
I didn't realize that, I keep forgetting that you can't throw your nades off the start. My guys just stood there looking at nothing. No, I missed with the throwing knife.
Get ready for the
wait, we had a throwing knife? I didn't even see that.
Yeah, I was trying to hit it. I don't know how I missed from that distance. Oh, bro, I don't even have dolphin dive on.
on to the next.
I've got it set to slide only. What the fuck?
This is, I think, a single fire assault rifle. Just, no, it's Holger. It's fully
Yeah, I was
automatic.
gonna say, I don't think.
That's tough.
Bro, what was that? I went to throw a grenade and my guy was putting down a trip mine. Yeah, it's a good gun. Headshot multiplier coming in big.
Got him oh, that's a one tap.
Focus on the next one.
Oh my, that wasn't even on my head.
Bro, that was like your throat, I think.
Got my jugular. How dare you? Oh, good game.
We have secured
Well
the
played.
lead.
I'm just saying. It was a 2-0. Andy, you got anything to say about that?
I was bringing a knife to a gunfight, man. Like, literally, like, I'm trying to, like, throw this thing. I'm missing everything. And, yeah, no, I got smoked. Like, I got smoked. I have nothing really to defend. If we'd been playing Warzone, I think I'd take it, personally.
I
But,
think, you know, that's fair enough. Fair enough. If we were in Warzone, I could say I would definitely not stand a chance against you. But maybe we'll have to run it back again sometime, for sure.
We will. And next time I'll try and be a bit more excitable. I was really locked in for some reason. I was super locked in, so I can't even defend myself by saying I was messing around. I'm leant forward and everything. So yeah, that's on me. Your victory for
Gamer
sure.
position.
Absolutely.
Gamer. Oh yeah. Well, hopefully we can run it back again. It was a lot of fun doing a talent versus talent. Something, you know, I guess I've never really done before. So it was a lot of fun. But to reel things back into Warzone here for the DAF Gaming League Finals, we got our first game coming up, our semifinals. It's going to be Zoomen versus the Goofy Gopher Gaming team. So it's trios, 3 versus 3. We got to talk a little bit about Aqueous inside of an interview, but how do you like these team names?
Honestly, I'm absolutely loving them. When I was sat in the green room beforehand, I was hearing Goofy Gopher Gaming. God, I love that. And then Aqueous comes in for the interview and says, "Oh no, I play for the Zoom Men." It just, I don't know. It feels good, right? It feels good. I'm a big fan of it. I love seeing these names come out as well. I mean, some of the player names as well. I'm like Aqueous, got the ring to it. Tones Jabron. Like, I'm looking forward to calling those out as we run through this semifinal.
Yeah, Tones and Aqueous, 2 players that I've had the pleasure of talking to today within learning their stories. Strats, longtime friend of mine within Air Force Gaming. You know, it's good to see these players back inside of the DAF Gaming League Finals, and I'm looking forward to it. But, you know, like I said, I got to take a second, you know, step aside, have a chat with Aqueous, and we have an interview set and ready for it. So let's learn a little bit about Aqueous inside of these semifinals. Welcome back, everybody, to the interview booth. I'm joined by Aqueous. Aqueous, how you feeling today?
Feeling great. It's a good morning to play some COD.
Of course, it's a fantastic morning to play some Call of Duty. Just want to ask you, a few questions about yourself so we can kind of get to know you here on the broadcast. And I'm going to start with a very easy one. How did you find yourself in the Air Force?
So my junior year of high school, I got the really awesome opportunity from the Gary Sinise Foundation. And I got to go to New Orleans to the World War II Museum and be paired up with the late Bob Bain, who was in the Army Air Corps. I spent 3 days with him touring the museum, getting to talk to a lot of World War II veterans and just hearing their stories, and kind of inspired me to join the Air Force. And it was really cool. One night at dinner, one of the pilots that flew us down there was like, "Hey, you should look into the Air Force Academy." So then that night, I gave it a quick Google and saw that the applications opened up the following day. So it's kind of it from there.
That's an awesome story. Honestly, a really big introduction to joining the Air Force. And, with that, I mean, your life completely changes. Now you find yourself playing on the Warzone tournament for the DAF Gaming League for a chance at a championship here with you and your teammate. But before you were joining the Air Force, were you a big gamer?
I was. Sophomore year of high school, I got a gaming laptop. My first game was actually Warface, which is a first-person shooter.
Wow.
It's used to be really big in Russia. And from Warface, I moved to Fortnite and then to Call of Duty in 2019, which was my first COD, actually.
2019, MW 2019, a great time to join. The start of the CDL, the start of Warzone. It definitely takes everybody back, all the way back to Verdansk. But how did you yourself come to, find Air Force Gaming, and what about Air Force Gaming really stands out the most to you?
So it's actually, I think, my junior year. One of my friends mentioned that there was a Warzone tournament for the Air Force. I had no idea what I was looking for, but luckily Google pointed me the right direction. And I just kind of found Air Force Gaming. And then I hit up one of my friends to see if they wanted to play with me. He was a casual. I was still a tryhard back then. But we... in 2021, we made it all the way to the Grand Championships and got to go to ITSEC in Florida. And then ever since then, I've been playing in the annual Fall Warzone DAFGL tournaments.
Yeah, I remember ITSEC. The first time I got to meet you, in fact.
Yeah.
It's the first time I got to see how good you are at this game. But leading into, now the tournament for DAF Gaming League, way down the line now, here we are. What would a win today mean to you?
It would mean a lot. The last Warzone tournament kind of fell short a little bit. I didn't make it to the playoff bracket. And this year I'm back again with my 2022 Code Bowl teammate SRTJ. So we'd like to secure that win again and kind of show that, we can still hang.
Of course. Well, everybody, this has been Aqueous joining me in the interview booth for the DAF Gaming League Warzone Finals. It's going to be fun watching you compete. Best of luck today in the Zoom in.
Thanks, Seymour.
No worries. Aqueous, it's always nice hearing from him. Somebody who I had the pleasure of meeting all the way back at one of the ITSEC finals for the DAF Gaming League, one of the original, players when it comes down to the Air Force Gaming Warzone tournaments. And to see somebody who has been playing for that long of a tenure and is still competing inside of these Warzone finals is quite amazing, Andy.
Well, yeah, you said it yourself earlier. You said about, I think a lot of us are blessed with the amount of time we get to spend with the game and so on. And whereas you said to yourself, these gentlemen are active Air Force members, active Space Force members, and so on. So
yeah,
they're very much so, up against it when it comes to time. It shows the amount of passion that they have for the game when in their spare time, all they want to do is get on and compete and play at the highest level that they possibly can. And I mean, I didn't know that about Aqueous, but it is wonderful to see that someone who is, again, an active service member is putting in the time, putting in the hours, and still apparently delivering results because you're through to the semi-finals here. So wonderful stuff indeed.
I'm a little bit worried because even like earlier this morning, I was talking to him and he was like, man, like, don't expect much from me. He's like, I finished my undergrad, I got my master's degree, and now I'm in pilot's training. I haven't had much time to play this. He just got back from a month and a half of training, and, you know, he doesn't expect to be, you know, producing the same results. But he did say, you know, he has Strats. Strats is an incredible player who I've also been seeing play a long time. And I know that the two of them working together is going to be a strong and formidable team. For the other side, for, you know, Goofy Gophers Gaming, it's a little bit different because I haven't really been able to talk to these members too much. I haven't really been able to get to know them. So as we, you know, watch over the series, we're going to be, you know, learning, you know, their play style, who they are. You know, I got to maybe get a little bit of information from Tones. He was saying, you know, he's been inside of the Air Force for 14 years, stationed at Luke Air Force Base out in Phoenix, Arizona. And, you know, he's been playing within, you know, Air Force Gaming since last year on the MW2, you know, league that the DAF Gaming League put on. His teammate Dalt fortunately took his spot and pushed him towards the bench. And, you know, then they got to play in the Cold Bowl qualifiers together. But they've been playing together since Caldera, and now they're back here inside of Urzikstan, and it's going to be fun to see this team play as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that some of these players have got relationships all the way back to Caldera, that's a long time away. I mean, I know it's only 2 years realistically in terms of timeline, but it feels like lifetimes ago. And by the way, very quickly, for those of you who are tuning in, the asterisk next to the name means that it's a substitute play for the team. We are playing 2v2 kill races today, but they are players waiting to jump on in if they want to get involved. But yeah, as you were saying, relationships all the way back to Caldera, that's potential chemistry then. And we were speaking about it earlier on, potentially communication and so on. A lot of that as well, a lot of that strategy can come down to, as I said, in-game leaders making calls. Do you trust that call? Do you trust that person? If you've got chemistry running back to Caldera, very likely that you would. You and me hop into a game of ranked. We trust each other. We trust what call is coming in. We believe that. We run with it. Kind of. Perhaps not. I was hoping for better from you there, Seymour. But yeah, I mean, but a couple of other people jump in. I'm not listening to that call. And after that response, I won't be listening to yours in the next matchup either.
Look, if there's one thing I know is that if I was on your team, I'm listening to whatever you say. I trust you. I trust you with my life. So heading into Urzikstan, I know that if I'm on your team, if we find ourselves in a server, we're going to be in good hands. Or, you know, we're going to be having a good time. Whatever. I might not be the best at Warzone, but I'm always there to have a good time.
Well,
but
apparently you're the one with the gunny, so we'll just I'll call from the back. You lead from the. I turned 30 this week, all right. So I'll lead from the back. You just you guns up straight, and we'll be fine.
They say 30 is like the new 20, like young and spry still.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of moisturizer required these days. So yeah, very much so.
You look like you're not a day over 20. So you know that, I guess, you know, you're looking good over there. Well, I'm done gassing you though. I think I've gassed you enough over the past couple of weeks. We gotta gas these players, you know, heading into Urzikstan, because, you know, for some of them, like we said, it's gonna be their first time jumping into it, or, you know, maybe not a lot of time jumping into it. Like, so still early days for this. It's going to be a surprise what they bring, you know, where they drop, of course. You know, I'm sure that none of these players are going to have a preferred point of interest to drop on. So it's going to be really interesting, you know, how close in proximity they want to jump together. Of course, they're going to be jumping together in these semifinals. So, you know, what strategies are we going to be getting? You know, are they going to fall into the same area together, or two going to go one way, two going to get the other? It's just, you know, there's so many, I guess, macro things you can look at in a tournament like this, Enigma, that I'm very curious to see if we're going to be getting it within this one, or maybe they want to play it safe and play together since they might not know the map that much.
Yeah, you're right. It is going to be a very interesting dynamic to see how these teams do. And obviously, we've got that other semi-final game going on as well between Beam Season Boogaloo, which is another wonderful name, and 80s Babies. Again, fantastic names. Please keep bringing these. These are amazing. But it is going to be interesting. Do we have one team that, yeah, as you said, you know, they like to play together, or do we get two individuals splitting off? Do we perhaps get, so I casted over some 2v2 kill race stuff towards the earlier part of this year over Ashika Island. And one of the interesting strategies that came in was a duo would send one player to go and stand with the enemy duo and essentially try and steal kills. Obviously, you can't sabotage, but technically, if you're getting kills for yourself and all you're doing is getting near your opponents, that's still impacting their game and bringing down their potential numbers. In order to do that, the one who's by themselves has to go absolutely nuts. But it is a potential strategy and one that we're going to have to keep an eye on and see if these teams as well, because we are playing not just one map and done, we've got ourselves best of fives. These teams might adapt throughout the series. So that will be something to keep an eye on.
Exactly. You know, there's still time to learn. There's still time to, you know, find an advantage over the other person. Best of 5 is a long time here in Warzone Enigma. But as we get ready to drop in for this first semifinal, is there anything you yourself are kind of looking forward to at seeing Urzekstan? You know, things that may have just jumped out onto the screen into your, you know, love for the game so far?
Well, one thing for sure, Urzekstan brings us a lot of pace. We're talking, although we only have 100-player lobbies rather than the 150, we've got faster-moving circles, smaller map, not advanced movement, but increased pace of movement, and so on that comes with this. I'm looking forward to seeing these players take advantage of this. I want to see high aggression, high pace, plenty of kills on the board.
Yeah, of course. So we're going to be dropping in. It does look like we're going to Lowtown. Lowtown is probably one of my more preferred drops for this one, just because, you know,
you're high and you're
basically
you're high
favela.
and
You know, take it straight out of the game. An old favorite when it comes down to multiplayer, especially Modern Warfare 2. There's going to be a lot of verticality when it comes down to this drop point. It does look like he's going to be dropping alone. I thought I saw him contest, and it does look like we're getting a little bit of a contest for Dult. So he's got to be a little bit of aware of that. You know, his teammates don't seem to be too close to him either, Enigma.
No, he doesn't. But this is exactly what I wanted to see, by the way. Picks up a weapon, immediately wants to get into the thick of it, and this is that where it's very similar to Favela in the layout, but you have got a lot of these little nooks and crannies you've got to be very careful of. Player goes down elsewhere. That will be Aqueous falling in the background. By the way, if that is the Re-Rex I know, that is a very high-level Warzone player, so that could be high potential, high-level players in the lobby up against the players that are playing right now. So could be a very difficult lobby. That'll be interesting to see how they deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, like we keep saying, early days in, you know, Urzekstan, so there's going to be a lot of players playing this at all times. Unfortunately, Dalt's going to get caught out now, too, and Tones has fallen. So not a great start for these duos. You see, Aqueous is going to win his Gulag, but now you're looking at 2 others now to have to win their Gulags as well, as J-Dub is the only one that's going to have the Gulag from the start.
Dalt's going to check right here. Believe that's an SVA in hand. Going to check on left, finds his opponent, absolutely smokes him. That will do. We've all been in the Gulag nice and early. It's not about how you fall, it's about how you get back up. Speaking of which, here's Tones, also checking left. Just the problem with the Gulags that you have in this early stage, you don't know people's strategies just yet. Love the C4 throw, catches nothing, no, gets up nice and personal and wins his as well. So this is what I was saying. It's all about how you then reset from that difficulty at the start. Nice and calm. It looks like all players managed to get back in off of their Gulag. So we reset the board, they go again. It's early enough for it to not be a problem.
And J-Dub's just been hiding away. You know, he's still going to have that Gulag for himself. I think for Tones, that's going to be really important, especially when it comes down to the longevity of what these Warzone games can be. But I saw Tones there. That hipfire was on point, Andy. And that was with a controller. I was talking to, you know, Aqueous a little bit after the interview, and he was like, man, I don't know if I'm going to use a controller or if I'm going to use keyboard and mouse. And I'm like, really? Why? And he's like, well, because on Al-Mazrah, there was no movement. I had to use a controller with how good the aim assist was. He's like, but now back to Urzekstan, and now that there's a little bit of verticality to it, that there's a little bit of movement inside of the game, we got to make sure that, you know, I guess if I want to use mouse and keyboard, I need to have that movement as, you know, that's going to be an important part against these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see it here. Snipers are a big factor in Urzekstan right now, as well as one of the best weapons being the MTZ Interceptor, a marksman rifle. So M&K do have a serious situation right now where they can essentially play that point-and-click game that they love to have so much. It's not as much of a case of tracking, which you get when, you know, the mouse and keyboard players, essentially say controller players, have the advantage in. So there's a lot of reason for players to be running mouse and keyboard right now. And he's right, with the increased pace, the ability to slip in and out of gunfights that has come with this movement that is here for the players these days, I can see why he's happy to play mouse and keyboard. Very impressed, by the way, at being able to play both inputs. I'd like to believe that I can, but my mouse and keyboard is certainly nowhere near the level it needs to be to play something like this.
Yeah, well, I'm right there with you. I'm a controller player through and through when it comes down to Call of Duty, but I did get a little bit of info, about these players. I had the teams a little bit mixed up. It's going to be Jay alongside Aqueous and Dalt with Tones. So I originally thought Aqueous and Dalt were together. That is completely false, and I apologize for spreading misinformation on the internet.
Won't be the first time, won't be the last that we get caught as casters getting a little bit mixed up in what's going on with these 2v2 duos. After all, we don't often get to see these players putting on, and that will actually move Aqueous himself up to 2. Here comes 3, and Baz B in hand. This is one of the very meta weapons right now. Was from day one, essentially. Very, very strong weapon indeed. And you can hear the call-outs coming in. And yeah, I like that call. Nice, casual, composed. We've got plenty of time. Again, you're in your 2v2. Sometimes you can get a bit ahead of yourself and perhaps rush into danger a bit much. But instead, we've got plenty of time. Don't worry about it. It's a long game yet. It wasn't the start that any of the players wanted in the lobby. But again, it's all about how you finish. And I like that IGL call. I like that very much for keeping things calm.
Of course, because, it's not like a normal game of Warzone where you're playing against the lobby. You're playing against the other duo that's in your team. So you can't really worry about the other teams around you. You got to make sure that you're going toe-to-toe with the team that you're shoulder-to-shoulder with. And you don't want to catch yourself, down and out, before the game is all said and done. So I like that as well. As we do see Tones has fallen. He's going to be fully eliminated, and it's going to have to be Dalt to buy him back. Looks like he's just right around the buy station, so the squad mate will be redeployed. Tones is going to be returning towards Dalt, but losing out on this member already, Andy, especially considering Aqueous has been firing off so far at the start. That is going to slow the pacing between these two.
Yeah, and one of the things that will at least give Tones is the opportunity to land on his loadout. It looks like he has indeed taken it, because Aqueous and Jay managed to go and get theirs nice and early. This is another one of those meta weapons, by the way. The Polemiot that you could see in his hand. I'm currently holding the Geist, but the Polemiot very strong right now. You stick on that conversion kit, turn it into a bullpup weapon, and that is firing out some serious damage right now. So probably up there alongside your Interceptor. We got a quick flash of the scoreboard there. Aqueous currently on 1, I believe, but everyone else pushing a couple of kills each. So still a very tight game. Long way to go indeed. But yeah, Aqueous, we're looking to see if he can get a few more on the board. Oh, no, sorry, he's on 4. So one of the players in this is currently on 1, but Aqueous is going to move himself on up to 5. Finishes off confidently as well. This boy was saying he wasn't sure how he was going to perform this afternoon. Looks like no problem so far as he begins to light up a 6th as well.
I'm talking about me spreading misinformation. I think Aqueous was lying to me a little bit. He told me he's washed. That does not look like a washed player. 6 kills. Now looking for more. Dalt's going to find himself in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to be redeployed now by Tones, as Aqueous, with these 6 kills, is getting a pretty comfortable lead for our Zoo men. Goofy Gopher Gaming. I mean, if you start falling behind in this, especially considering you don't have these gulags anymore, it is going to make things very uncomfortable and very slow for you to try to grind your way back. So it seems like Aqueous has already scouted out his next victims down, the Interceptor in hand. This is going to be fantastic for poking away, maybe finding a knock, but it doesn't seem like he wants to give himself. He's just going to send it.
Yeah, the one thing he's got to be very cautious of here is he's only got 2 spare bullets remaining after this mag, so needs to get some of those sniper rounds in to make sure that he's got plenty of firepower for later on in the game. We'll land on some AR ammo, which will help him pump up for the Baz B, some sniper into the back pocket as well, so exactly what he needed there. But I like this. He's like pressing on forward, but then taking his time, assessing the situation. Again, he and his partner Jay seem to be in the lead right now, so just able to slowly chip away. It's all on Dalt and Tones. It's the pressure's on them to really turn up the pace.
Exactly.
Here. So Aqueous just going to continue roaming on forward, and the man who said he wasn't going to put up much this afternoon leading the way, and that durable will come in handy. I wouldn't be storing it personally. I'd be equipping it. But that is something you can do these days. You can decide when you put that mask on and when you decide to just hold it for later.
Exactly. Just keep it in the backpack for whenever you might need. But right now, it's not a need. So, That's going to come in handy if we do make it all the way to the end. Aqueous already at height yet again, firing down shots from above. Dalt's going to find a knock. Dalt, another kill. So that is a couple kills that I've seen Dalt get in that feed. And it should be Dalt and Tones starting to climb when it comes down to these kills. Tones still haven't seen too much action for him when it comes down to the kill feed. But it's very important. We get a look at the scoreboard. 5 kills for Dalt. So he's literally right behind Aqueous. And he's got himself another knock, so that should be on pace to tie things with Aqueous.
Yeah, the problem right now is Tones is currently sitting on 1. That's the gent that's got to pick it up right now. Find himself a couple of extra kills to drag his team back level. I like the idea, and yes, this is part of the brilliance that comes with the new movement. There is a way to attack so many different landmarks, so many different areas.
Yeah.
You can be very creative, and the more willing that you are to push the limits of the game, the more rewarded you will be, it currently seems. We are on board here with Tones, the man who I'm asking to step up a little bit. Interceptor in hand, plenty of bullets in the pocket. Got to start to let them fly as his teammate picks up another one in the background.
That's another kill for Dalt, so that's going to put 7 on the board for Tones' teammates and 8 in total for this duo as Tones is taking his sweet time to take this one. Dalt is going to be finally overwhelmed, and that puts some pressure onto Tones to stay alive. It's definitely going to give him the idea that he doesn't want to, go for it. But Tones was right next to a buy station, so welcome back, Dalt. He sounds like he wants to drop right back down on the guy who killed him. He's going to jump to the roof, look to maybe grab his guns, but with the striker in hands, seems like his stuff is a little bit occupied for now. The striker, some nice shots, nade prepped, cooked. Kobe?
Oh,
no. Oh, it hit.
It hits the crack and manages to get the player to back off, which will not only give him an opportunity to pick up a kill here if he can land a couple of shots, but that's long distance with a striker. Does get a couple of light ticks, but nothing that brings him down. But it will allow him to go and get his stuff back. Oh, actually, was his stuff taken by his opponent? I think
like
so.
It was.
So that's very unfortunate for Dalt, who also, by the way, does not have the plates in the pocket. Tones picking up a drop with the interceptor. And all of a sudden, you're right, there was one of those situations there where that could have all gone wrong for your Goofy Gopher Gaming duo. But instead, they're just managing to pivot on those situations, brings Dalt back in immediately, who manages to back an opponent down. Tones picks up a kill. So what could have been a massive sum negative for the team turns into a bit of a positive. If Dalt can play on that body, pick up a couple of good weapons, they're rocking and rolling again. Plenty of cash in the back pocket as well. One of the things you've got to consider, though, but you do from this point on, for example, there's a lot of cash between the team here. Obviously, no opportunity to group that together to play for a loadout, unless for whatever reason they decide to do that. But you don't want to be bringing in things that might benefit your opponent. So, for example, if you're Tones and you're Dalt, you're thinking, okay, we got to catch up a couple of kills here. You don't really want to bring in a UAV and ping that, because that will benefit your opponents as well, and you don't want them to be running away with any more kills right now.
Ooh, the shot's just a little bit off with the sniper there. Dalt rocking with a swarm as that primary. It's not going to be good for those long-range fights, but if he can close that distance like we've seen Dalt do before and might work his way, he is going to buy over to strengthen his loadout. Jailbreak seems like it's going to be imminent, and all players are going to be brought back into the lobby, so that is going to give him maybe a chance to these competitors to maybe find even more value, find even more kills, and start to collect some more to push them up this leaderboard like this. We're seeing a complete gap close across the river. Jailbreak is active, so welcome back all the players that were sitting on the sidelines.
Absolutely. Anyone who was waiting will now come back in as if they've won a gulag. They essentially come in for free. But what that means for our duos is there are plenty more kills at hand. You'll see that player figure in the top right corner fly on up. 48 players available to take gunfights with. Tones, though, being backed down by whoever this is. I saw him get quite a bit of damage in there, so he's worried about something. And actually, there's another player arriving on the other side, and he'll fall. Tones gets cut down, so Dalt now got to be very careful, as I believe he was nearby. He's actually just coming back in from a potential redeploy. Aqueous goes down, Jay goes down, and all of a sudden, our teams are in trouble.
Yeah, still Jay with that gulag from the start. It's something I highlighted that's going to come in handy with the longevity of this game, and it might be the saving grace for Aqueous and Jay. You see, the circle is closing, and the gulag is going to be closing as well, so this is really, really important moment for Jay, and it looks like he won his gulag, so it's going to give them that chance back. Tones is the one that's out, not Aqueous, so Dalt, now the pressure is on him for his next move. He's going to rotate into the safe zone. It seems like he wants to hit the balloon and fly. And that's exactly what we're going to get from this competitor. You know, it's one thing I've talked about multiple times with these competitors, Enigma, is that these players, these active duty members inside of the Air Force, I mean, they train to be put inside of quick decision moments, some high intensity moments. And when it comes down to something like Warzone, where you have to make a decision on the fly, nobody's going to be better than these players.
Well, you heard him earlier on talking about keeping it calm, keeping themselves nice and cool under pressure. Very much so could be something that comes in through all the training that these boys put themselves through when it comes to those, as you said, high pressure situations, when it comes to making those decisions. And Dalt right now, by the way, looking to make all the decisions that will let him safely cross to that nearby buy, which not far away. Also an ammo supply nearby as well. So if he is able to get Tones back in, plenty of opportunity to reset here with Aqueous unable to get Jay back in right now. Doesn't even have the cash. If he is able to get there, and actually Dalt's in big trouble. Just about manages to slip away. Puts the plates in. Gets back underneath. But he will be being chased right now. Puts himself in a corner and bide his time.
And this is where the Swarm's going to come in handy.
Absolutely.
If that opponent did tend to chase it, the Swarm would completely eviscerate them. But with the right decision, their opponent backs off, and we're in a 1v1. Dalt versus Aqueous Enigma. They're both high-performing players on each duo, respectfully. And with the circle closing very small, we're in Zone 5, it looks like. It's going to close one more time, and then that's where a lot of these gunfights are going to be flushed out.
Yeah, and the problem is right now, if you are either Dalt or Aqueous, you really want to bring your teammate back in. Aqueous looking to push the agenda. He's not got very far between him and the buy station, but the buy station here is in a very, very nasty spot. It's essentially over a wall on effectively a rocky beach. The problem with that is you're exposed to the water side, which means that anyone over the other side of that river can pick you off. Anyone coming out to the water can pick you off, but also these rooftops here. If anyone's still on those, you get a buy. You're alerting everyone nearby that you are on that buy, like this situation right now with a perfectly cooked grenade and brings down an opponent. But that is the situation you don't want to happen to you if you bring your teammate back in.
And it looks like he's going to go for it. The full send. Smokes out. Welcome back. He bought back his opponent. Oh, no. No. He bought back Tones. Aqueous doesn't have enough money to buy Jay now. That is a huge blunder, but fortunately, it looks like Dalt's in a little bit of trouble. He did win his one, but Aqueous goes down. Let's look at that scoreboard. Dalt is on 9 kills. I'm not sure if that's enough to put them ahead. I know Tones had about 3. Jay has 4, and I think that is Goofy Gopher Gaming with the lead, and that should be the game.
That will indeed be a brutal way for your Zoomen to lose map 1. Aqueous accidentally buys back his opponent. That is so unfortunate. I mean, obviously, they still had a couple of kills to bring back, did Zoomen, after taking that strong lead. They actually ended up falling behind, mostly off the back of the incredible performance here that Dalt has been putting in as he moves himself up to double digits. And at this point, it is essentially a celebration for these two, a lap of honor as they see out the back end of map 1. The kills will not carry over, so it is essentially one map. There's no score in terms of carrying over kills, so you don't need to worry about that necessarily. But these boys can enjoy their moment, and especially Dalt, this man right here, who puts himself up to 11.
I mean, Aqueous was giving respect to Dalt for sure. Rightfully so, Anzi. I cannot believe that just happened in game number 1. I take it back. Maybe Aqueous is a little bit washed there. Buying back his opponent, that is rule number 1 in a kill race that you just cannot do.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially muscle memory. Everyone knows who plays Warzone. You essentially go, you know, I know I hit square to go into the buy, I press up, I press X, and whoever's there is bought back in. If you're under pressure, that is a surefire way to make sure you're bringing someone back in. He's very unfortunate to bring back his opponent and then doesn't have the money to bring back his teammate. He gets caught out in the open straight after that, essentially the situation that I was calling. As soon as you bring in that buy, it sends up that flare. Everyone knows that you're nearby and you're out in the open. You're in big trouble. So very unfortunate for Aqueous. Put up a really good game up until that point. Started really hot, and it was a very close game indeed. So it could have gone either way. It will be 1-0 to your Goofy Gopher Gaming, but absolutely no reason to think that the Zoomen are out of this.
course, it's first to get to 3 in this best of 5. We get to look now at some replays here with Dalt. What a turnaround between these two. Tone had such a slow start, and, you know, to begin down over towards Lowtown, it was 3 members finding themselves in the gulag right off the drop, Enigma, but the resilience from these service members to find their way back into it. Dalt and Tones playing the slow game, waiting it out, playing from behind all game 1, and as soon as Aqueous makes that small little mistake, brings Tones back, it was gamer mode. They lean forward, they get the job done, and that's a big win to walk away with.
It is. It's a great way to start for your semi-finals. And you mentioned something there that is very important. It is being resolute. It is seeing out those tough situations. There were so many times where, honestly, especially early on in the map, I thought that this was all going to be a Zoomen's game. I thought that Goofy got the game. It looked a little bit off the boil. Dalt sure has a bit of a sure start, but Tones looked a little bit off it. And I was kind of feeling Aqueous was going to run away with it a little bit. But as those situations unfolded, it just seemed to be that your Goofy Go for Gaming duo were making the right decisions, essentially resetting, bringing themselves back in, getting themselves ready to go again, setting that solid foundation to then push out from. And Dalt in particular just seemed very adept at managing to slowly cover ground and pick up the individual kills along the way, plays life correctly. And we saw one of those moments, you know, he gets shot in the back on that rooftop, but manages to slide on out, plates go in, he's nice and calm, pulls the swarm out, waits for his opponent to appear. In the end, he doesn't, but it is all of the correct decisions being made right now. And unfortunately, the one for Zoomen that was not made correctly turned out to be the fatal blow.
Yeah, of course. And you know, it's very unfortunate there for Zoomen, but a little bit of a showcase, too, of the movement that Modern Warfare 3 brings. You know, it's not quite the Caldera movement, I would say, where people can spin circles around you, but I think that right there for Dalt, it's a big moment to showcase just how good of a player he is individually. And it puts a little bit of a chip on the shoulder, if I would say, for both Aqueous and Jay. You know, a small mistake like that, you feel like you were in the driver's seat the whole time. But now being down by 1, that is a tough loss here. But it is a best of 5. There is at least 2 more maps for you to find your way back into the series. And for Aqueous and Jay, I don't expect them to be out.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't expect them to. If I'm Aqueous and Jay, I look at that as, okay, we just made a blunder of a lifetime. That isn't going to happen again, let's face it. We started off really strongly in map 1. There's no reason to think we can't repeat that in map 2. And anything that you learn is essentially a cherry on cake on top in terms of improving your performance as well. So, yeah, I do think that they've got everything to believe that they can come straight back into this and tie this series up. But it's this man on your screen right now that needs to be shut down. That is Dalt, and he's leading the way last time out with 12 before the map ended. So he's our star man. He's who we're going to start with, and he's actually looks like it's hitting out power, potentially, or military base.
It was military base.
Yeah, not many people head this way, often a quieter zone, and might honestly just be a good place for them to get a bunch of money together, a bunch of loot together, and set themselves up for a long game.
Yeah, so towards the northeast of the map, military base. If this is a pull towards the city, if this is a pull towards the district or even resort, it's going to be a long journey for Dalt and Co. to make it all the way in towards the safe zone. But it doesn't look like they're out of the safe zone, so this could be pulling a little bit of favor towards them. They know exactly where they need to go. Obviously, you know, being still like a week and a half into Urzikstan, you're not going to have that core memory of where final circles can be or where they might pull to, so it's not going to be a sure thing that, you know, military base is where you want to stay the whole time, but it does look like they are going to have a couple of friends here that they want to deal with.
Yeah, well, Mortar Strike coming in, raining on down as well, and if you are Tones right now and you are Dalt, I wonder if you just play this to essentially try and third-party this. Actually, Dalt goes down in the background, so you got to be careful here. If you're Tones, this could be the exact start that you want to avoid. And although he is nearby, he's going to have to wait for Dalt to finish his gulag before that will come in handy at all. Needs 500 more as well. Actually managed to pick up a kill, so that's one on board. No, that is not the player that killed you, Dalt, so Tone's got to be careful. There's more company nearby.
Yeah, a whole squad, you might think, but Gulag's in. 1v1 for Dalt. The early shots, and what a beam! Easy days for Dalt. Back to Urzikstan you go. Back to your team, and you can't forget at all. And I'm going to mention this throughout this whole best of 5, throughout all of today. they were the first to fall inside of our first game as well. They were first to get rid of their gulags right away. They still managed to find that victory. So for Dalt, you can never count this player out, even if they lose their gulag right off drop.
No, absolutely. But I think, by the way, this is the correct play from Tones. Back on off here, because whichever team is up there has managed to claim the stronghold in that region, which will give them a UAV as long as they sit inside of it. So essentially that ping will just... it's something that you really don't want to push. You don't want to be playing into this situation where a team knows where you are at all times. So I agree with this. Back on off. Live to fight another day. Find an easier set of targets, essentially, as Tones slips more plates into the backpack. And we're on board now with Aqueous, and this is the man who started really strongly last time out, but so far no action, which we expected landing this far north of the map. It does seem to be that essentially anything north of Old Town, Low Town side of things is very quiet. Everyone seems to be preferring the south side of the map right now.
Yeah, it's populated. There's a lot of buildings. There's a whole city. It's fun. It's exciting. It's new. You want to go to the big shiny thing and not the flat boring thing. So for a lot of these players, I'm sure city is on their mind, but heading over now towards the riverside, you're going to definitely be running into some players who may have dropped in towards Old Town to power, maybe even cargo, rotating all the way up the map, knowing that they are in the safe zone. I don't think that the players who dropped over towards city or maybe the suburbs and manor are going to stay there for too long. So it shouldn't take long for Aqueous to find some actions as we head over towards Tones. He's found himself a knock, so Tones working on his second kill here.
He has. So the changes that come in with strongholds now is essentially, whereas it used to be once you caught it, you could leave it and continually get a UAV ping. You still have to sit inside it these days in order to get that ping going on. And, well, right now, Tones, as you can see, players going back in and out and getting those new pings, but Tones is managing to just hold them in this position now because they've stepped out and at some point will have lost that ping, so he was able to essentially sneak up under the cover with no UAV pinging on that map. But he's got to be very careful assessing this situation, however, because the longer he sticks around, you got to remember, although the teams that are playing in our tournament are in 2v2s, you're up against teams of 4. You're in a quads lobby, so if you spend too long taking on a fight, you're going to get flanked from all sorts of angles and pushed back by a full squad.
For Tones, he is sitting nice and pretty on this roof so far, but on high alert. Does sound like some shots are ringing past him. Let's head over towards our other duo, Aqueous and Jay, right above him. Nice shots coming out from Aqueous. You hear the communication to look up and take care of business. Jay will get that done. So kill comes through. Second one hits the deck. The drop shot, number 2 for Aqueous and Jay.
Lovely use of the portable radar here, by the way. So these things, if you are playing Warzone currently and you're wondering how to turn a couple of slight losses into victories, stack yourself up a couple of portable radars. These things have had a crazy buff since Al Mazrah. They're very strong, have a very wide ping, and essentially give you a mini UAV for situations like this where you want to just reload, reset yourself, and go again. It gives you all of that cover. If you're running that alongside a comms vest or a bird's eye as well, you're going to pick up anyone who's also ghosted. So it does such a good job of giving you cover, and the MTZ interceptor absolutely rings off, and that's a crack. This guy could be picked out of the sky.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to lead their shot a little bit, but bomb drone hits them right on the knock, and then gotta back down. Mortar strikes to keep them on the inside, so the team pressuring them out. I'm curious here if they are going to be walked up on with this mortar strike, or if the enemy team just wants to keep them at bay and escape, but it seems like it's going to be the first one. Molotov right through the door. Aqueous has to be careful and plate back up.
That's so unfortunate. The Molotov hits them directly. Jay manages to get the down elsewhere, but you are still within UAV ping distance of this nearby stronghold, so you've got to be careful because anyone could be coming into third party. Lines up a second, a couple of bullets ring out, but you got to slip away and put in more plates. Jay just behind picks up a kill, and you see that kill feed absolutely light up between Aqueous and J-Dub, doing a really good job of dealing with these situations together. However, again, you are still within that stronghold distance, perhaps just on the edge of it now. So you got to be careful. Team could come and third party this should they decide that they wish to, because they will, again, only be appearing as a 2.
And you have to think, I mean, you just saw on the ground there was an extra gulag, but fortunately enough for these two, they still have their gulag, and they haven't wasted the start of this game. It's Tones and Dalt who are under pressure. Dalt, who doesn't have the gulag. Tones should have his. Looks like they both found maybe a kill and a knock, but it's down to Tones to win this gulag and keep the team alive in it. So, big moment here for Tones. We got to see him back in the Gulag, back in game number 1. He won it pretty easily, but with the striker, can he do it again?
I think this may be a money googe.
And if it is a money goose, you are going to need it because you need that cash to bring your teammate back on in afterwards. And there's a bunch of it, and that will be beautiful. And there's the crack and slips to the right. Couple of shots ring off, and that health will take time to heal. But his opponent, whose name I'm not going to say on broadcast, absolutely slaps back and absolutely snaps, deletes Tones. And that might be all she wrote for this one. It is indeed. That will take it to 1 apiece. Tones there with a huge moment to potentially bring his side back in. We saw them do that so many times throughout map 1. Unfortunately, it all goes against him. His opponent there absolutely beams him.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it. He had him dead to rights, Enigma, but I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles when you're down to a game like Call of Duty. Sometimes, you know, those early shots pay off. Sometimes they don't. And for Tones, he just gets melted in the Gulag. And this moment right here from Aqueous as well as Jay, I mean, what an incredible way to, I guess, bounce back in game number 2. The two of them pressured into a building by mortar strikes, but they fight their way out in a dynamic duo, bait and switch style. They just eviscerate the enemy team. I mean, that is an incredible moment for that duo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that could have easily been the moment where they themselves actually end up in the Gulag and in big trouble. And then if you're Tones and Dalt, do you play a high-pressure situation, or do you perhaps wait and see if they lose their Gulags because you don't need to risk your situation and throw anything away? So, yeah, very much so. A great moment there out of Jay and Aqueous to essentially cover fire each other as well, look over each other. There was a moment where Jay was in trouble, so Aqueous covers over. Aqueous then needs to reload, so Jay steps back on out. You can see that little bit of chemistry just coming in with that duo that looks really, really good right now. And I believe that they've got Strats waiting as a sub as well, who you've spoken about as a very capable player. So, I mean, this trio, this duo looking really, really good right now. Obviously, Dalt and Tones take map 1, but you saw it in that Gulag as well, by the way. The way in which that he lost that goo is part of the beauty and also the curse when it comes to the new movement. You can hit those cameras, you can hit those slides. Very unfortunate for Tones, but both of these maps down to the wire. Absolutely loving this series so far.
I mean, that's the thing I think that a lot of people forget about Call of Duty is that you can have crazy movement, but if you don't hit your shots, and the other players do, at the end of the day, it's a game about killing your opponents. So right there, we get to see their opponent really step up to the occasion, and very unfortunate for the sides of Tones and Dalt, but that's going to lead us into a 1-1 tie in this best of 5 Enigma, and that's going to guarantee us 4 games inside of the semifinal. That's an exciting one. No sweeps coming out from either teams, but for your kind of interpretation for what we've seen so far between these two teams, we've seen success on both sides. What's really standing out to you about these players?
I think Aqueous and Jay are showing a little bit more chemistry as a duo, whereas for me, I feel Dalt and Tones are playing a bit more separate, a bit more lone wolf, and seeing how that plays out for them. And obviously in map 1, we saw Dalt up to 12 kills at one point, which is no mean feat in a lobby like this. Again, they are playing as duos against squads of 4, so it's very easy to see these numbers be low down and in the single digits. Is a difficult task to ask these players to make, whereas the risk that comes with that reward is that at times you can then end up being picked off apart. We saw it happen to Dalt early on in that map 2, and then we saw them both get essentially pulled apart towards the end of map 2. So for me, Jay and Aqueous continue doing what you're doing and stick together as that team. Use that chemistry to make these outplay scenarios when you come up against squads. For me, Dalt and Tones, maybe just for this map, stick together a little tighter, reset yourself, give yourself a solid foundation to go off. Don't rush off away from each other in the early game.
I think a big thing, Enigma, is looking at these players and really saying, I know it's hard to say this, but you can't be losing your Gulag so early. We saw Dalt there. I mean, it could have been a different game if he played that as safe as maybe Tones did right off the bat, but at the same time, it's a high-risk, high-reward video game that you're playing in Warzone, so it's hard to not make those plays. As you see, snapping over towards Tones, sniper right off the drop, lands those shots, and that is an early kill it should be if they go in and clean it up.
I got your push. He ran back.
Yeah, but the one thing that you want to avoid here, by the way, is that player being rezzed and Aqueous managing to dive in on it and essentially steal that kill away. And I think Dalt is trying to avoid exactly that situation because he's up close and personal, trying to slip slide this wall, manages to get one. Aqueous, however, does pick up a kill in the background, so I wonder if that was the player that was downed earlier on. I couldn't tell, but that then it means a 1-1 game, what could have been a 2-0. And this is what I was talking about before. We saw a bunch of this in a series of 2v2s throughout Al Mazrah, where one of the pair would go and play with the other duo and therefore try and just steal a couple of kills away, a couple more kills, light up the feed theirs, and essentially bottleneck the amount of kills that the opposing team can possibly get. So right now, this is what you're... Dalt here just trying to split off, just trying to get away, you know, get near to Tones. All right, we need to leave. We need to get away from these guys because at the minute they're taking the kills and they've got pressure.
Little slide cancel from Dalt. Looking for all these kills that are ahead of him. Nice double kill coming out. Using that, and already the paying for a third just around the corner. It should be the rest of this squad out in the open. Dalt pressure down. Tones has been knocked.
2 more.
Or no, I thought it was for a second, but oh, he's just broken at that. So Dalton Tones just trying to stay alive as it looked like Aqueous is here to maybe steal these ones away. And he is going to take one out from the clutches of Dalton Tones.
Yeah, perfect heads-up play again out of Aqueous. He recognizes that both of these opponents are actually in big trouble because, as you said, it looked like Tones was going to go down. Dalt was cracked. It was a big pressure situation there for that duo. They managed to come on through again, but Aqueous reads that and goes, hang on a minute. That means that they've been shooting at opponents who will likely be weaker, who will likely be running low on plates, perhaps out of ammo, etc., and looks to third party that situation with Jay, and they end up picking up a couple of kills. And I believe that right now, honestly, I think there's a good like 4 or 5 lead if you are Aqueous and Jay. So zoom in, looking real good again at the start of the game. We saw this in map 1. However, if we call ourselves back to map 1, eventually the pace was lost and it allowed Dalton Tones to get back in. They got to avoid that here.
Oh, it looks like Aqueous has jumped into the lion's den.
Oh, you landed right
Really crack of a few plates, has to back up. Jay looks to be coming to the rescue, but now they both are a little bit separated. They're listening for these sound cues. The flank comes out. Slide cancels in. Jay, can he rescue him? It looks like he did. But no, Tones is in some pressure out. You see Aqueous is knocked, should be picked up by his teammate Jay unless there was more to deal with. But no, the Ret 5 is coming out. Dalt is down, and Tones is on the run.
Another one of those incredibly tight situations that could go against one team and for the other. Flips in an instant, just as it looked like we're going to lose Aqueous and Jay. Instead, they managed to save the situation. Some great movement out of Aqueous there. Dalt ends up in the gulag, and he's going to head left. SVA in hand, lines up a couple of shots, and he's so aggressive off the start here. Does great, cracks his opponent, and finishes it off. Looking really good. Devil in name, but not in nature. Dalt will come out on top and get himself back into Urzikstan, where his teammate needs some help because Tones was in a spot of bother and doesn't appear to even have full plates at this point.
Yeah, at this point, I think the D in Dalt stands for death because this guy's the Grim Reaper when it comes down to Warzone. Always finding success inside of these gulags, always finding kills for the team, and not even a worry in the world on his face. Tones on the other end here is going to get caught in the open. Looks like he's just going to give it up. Give himself a chance at the gulag again. Didn't go his way last time, but here's small chance for redemption. Dalt now looking for some revenge. Drops down. Easy kill. The team wipe coming through as well. That's 4 kills for Dalt.
Now, if you are Dalt and Tones, what you want to do here is perhaps go on a little bit of a looting spree. And what you're looking for is some gulag tokens. Not only the opportunity to set yourself up, but it's an opportunity to play another set of goos. Because we've seen that they've been needed already through our first 2 maps. As Tones will now have his up against Vapor Bob on 2 kills. Can he find the third? Well, those shots with the Sidewinder aren't amazing, and to miss the couple of shots is not awesome. That thermal barrack is going to be led there on his feet, and unfortunately he falls. And the Sidewinder, the punishing thing when it comes to the Sidewinder is the way it works, that when you fire it initially, 2 bullets come out and then the fire rate effectively changes. So when you first fire that weapon, it's a much more powerful gun. However, if you miss those bullets, it puts you well up against it. The weapons you get with that loadout are dual pistols that are so effective right now. They're driving everyone nuts.
I mean, like, they're kind of getting patched at the same time, but you know, you can still say, they're still pretty good. A crack coming out, the full knock. Aqueous feeding comms over to his teammate. Semtex should flush them out into the open. Shots at range with the striker. Not the best gun to take this fight with, but the early nade, it cracks him, it drops him, and that's 4 kills.
I thought this guy was going to be washed. What is this? This is beautiful play. Not only the shots, but that Semtex is perfectly placed. It essentially lands in a position that forces his opponent out in front of his teammate, which Jay then cleans up. Again, showing fantastic chemistry between the duo, but some incredibly heads-up play out of Aqueous. The man looks looks good. His shoe collection looks even better right now, lighting up our map on 4 already. No doubt his teammates pushing around 5 as well. This duo looking really hot here in map 3.
Yeah, this guy's got 2 things. He collects shoes, he collects kills in Warzone. I mean, doesn't get better than that for a gamer. And now, looks like he wants to drop a precision airstrike right on the foreheads of those players across the bridge. Jay and Aqueous. I like this, you know, the play not to just cross that bridge freely. Instead, trying to find one for free and then doing it after. But it seems like it's bit Aqueous a little bit in the butt there. You see a player sneaks up out of nowhere, and Aqueous finds himself on death's door.
Yeah, I think that will be a third party, actually. I don't think that player's come from that team across the river. And just as Aqueous looked like he had lined up a couple of kills, he will fall, and, well, very aggressive off the start of his gulag. Manages to kill 1, puts a bit of cash in the back pocket as well. Drops the thermobaric. Now, the thing is with this, it takes time to go off, and there it does. But got to be careful of his opponents. Dual pistols in hand, and absolutely snaps. Bringing in that mouse and keyboard that he says he's changed back onto. Looks really crispy on. And that is essentially a free kill now. You get yourself onto 6. How's Jay done in the ensuing gunfights, though, with the team that were around? Not just the guy that snuck up on him.
Jay is down.
And Jay will indeed go down somewhere in the background. So I do think that that was a different team, a third party essentially coming up and catching a hold of them. But there's a loadout in and an opportunity for Aqueous to get himself his favorite weapons.
And you see that Aqueous pulls the shoot right away. Doesn't just drop into the map off of that gulag win. Catches his breath, maybe gets a lay of the land, understands where to go, and spots that loadout, like you say. So fantastic from Aqueous now. Dolt is just going to give himself up. It does look like Tones is going to now have to, again, step up to a situation and redeploy his teammates. Same thing goes for Aqueous, as we see Jay is down and out for the count, but Tones has to be a little bit careful here.
If he falls here,
just die away, but oh, the high alert, the smoke doesn't pop enough right away, but this is a wide open spot, Enigma, and there's not a lot of places to hide.
That portable radar, though, again, giving that ping, letting him know where the opponents are. Unfortunately, there's just no cover. He's essentially running into an open field, and if that is his last smoke, if he's not stored any extras away, he's in big trouble. Hits the water. I like this play. The thing is, though, in Urzikstan, the water's a lot clearer. You can see your opponents through it, so could still be in big trouble. And look at that portable radar ping. His opponent is directly above his head, and he's all out of breath. He's got to come up.
Yeah, a little bit of... Gotta breathe. Oh, just makes himself known and goes back into the water. Just a little bit of back off. Watch out. Aqueous goes down. Jay is down as well. So this is Tones, and you heard the call from the teammate that they are down by 2. So Tones, he needs to stay alive, Enigma. This is it between the two of them. And if he gets the buyback of Dolt, they might be just counting this one a victory at that point.
Absolutely.
With the two of them, they should be able to garner themselves 2 kills in no time.
The big problem that Tones has on this rotation here is he's out of sniper ammo. He desperately needs some because all he's got is that swarm. And up close and personal, this thing is a monster, but there's a lot of buildings in Urzikstan. There's a lot of long gunfights. This thing is going to do nothing over that range and essentially leave him a sitting duck. I like this play. Use the vehicle. It makes a lot of noise. Everyone knows that you're coming, but if you manage to essentially sprint in, get the buy, jump back out. The one thing you've got to be very careful of here, and we saw it in map 1, make sure you're buying the right player.
Yeah, that's how, I was just about to hint on that. You don't want to misclick and buy back Aqueous or Jay, so
I don't know what this play is.
Can't Tones get that, but it sounds like, somebody's game. I think I just heard they got a scan and repair possibly, so I'm not sure who exactly this was, but it was
down 2, so they're up 2.
Dolt, maybe? I don't genuinely know. It looks like Dolt's actually disconnected, possibly.
Okay, potentially. There is a reconnect feature, though, in this Warzone, and it works very well. I will say huge props to the developers, because I can imagine that's not a very easy thing to bring into a game with this complexity. So there is an opportunity here for Dot to get back in. So if you're Tones, I mean, in my opinion, just carry on playing the game as if nothing's happened. You bring your teammate back on in, you just keep playing. And then if Dot does come back in, great. If not, then I'm sure that they'll figure it out. Typically, in pro scenarios, what ends up happening is essentially a map reset, but the scores are continued, so they'd be up to, down to, whatever team you're on here. So be interesting to see how they figure this one out, but for now, if I'm Tones, I'm not gonna lie, I get my teammate back in. You can hear the comms coming in. Dolt is going to try to rejoin, but the problem here for Tones is he's essentially letting time tick by, and for every second that goes on by, those circles get smaller, the pressure increases, the danger multiplies, and there's a lot less access to those buy stations. More teams will be trying to hit them. If he goes and plays for them, he's in big trouble. Dolt does get back in. Okay, so now Tones, essentially, that's a lost 30 seconds. He's got to make it up. He's got to get over to that buy and bring his teammate back in as soon as he can.
I'd say it's better to wait 30 seconds than to run out in the open and gamble away your life.
You can hit the train bot.
And still you're giving yourself a chance. Dolt just waiting for the buy to come out. It seems like Tones is on high alert that somebody is in and around him. He's not running straight to these buy stations. He is definitely heard some kind of opponent in and around the area, so taking his sweet time to get over towards this buy station. It seems like finally he's going to be making his moves, but there you see it. There you see it. The players shooting over towards the train.
Don't. No. Oh, that for me is the wrong call. You've got to just stay quiet. Just stay quiet. The thing is as well, a lot of players are running high alert at the minute, which, so if you, I mean, it's the same perk that Tones has got on here, the one that you can see in the bottom right with the exclamation mark over the head. If someone looks at you and you're not looking at them, you get a marker on your screen, so it alerts the player. So what you want to do in that situation is look away. You want to essentially just not get as involved in any way at all. And I feel like this feels like a nervy play out of Tones. He's very worried about what's coming up next. And to be fair, you can understand why. This 4 plays right around the corner, right by that buy. He has no
He's running right into it. 0 smokes.
Oh my
Ice in his veins. Running for the buy station. Nobody knows. Everybody's focused on each other. And don't welcome back. Now he's going to hop in and get a little bit mixy. He has backup. He has that support just in case he goes down. But at the same time, if he finds these 2 kills, this is the game. Oh, but what are these comms from? Dolt, he knows everything from the skies. He is back. And he has some guns, too, to try to poke away at these members.
One of the changes that comes through if you're Dolt is you do come back in nowadays, not with a bare pistol, but with some sort of weaponry. However, there's a full team of 4 here, likely with loadout weapons considering they were right next to a buy. We are into the later stages of a game. I don't know if I agree with Dolt's decision to play the rocks here. I would be getting back over to Tones and trying to get my ammo and weapons together and getting myself better set up for a longer game. Because now that Aqueous and Jay are essentially watching from the sides, you can play the long game. You only need 3 kills to take this.
You talked about chemistry between Aqueous and Jay. You have Tones saying, come to me, let me drop you some cash, let's buy a loadout and get you back up to full strength. And then you have Dolt on the other side saying, I think I can find a kill here, but you turn around, that's 3 glints on the other side. Oh, and Dolt has the smoke or the gas to his back, so he doesn't really have any room to go.
He's got to be very careful. Just don't get sniped. I think that's a word of warning for yourself as well, young man. Got to be very careful here. Those were 3 glints. And the thing is as well, with the way scopes work, that might be 1, so he needs essentially 2 more. Finds the second. Beautiful play out of him. Now, if this next kill comes through, if this comes through, it's a victory for Dolt. Oh my god, how has he managed to clutch this out of nowhere? I thought for sure Dolt was a sitting duck and Tones was going to have to bring him back in. That will be the map for this duo. How they've managed to clutch that is absolutely incredible. Fair play, Dolt. Never mind me. Ignore my advice all you want because, son, you bring the gunny, pistol in hand, and absolutely tears up a full team waiting on the bridge.
Like, at the end of the day, we're here casting. We're giving, our advice, our 2 cents, but we're not the ones playing. So Dolt there showcases that he is him. With those shots, comes out, finds 3 kills with guns that he dropped into the map with. Not even guns that he had from his own accord. So looking to show that he could just do everything. We're going to back out of there. That's going to be a victory for Dolt and Tones off of some ice-cold plays from Dolt and some well thought out patience from Tones himself.
Yeah, again, I really was worried for Tones because I felt like with the fact that he'd had to wait so long for Dolt to get back on in, the problem with that is everything starts to get compressed. And as he's sitting down, waiting in that bedroom, hoping that his teammate does get to join in, there's more and more danger. And I think you could see that he recognized that, very nervous about stepping out into the streets, used the recon drone to give himself a bit of a heads up. And thankfully, the team were pushing away from that buy, essentially into center circle, wherever it was heading next. And Tones does very well to bring his teammate in. I've got to say, though, I don't know if I would have the gumption, the straight-up nerve that Dalt has to push a team like that with a pistol in hand and then makes the correct reposition multiple times, because he was back down early on, back down again when we see multiple glints, and did not blink once. Well, trusted in his teammate Tones to stay up where he was, hit the live pings to give the comms over the top, and maybe even hit the buy if he needed it. Fantastic work out of the pair of them.
And 9 kills from Dalton into this game. It all started with that gulag, and as soon as he drops back in, you know, Tones and Dalt just kind of tiptoeing on the edge of losing this game. And again, just like kind of game number 1, it seemed like Aquis and Jay were in the right spots at the right times, playing off of each other with that fast-paced chemistry. But everything kind of blew up in an instant for them as they got third-partied. And for Tones, he just needed to wait it out. They kept on telling each other, all they need is 2 kills. Well, here we see Dalt find 3 of them, finding that player that was trying to go for the revive, eliminating them, winning out in game number 3, and then giving that advantage back to them in a big swing mode here for a best of 5.
Absolutely. I think even with the way in which that played out there towards in, you know, he gets a couple of downs with the SVA, and then he's down to his pistol, essentially. And once he got that first kill, I thought, okay, fair enough. Back on off, perhaps. Doesn't. Continues to play, absolutely no fear in that man's eyes, and sees his team through, as you said, in a huge map in this series.
Of course. Well, I said it. Warzone, it's a high-risk, high-reward game. Right there, we see Dalt. He hits the high-risk moment. He gets the high reward. And now they're going to be leading 2-1 as we get ready for game number 4. We're going to step away for a quick little break. We'll be back with some more DAF Gaming League semifinals.
This event feels like a massive thing. I don't know if you saw Stelios when he walked in. He just walked in, I was like, oh my god, what? I was not expecting this.
The drive from Frankfurt to Ramstein was just a lot of country, a lot of German towns, stuff that I've just seen in pictures and heard about.
I was shocked at just the size of this camp. It's crazy to me. It feels like a mini city. I was so shocked. It feels like I'm in America still. Yeah, I've been to America a few times and it just feels like I've gone back there, but it's a 1-hour flight instead of an 8-hour flight.
It's the first time we've ever done this. Had like some sort of like international teams compete against each other in person. At least we've had some online. That we're actually doing in person.
Definitely a good morale booster. I enjoy playing with other countries.
Meeting other players like in person just builds your camaraderie and just your friendship that much more. You know, we're working our jobs, we get back from work at home, hop on our computer. It's like we're not just people over Discord that we've never met playing Rocket League. It's like we're friends.
It's nice to put a face to a name.
Exactly.
I think our leadership will take it very positively as long as we conduct ourselves in a very professional manner. Show the people that we're here with that we are responsible, and then they'll be a lot more lenient on letting more people do all these types of things.
It's a good stepping stone. It's like, hey, we're going to try this. They got their authority. Hey, we're going to press through with this competition, this event that we're going to host in Ramstein. Now that this has happened, it's going to be a lot easier to grow from here. So we're kind of like just starting a whole new chapter of military esports, really.
It'll be a good foundation to build on. The way that it is for our armed forces is esports isn't officially classed as like a sport yet, so we don't get that full funding like you guys do. So I think your higher ups have a much better understanding. The way everything's set up here is so levels above the things we've done, and just it feels like a much bigger event as well.
Yeah, I think just something that's got to grow over time. Like you don't just start out just having massive events like this. I mean, you got to build up to it, and they're only going to get bigger from here. When Air Force does stuff, they do stuff big. So
because they definitely got a budget.
Exactly. The only thing I would like to see is just more events like this, because this just
more people. I want more people to know.
Bigger competitions, more teams.
It definitely is fun seeing the same people.
It does get kind of old though, because I'm sick of this guy.
I want to see somebody else win.
Hopefully reach on from this, more countries will be like, hey, I want to be a part of that, because
they're gonna be jealous.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, just do it. Doesn't matter how good or bad you are. The sooner you do it, the better.
It's a community. We're here to build friendships and build memories. So don't procrastinate. Join all you can.
Wait, you're gonna miss it.
Yep.
This is kind of where the real tournament begins, right? 30 seconds left. It's gonna go check in again. Numbers are starting to come through, but they line up for Artie to kick the double.
It's the most
offense we've seen from them the entire series, but it's Talent looking for the double tap. The best player, mechanically speaking, of the tournament is on the field, and he's going to be the man to open up the scoring in the grand finals.
Vic has been really reading approaches from... Oh! Wow! Show me your moves into the spike! Oh, what a way to finish things!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Warzone DAF Gaming League Finals. We're in our semifinals, match number 1, and we just got to see 2 players clutch up for a win, take the lead in the best of 3, 2 or best of 5, 2-1, and now they are on their road to victory. Enigma, we've been looking at Tones and Dolt.
Claim a bit of ground, essentially scout it out, pick up a couple of kills, etc. But for me, it's Aqueous and Jay have got to play a better mid game. I think their starts are really, really strong, but then they seem to fall apart somewhere through the mid game. Map 1 was very unfortunate, of course, with the accidental buyback of an opponent. But when it comes to map 2 and 3, I feel like although they've got really good chemistry between them as a duo, they're putting themselves into some high pressure situations that they perhaps don't need to. They're often in the lead at the start of games, through into that mid game, but then it just seems to fall apart with them perhaps getting a bit overeager.
No, I totally agree with you. Folks, here, if you just need a little bit of a reminder, we're looking at Zoomen versus our Goofy Gopher Gaming. We were talking about Aqueous and Jay for Zoomen, now down 1-2 to our Goofy Gopher Gamers, Tones, as well as Dolt playing together on that side. So our duo is now heading in towards game number 4. I like that you're bringing in towards Aqueous and Jay and the way that they play the start of games compared to the way that they play their mid games, because they could totally take a little bit of a page of the book that has been Tones. For example, you know, have a player play a little bit more safe, a little bit more secure. I know that kind of goes against their chemistry, it goes against the play style that they're bringing in towards this one, and especially for Aqueous, who says, you know, I haven't really had a lot of time to practice heading into this one. I've been really, really busy heading in towards the end of the year. And, you know, maybe it comes down to the fact that he's trying to play his game rather than trying to play the game that they need to play here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that as much as I have spoken before about how Tones can sometimes be a bit lower on that kill feed and on that kill number, he is essentially playing safety blanket, right? He's effectively like, okay, Dolt, you go do your thing. I'll try and pick up some support from afar, give you those callouts, those live pings, a bit of fire from a distance. But if you go down, I'll just hit the buy station and bring you straight back on in. We've seen it multiple times. Whereas with Jay and Aqueous essentially together as a duo, if they hit trouble, they both hit trouble together. So perhaps, again, we spoke about it right at the top of the show. Do we see an adaptation come on through? Do we see Jay and Aqueous go, okay, look, this isn't working for us at the minute. We're 2-1 down. We don't want to lose this. That would be the end of our tournament. Our semi-final would be there. We want to make that final on through. So what we're going to do instead is play safety blanket, copy that strategy that's been working for our opponents.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to start here in game number 4. It's not so much a reverse sweep, but being down 2-1, it means that you cannot allow any of those small little mistakes anymore. Heading into game number 4, it has to be a little bit of a change between Jay and Aqueous. They've been playing out of their minds, but for the other side, for Tones and Dolt, whereas, you know, Tones, you know, coming today is a little bit worried with the slow play style that he shows, like you said, but when you have Dolt, you know, making clutch plays like that and you're just feeding information towards him, you have to be thinking ahead if you're these two, that now with your lead, you can play that patient game, outlast your opponents. You've already done it twice now, and the win is in your sights already. You win here in game number 4, maybe you win in game number 5. You got the grand finals up next, and this is a big moment for both teams here. For Aqueous and Jay, it's, you know, how do you bounce back? And, you know, for Tones and Dolt, maybe you want to put it away here so you don't have to worry about that pressure in game 5.
Yeah, you don't want to go into a game 5 if you are Tones and Dolt. You do not want that pressure on your head at all. That is essentially last chance scenario, final dance at the ball, right? But if you're Tones and Dolt, you essentially just continue to play the same game. Again, the Dolt essentially goes in, plays aggro, picks himself up a whole bunch of kills, and Tones is just kind of waiting. Okay, well, if things go wrong, I'm here to pick it all up. And you see that sometimes as well at pro play level, by the way. You see teams essentially go, okay, you know what, I'm going to hang back a little bit, perhaps a play over sniper or something from a distance, for someone that is able to get out of dodge if it all goes wrong. So it's a very valid tactic indeed. And it is working for this duo. And essentially what they're doing as well is they're letting Jay and Aqueous make those mistakes. They're essentially going, look, we can take our time here because pressure's on you. Like, you've got to come and beat us now from being behind. And also, by the way, the start of your games are great, but you've made a mistake in all 3 maps so far. So we're very happy to sit back, play our game, and essentially prey on your errors.
Exactly. I mean, that kind of boils it down for a lot of terms inside of Warzone, whether you're looking at, you know, competitive Warzone when it comes down to the World Series of Warzone, or maybe some kill races, or any sort of, you know, competition that you see when it comes down to this game. At some point, I mean, some might say it comes down to luck, but you're kind of outliving the rest. You're outlasting, you're forcing mistakes onto everybody else, and you're trying to play that safe, secure game that you run through the reps, you run through the muscle memory. And for Tones and Dalt, it seems like their recipe to success is exactly what they want. But it seems like we're, you know, getting into this game number 4 as quick as possible. You know, while we do, maybe we want to take a look at the prize again for those who didn't get to see it at the start of today, because the prizes for today are quite insane as well. You're not, you know, looking for a cash prize between these members, Enigma, but you're playing for a whole lot of goodies here in the DAF Gaming League when it comes down to getting maybe an Air Force Gaming jersey, when you one of the challenge coins for Air Force Gaming, as well as Space Force Gaming, the desk mat for the DAF Gaming League, a water bottle, so many goodies that you're looking for in first place.
Yeah, so much beautiful stuff, and that's what they're playing for, as well as that pride and being able to say that they are the best service members at Warzone right now, especially throughout our 2v2 kill races. And I mean, you were showing off that coin earlier. I feel a little bit left out because I mean, some of the people in production have coins. You've got a coin. I'm kind of, you know, I've not got one, but they are beautiful.
Gotta coin you.
Absolutely. You know, you don't need Call of Duty rings when you got those coins because they are beautiful things. But straight away,
it was one of those things that I learned going to these events is they coin you. Anyway, you know, you're not just given these coins. They present them to you. You get coined, and it is a very honorable thing when it comes down to the military. So it is definitely an honor to have a coin like this for Air Force Gaming, and I'm sure a lot of these members are going to be looking for it as well to show it off to their fellow comrades inside of their service. So heading into game number 4 for sure. No action just yet after that first kill. Not sure if there was any more teammates around it. It doesn't seem like it. It's very quiet after that first kill goes down.
Yeah, very quiet. I mean, sometimes cargo and power can be that way, but as we fly off here towards the west side of the east side of the map, never eat shredded wheat, off to the east side of the map, this will get busier now as we start to hit Old Town, and there's one for Dalt already, getting up close and personal, striker in hand, and plenty of cash. And by the way, that's a portable radar. It will come in useful, especially when we start talking about how Dalt plays, where he likes to get up close and personal, get involved in the buildings and the areas that allow him to essentially play those close fights. Portable radar will come in handy for assessing those. And again, if you just look up at your mini-map here, you will notice that essentially Tones is just hanging on back. You know, if something goes wrong with Dalt, then he can essentially shimmy off and pick up a buy. And it looked like, by the way, Dalt was going to hit out Dome, and that can be a very busy drop spot sometimes in these early games.
Stay to the skies here, looking for some opponents. I like moments like these where, you know, Tones just hits that redeploy, pulls his shoot, and he's like a portable UAV for his teammate. When you don't really want to use UAVs to, you know, give that advantage to your opponents as well in the kill race, you just take to the sky, pop that shoot, and you're just feeding that information over towards Dalt while he just continues to collect kills. And now they can go ahead and swap this role. Tones, you hear the call? He's on his own. You know Tones can play well on his own. And he's in fact going to find a kill.
He is, and by the way, wonderful control. I'm pretty sure that's a Rap H he's got in hand, and that thing can be a bit of a nightmare when it's floor loot, but does a really good job of keeping it straight and true, and lines up a kill, loads of fresh mag, another portable radar here, and you can see that, again, like, for situations like this, the ping is wide, and there is an opponent nearby who must have been hid somewhere. Dalt will clean that up immediately, so great stuff, and Aqueous actually pops a UAV, so now that will, again, benefit all players. And the problem is, if you're Aqueous, if you're Jay, and you're popping that UAV, you need to put it to use, because your opponents, again, can capitalize on that situation for you instead. So, Dalt here, you hear the comms? He wants his assault rifle in hand, and more than likely to get very aggressive. He calls it an assault rifle. That is a Polemyot, ladies and gentlemen. But the way that thing works, once you stick the conversion kit on it, it may as well be an AR. It is the beautiful, beautiful weapon.
Bullet find the kills, though. Dalt. Oh, 1 HP. Knocked and down. Sets to the gulag. Aqueous wins his. Jumps back. Back inside. Has to play it up, but on the hunt are his opponents. I love this. Doesn't want to go inside just yet. Finds the second one, the knock and the kill for Aqueous. Goes back in to finish it. 2 kills for himself. Not sure if anybody else were revived around, but it does look like Dalt has made his way back from the gulag.
Yeah, interesting to know. I mean, Aqueous at one point obviously has that UAV in hand, so I wonder if that is pinging everyone and he's well aware, but he seemed very comfortable there for a second. Just very much of taking out 2 players and then being like, okay, I know I've got plenty of time, so I'm not sure what we missed, but he was well aware of that situation, read it perfectly, shuts down all the players, and you could see all the dead bodies. Perhaps he'd already killed a few before we managed to tune in with him, up to 3. And, oh, hang on, son, you just ran straight over a durable. Not sure if you have one in your backpack, but if you do, your teammate's definitely going to need that. Those gas masks coming in real handy in Urzikstan, especially with how quick these gas circles can be when they come on in, and also how much damage they inflict, much more than they did in Al Mazrah, and this is not the right call for me. Oh, in so much trouble. Oh, he gets away with it.
I mean, you just can't let him get away with things like that, but it's a much needed moment there for Aqueous. 3 kills in the game. You can see Dalt and Tones are running amok through Urzikstan. We got to pop up to the feed. I think Dalt has 5 eliminations already, so it seems like Aqueous and Jay need to play a little bit of catch-up Enigma, and, you know, for them, this is not a situation where we've seen them in just yet. They've usually been leading at the start of games, so let's see if they can maybe put together a formula where they slow things down, slowly work their way back into this, and find kills side by side like this duo has been doing all morning long.
Yeah, I like this play, though. Hit the ascend, get yourself high. This Seaport District area can be a very difficult place to rotate in on through. Well, sorry, we are still technically on the edge of Zarafan City, but across from here, you've also got the height in Seaport District as well, so you do want to get yourself up on one of these tall buildings. And they play around Stadium again. Dalt picking up that Polemyot. Interceptor rings out from Tones, who picks himself up a second kill. And this is what he's been kind of doing. Oh, good lord, he snaps! Ooh. Absolutely snaps onto Jacoby, his opponent, who appears he takes bullets from elsewhere, but he's sliding and getting on out. And the one thing there, though, is Tones does not have his perks, so no high alert to let him know. So he is getting shot from multiple directions. Got to be very careful. But again, this is kind of what he's been doing. Kind of getting a kill and then sliding out, but makes a huge play there in order to snap onto the second. But again, he'll just, at this point, okay, where's the nearest buy station? I'll just go and look to get you back on in. And it's his afternoon so far, but hey, it's working.
It's like, all right, you know, I'll make a little play here, a big play here, a small play here, and when I go down, Tones, you got me. So
yeah,
Tones is on the run. You see a little bit of trouble there for Jay. He gets completely broken when it comes to the plays. Communication out from Dalt just to help make sure that Tones is watching for these opponents as he is on the run, and it doesn't look like there's a buy station anywhere close to here. There's no redeploy spot. Jay goes down, and he's in the gulag, but for Tones, he has to be careful. It's 160 meters away from that buy station. He cannot go down.
Yeah, and the big problem here, you are low down. There's a lot of height around you, a lot of these tall towers that a lot of teams are essentially sitting on and using to rain fire down on anyone who's below. For me, if you're Tones, you take that height, you use the zip lines to get yourself into a much safer position and crossing between these buildings instead of having to nip between them. Because without your perks as well, without high alert, you don't know at any point you can just be picked up by someone. And Aqueous, by the way, putting that interceptor to work will get the crack.
Oh, with an aid?
Perfect. Oh, I'm not sure.
Oh, it doesn't hit, huh?
Oh, that's not tagged. Maybe the players managed to slide off quickly, drops the smoke, but thermal in hand might do something. Tones goes down in the background. Will have the self, but has managed to get Dalt back on in.
Okay, so a little bit of support there for Tones just in case he does fall, and Jay wins his gulag. Nice shots here from Aqueous. Gets the knock, full kill. That brings him to 4. Not sure if... I don't think that was the player that he originally knocked, considering he was falling into the lobby. So Aqueous should have an idea that there are still members around him. But now Tones is down and through to the gulag. So it's on him to find his way back to Dalt. Both members now on edge.
We're going to check left, MTZ in hand, but it's essentially an SMG kind of build. And how will he feel with this? Well, it looks like both players essentially traded sparring blows at this point. No knockout punch. Gets the check, gets the read, but you've got to finish these off. We saw how easily these can be fixed earlier, how easily a player can essentially break your camera and spit back on you, and Tones avoids the situation, cleans it up, and comes back, by the way, with two pretty good weapons. It's one of the things that these new gulags bring sometimes. You start off with two really nice weapons, and that will essentially allow Tones a free solid setup back in here. He's up to 4 himself. We haven't been able to see the scoreboard in a while. Aqueous picks up another in the background. I'm pretty sure at this point we're, 1 or 2 kills between the two teams here, and what could be a huge map 4 with a man on board now. Aqueous 2-1 down.
Yeah, Dolt 5, Aqueous 5, 4, and 3. So 1 kill separating these two teams.
They've already both used
I'm pretty sure it was Aqueous' squad that was leading there. So we see Dolt find another knock. No kill to secure that just yet. Should bring things back. Aqueous just listening, feeding that communication again to his teammates, hearing shots in and around them, and seems like he wants to take this height. Struggling to find where the rope is. Finally does. Elevator going up towards one of the highest points we're going to be seeing here in Urzikstan. Let's see what Aqueous can do with it. Is anybody home? Doesn't seem like it inside of the building, but he does spot something in the distance. I thought that was a buyback, but not quite sure.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him hitting out these towers. Not only because they give you a great position to essentially rain fire down on opponents, but if that circle comes in now and it's not favorable for him, he has a really good position to essentially leap from and cover a lot of ground safely. Well, relatively safely. That mid-air protection is far lower than it used to be. And as he rains a couple of shots in here, just needs one more to connect. It's got to be so frustrating. You do have a PA in the pocket. What you look for there is a down and then prevent that self-revive as we move on over to Tones, who gets another one, but he's in big trouble. Got to slide out. Plates going in and doing a great job here of essentially taking advantage of the new movement. You can now essentially plate while reloading. Sorry, while sprinting, and he does exactly that. Catches his opponent, and how does he lose that gunfight? I was giving you all the credit.
I don't know.
You were doing such a good job. What happened there, my man?
I mean, there was 3 members. Even if he found the one, I don't know if he was going to be able to confirm it, but yeah, that's the second time we've seen Tones get the initial shots, get the armor crack, and lose it. So very unfortunate, very frustrating, I'm sure, for that individual. As we head over towards Dolt, now has a lot of work to do. Aqueous has gone down, but he does have the self-revives, and it doesn't seem like he's getting one up on. Oh, I thought he was going to get re-knocked. High alert.
Someone on him.
Replayed. Somebody's chasing him. Turns around. Oh, the burn coming out from Aqueous. And there's more, but nobody's taking him to the grave. Not for free.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. The smoke smashes the window instead and falls on through to the area below. So he's still not protected at this point. Has a PA in hand, so he can't afford to pick up that mortar. There's another player here, and Aqueous will deal with him. He's got no problems. Up to 9 himself, I believe that number is. Potentially 8, maybe 9. I'm not 100% sure, but does a great job. Now has a durable as well. Stop stowing them. Just put them on. I'm not sure what this play is that he's making right now. I'm not sure if he understands how they work in Urzikstan, but you can just stick them on. It's totally fine. Takes a couple of bullets. Will replay. Tones comes on in.
Tones.
Couple of bullets in the back as well. For me here, I think this PA might be something that helps you escape. Smoke grenade instead going to allow you to get on out, but for me, you've got maybe a mortar that's in the backpack that you pull out and you just back that team on down. Make them...
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, make them flee, but I'm not sure if there's a team up in that tower. If so, that's very well protected, and that's a difficult place to get a team out of.
Yeah, with the gas to your back now, it's a trek over towards the safe zone. Jay has to be redeployed. Aqueous is going to have enough cash to make it happen, but looks like Doll is making a play to try to finesse his life around. High alert. Ooh, a couple of shots there. Back down to 1 plate. Has 6 stowed away. Hides in a corner here, but goes... Oh, this is so close. Slides in, tries to go for the throwing knife. It's an unfortunate spot to be seeing yourself in, and timing just doesn't go your way, whether it was the one that you were chasing down or the one soon behind you. I just feel like that was not going to be Dolt's way out.
It was very unfortunate indeed. He called timing at its absolute finest there. As you go to run through a door, the player essentially stood on the other side of it. Did very well to recognize that that was the situation and try and make a counterplay off of it, but unfortunately caught between a lot of opponents here. Aqueous not happy about missing that window, but will instead hit the stairwell. You've got the height. that you need through this situation. Again, like, this is a kind of perfect spot here that you can get this elevation where you're well protected. You are able to traverse from here relatively safely because you can dive off into the next circle. And as we look at this 1v1 situation between Tones and Aqueous, we haven't managed to look at the scoreboard in a while, but the last we did, it was very, very close. 1 or 2 kills in it. So if you're Tones, you're asking Aqueous to do the same as you did earlier on. Look, you had a good start, but I'm looking for you to make another error. If you're Aqueous, you're looking to bring in one of those buys. And Tones, well, he's on his way. He wants to find a buy. I'm not quite sure though why he's doing it by foot. I'd have taken the height and flown across. Gonna mortar that building to back down any opponents that are there. I don't even think he has a smoke in the pocket, so this is high risk, high reward at its finest.
Well, snipe hits for the first one, just a crack goes for the second one. Not able to land that shot, but with this height, not safe in the zone. The gas is closing in. 24 seconds. Looking to use every single second of this roof that he possibly can get done, and it looks like we're on a little bit of an expendable mission. Oh, those shots broken. Has to fall down, now has to play his life, and hoping that the team that is above didn't spot him drop here. So really praying that they don't look over on top of him, and he spots the glint. Now a lot of pressure bearing onto these shoulders.
I mean, if he was playing multiplayer right now, he'd be getting G8 all over the place. Snaking is not allowed, young man, but he will take advantage of the movement here. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful out of Aqueous. Bobs up, hits the snipe, downs his opponent. Nades go out. Will they connect? It does do some damage, and he will clean that on up. And we don't know how big a kill that could be as we start getting on towards the end game. And that is absolutely fantastic. This man's talking about him not being good enough. What are these shots he's hitting? Absolutely superb with the Cat AMR.
Oh, shot's gonna back him down.
Oh, wait, reinforcement flare.
Oh, okay.
He just ran straight past one.
He didn't pick it up, and the precision airstrike knocks him. Oh no! Look over these ones. It's 15 kills.
It's tied.
It is tied game, and it's down to Tones now. Has enough to buy back his teammate. But all he needs is 1 kill. That is so unfortunate. I didn't see a notification for the airstrike. Did you?
No, that can happen. If you're out of the path initially and run into the path of it, then you won't get that notification. It has been something now unfortunately, for some time. And it is a difficult way to bite the bullet if you are Aqueous and Jay here, if this is how this all goes down. Because again, like, there was a reinforcement flare right there on the floor. If Aqueous picks that up, brings his teammate back on in, this situation flips entirely on its head and it looks real good. And maybe that's what Aqueous was going back for. Maybe he suddenly caught, oh no, hang on a second, I can use that to get you back in. And Dalt's got a lot of trouble ahead of him.
This could be it. Shots at range for Tone, spots the glint, hits the deck, but if Dalt finds that kill, this could be game, set, match. As you can see, Dalt forced off that roof. Tones is going to reload back up. Looking over his teammate, Dalt is down, so it's not done just yet. Enigma, Tones still has some work to do. Can this go to a tie game? What is going to happen if it does? Wait, that was 31. Are you sure this is tied? I don't know if the math is right.
I'm guessing it must have come in at some point because we were on 30. No, what, at one point there we're on 30. I don't know. I mean, Tones isn't exactly celebrating. Well, there's a GG, so that must be it. That must be it. I mean, Tones and Dalt come on through as your victors. I'm not 100% sure if my math was poor, but I swear it was 30 at one point. I don't know.
I swear it was 32. We must have missed something at some point.
Something must have gone on. But, I mean, it's so unfortunate. Like, this whole series for Aqueous and Jay it's just been a case of, like, map 1, they accidentally buy back an opponent, then can't afford to buy back their teammate, and end up getting picked up by someone who was third-partying a buy station, and then start off really well in other maps, but then get caught out in difficult situations, and then map 4, it kind of summed it all up. Aqueous looking real good, hitting some beautiful snipes. Sees a reinforcement flare, I think, attempting to go back for it, and then, unfortunately, runs into the pathway of a precision airstrike. It is so unlucky, but, I mean, Dalton Tones won't care. They go through to our finals.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to exit the semifinals for sure. Dying to a precision airstrike when the redeploy flare was right there, but what a fight we got from both of these teams across our semifinal. 4 maps we go through Aqueous and Jay, a couple of them in their hands, just barely slipping through. And for Dalt and Tones, I mean, Tones' ability to just live and survive is giving Dalt so much confidence to push and make these aggressive plays. And I am starting to become a really big fan of this duo. I was a fan at the start, but now that I see them play and work off of each other with the chemistry that they're building, with the plan that they have, I think that they are going to be quite the opponent in the grand finals.
Yeah, I just love the way, yeah, you're right. They have this setup essentially where it's a case of, okay, you've got, you know, a player playing safety blanket from a distance, which then allows you to make mistakes if you're dull, but it also then gives you that free reign to be very aggressive, pick up those kills that he is bringing in right now. And Tones is doing a great job, by the way, because although he's playing safety blanket, there's plenty of times where opponents are essentially running up to him, catching him out. We saw him get that really nice two-piece earlier on in that map. And he's just doing a wonderful job of playing team player, something that everyone needs, and helping his, definitely doing his part, carrying his weight indeed, and getting his squad through to the finals. I think you're right. I think they're going to be very difficult to beat if they can carry on playing like that.
Well, we got to take a look at the bracket, Enigma. We have to see what's going on the other side of our semifinals, because now that we have one who have pushed through and cemented themselves in the grands, Goofy, Gopher Gaming, much respect to Zooman for the performance that they put on, but one team has to win, one team has to lose. And now we look over to the other side where we got Beam Season Boogaloo versus 80s Babies going up against each other. And if their names alone tell anything, this is gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I'm loving these names. I think that, you know, we're gonna have to find a quicker way to read Beam Season Boogaloo, because that's a really long one. But 80s Babies, that rolls straight off the tongue. That one's absolutely beautiful. 90s Baby myself, so I can't relate, unfortunately. But 80s Babies, I'm expecting a duo with plenty of, let's say, experience to come on through in this one.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you as we're looking forward to our second semifinals, Enigma. Game number 1, 2, 3, and 4. All bangers, all exciting. We got one more semifinal before we get to the grand final, before we get that chance to crown a champion. So let's head to a quick little break, get things set up, switched around. We'll see you on the other side with some more DAF Gaming League.
My name is Master Sergeant Faith Donovan. I'm assigned to the Air Force Services Center as the Air Force Recreation and Community Programs Manager.
We promote innovation, creation. This is why we do what we do Air Force-wise compared to any other branch.
Out of 17 airmen, I can tell you that 11 of them went back to their room every single night, and the one thing they wanted to do was get online and connect.
We have a community of over 31,000 airmen, guardians, dependents, civilians, and trying to find the best product that we can put out there for the community. Whether that be live events like we're at here today, whether it's about our Discord, our website, trying to get the word about the positive impacts that Air Force Gaming has across the DAF.
I think just as a whole, like creating the Discord, just in general for Coast Guard Gaming, bringing all of these personnel into the server together, they, in a weird way, can kind of hide their identity and talk about who they are.
Connection and connecting with people does not have a geographic location. It doesn't have a facility that is defined. It doesn't have 4 walls. Sometimes it's a power button and a headset that you connect to say, hey, Joe, are you ready? Let's go.
It developed into something different where you could have ability to cope anywhere you are in the world.
We had an ambassador come into the chat one day and say, hey, I'm gonna take a step back from my ambassador role because I'm struggling personally. I just need to take a time out. And no kidding, within 30 seconds, there were 15 different people messaging him saying, 1, take the time that you need. 2, what can we do for you?
Our airmen are dealing with everything from being separated from their families and their loved ones at a first base to being in austere locations where they have no idea whether or not tomorrow they're going to be sitting in a bunker or if they're going to be able to FaceTime their kids the next day. I think it bridges all sorts of gaps that we've only sort of begun to look at.
We try to hold community nights every weekend. Could be something from trivia to getting a bunch of people together for Apex or Fall Guys or whatever, not just make it a full-time competitive type thing.
Team cohesion for the players is absolutely increased since we started working together. And you can absolutely see it in the players' growth from day to day.
Gaming is definitely a very streamlined, quick access point compared to trying to hold a carnival or a triathlon.
Every event that we've been to, it's a very big morale boost for those participating. Whenever there's a live event, people always leave with a smile on their face.
This is what my career field does. We throw events and we want to raise the morale of the masses. And this is a chance to do it globally.
It is more than just video games. Air Force gaming is a completely new and innovative way of doing things, and in a way that we need to reach our airmen and guardians today. So to continue to provide that insight to leadership, show them the capabilities that we have, and start new initiatives off of what the folks who came before me created, and just build that community out further.
The team and I, everybody part of the program, could use your help as leaders to pass in information out that can help your family, your team, the rest of the Department of the Air Force.
For an older generation, it's not something that they grew up with or they're accustomed to. So being able to have a kind of transparent communication to bridge the gap and say, hey, look, this is what we do, this is where we belong, and show them that there's a very large audience for not just a specific game title, but esports in general.
Those are the kind of things that we want of our airmen and guardians, is to make that connection, take care of one another. And that's the biggest thing for me that Air Force Gaming provides, is that connection and taking care of one another.
This is kind of where the real tournament begins, right? 30 seconds left. It's going to go checky again. Tam.
Oh! Numbers are starting to come through, but they line up for Artie to kick the double.
It's the most offense we've seen for them the entire series, but it's Talent looking for the double tap. The best player, mechanically speaking, of the tournament is on the field, and he's going to be the man to open up the scoring in the grand finals.
Vic has been really reading approaches from... Oh! Wow! Show me your moves into the spike. Oh, what a way to finish things.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DAF Gaming League Warzone Finals. We're heading into our semi-final number 2. But before we jump in with things, I just want to recap what we saw in our semifinals number 1. Once again, my name is Seymour. With me is Enigma and Andy. Let's break down what we saw before this break inside of that best of 5.
I mean, it's a game of bad fortunes if you're Aqueous and Jay. Map 1, Aqueous and Jay. It's a very tight map. I think Aqueous and Jay were ahead by 2. Aqueous tries to bring Jay back in, who's sat on the sidelines waiting, and accidentally buys back his opponent instead. Then doesn't have the money to buy Jay in, and then Aqueous gets caught trying to rotate away from that buy, dies, and that allows Dalton Tones to take map 1. Map 2 and 3, very close, but essentially back and forth games with Aqueous and Jay taking one, Dalton Tones taking the other. And this map 4 kind of summed things up. Was very unlucky if you're Aqueous and Jay again, with Dalton Tones, though, not caring because of huge plays like this that see them through to the final.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's like Dalt just like not caring or if he's just understanding how good he is at this video game, because making a play like that is just not something anybody can do. And I mean, you're right to, mention that, even Aqueous and Jay had their moments, their chemistry was amazing. And I have to give them their flowers before we say goodbye fully to them inside of this tournament, because, I mean, we even saw Aqueous in that interview. He wasn't sure, how good he would be coming into this one. He hasn't had the most practice with Urzikstan. He hasn't had the most practice with Jay. But the two of them together, I mean, I feel like they've been playing for a very long time, side to side, of the plays that they're making, the bait and switch movements, and, all of the above. And on top of that, those shots from Aqueous towards the end, absolutely sublime. So unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Aqueous and Jay. But on the other side, for Dalton Tones, I mean, they do what they need to do. They play it smart, they play it well, and Dalt puts on an absolute show. Tones, he helps Dalt just get through this game, get as long as possible towards the end. And the two of them, they got the recipe to success to get them into the grand finals. And now we look over towards Beam Season Boogaloo versus 80s babies. You and I, 90s babies. But these guys, out in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think these guys bring experience. I'm expecting calm leadership, great comms if they are 80s babies indeed. I mean, hey, they could be coming in under a moniker, a very catchy name, and not actually be the age that suggests because you're in your 40s at that point. But yeah, I mean, if they are indeed the age that the name suggests, I'm expecting them to bring that experience in through against Beam Season Boogaloo, and we're going to have to find a way of saying that easier because that is going to be a difficult one to call all the way through this series. But the names that will not be difficult to call is the two users, Razor and Joker. And I believe that we spoke a little bit with Joker earlier, and he seemed confident coming into this afternoon.
No, we did get to talk to Joker earlier, and we do actually have an interview with him as well. I'm pretty sure we're going to be taking a look at that very, very shortly. And, you know, he was very interesting, you know, to talk about in the way that, you know, his come up into the military. I mean, you'll hear a bit, and I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but it kind of gave him a chance at life to kind of move into a situation where, you know, he just continues to push forward. And when it comes down to video games, he's been playing video games for a long time. He told me he's going to be playing in challengers as well this year. That gets me excited. So, you know, knowing a player to have that kind of skill behind him when it comes down to multiplayer, to see it inside of Warzone as well is going to be a fun time. Wonder if it's going to look like Aqueous out there. Well, we're just going to have to see. But for now, let's take a look at our interview with Joker. We'll be back right after. Welcome, everybody, to the DAF Gaming League. I'm here joined by Joker, one of our semifinalists inside of our Warzone tournament tonight. Joker, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I just have a couple of questions, you know, to start things off so the people at home can learn a little bit about you before they're watching you try to take home the championship today. I'm going to start off with a very, very simple one, though. How did you find yourself, you know, joining the Air Force originally?
So funny enough, I was in high school and my mom gave me an option. She was like, you can either go to college or you can join the military. So from a pretty strong background of like military family, I got a couple uncles and stuff like that. So I was like, I don't like school, so I just joined the military, and here we are.
The rest is history. Now you're playing Warzone, ready to take home
Yeah.
the championship. It's going to be a fun time for sure. But, you know, prior to joining inside of the military, were you a big video game player? And if, you know, you were, where did you get your start?
Yeah, I was. I started in Black Ops 2. I was like either 13 or 12, so I've been playing for a long time now. And it's also when I started playing competitively is in Black Ops 2. I didn't really understand the game that much. Just knew I needed to get kills, and so from then on, I just kind of dove into that world of like CWL. That's when it was called then, and now it's CDL. And honestly, I just like the competitiveness of it, the trash talk, all that stuff. It's just fun. Just when you and also like when you really understand the game, it just makes it like that much easier. But Warzone is just one of those modes that like I feel like a lot of us like really competitive players, we go there and like kind of chill out, also have fun because like there's not that much skill-based matchmaking, so we can kind of chillax after like a long day of scrims or something hard like that, and just go like have fun, pretty much just be better than the rest of the lobby. I don't want to talk too much trash.
I mean, it's okay to talk trash here. I mean, you're ready to win. You're ready to win.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I like what you're saying here. So you're a multiplayer, I guess, player before a Warzone player, huh?
Yes, I was. Still am. I'll be competing in challengers this year. So just looking forward to that. Pretty much Warzone is just a side hustle for me. I love it. I love the new map. Right now, the gameplay is smooth. Warzone 2 was fun. Warzone 1 will still take the trophy for probably the best one right now, but it's fun. I like it.
Everybody misses Verdansk. Everybody misses Verdansk.
Yes, we do.
But Urzikstan so far has been a fun time. I can't lie. But how, you know, did you yourself come across finding Air Force Gaming? And, you know, what about Air Force Gaming stands out to you the most?
So when I initially joined, I was looking to kind of join, I guess, like an official like Air Force team, if you would say. But there really ever wasn't one, or it didn't get talked about too much. And then like this last year, I would say that's when I found out about the entire like Air Force gaming community, like the Discord and all that. So I haven't been in the community that long, but I've been gaming for a long time. So what stands out the most to me is like how structured it is and how many opportunities that they offer. Like being able to like TDY to a LAN or something like that, or just like how many LANs that they are able to host with it being the military and stuff like that. It's a cool experience. Definitely can get you out, make a couple connections. I know some of my boys just went to Code Bowl and they met some of the pro CDO players, so that was cool. And then another one of my friends, Kabase, he just won Super Bowl tickets for Madden.
Wow.
Yeah, so lots of opportunities, man. You just got to go out there and go for it.
No, for sure. I love the community that Air Force Gaming is building, how it brings people together. You know, it helps you network, you know, meet your friends. And I mean, to go to the Super Bowl, that is going to be a fun time.
Yeah.
But, you know, now you find yourself, you know, playing inside of this Warzone final. You're in the semifinals first off. But if you get to the grand finals and you come out on top, what does this mean? Or, sorry, if you get to the grand finals, if you make it to the top, what does this win mean to you?
Well, it's not a matter of when, it's just when we get there. It'll be a good experience. I mean, most of the guys that we're playing against, like the other three teams, they all are like, I guess you could say Warzone pros. They love Warzone. That's pretty much their mains. So once we get there and the multiplayer guys take over, it'll be a lot of trash talk, especially for Dalton Tones. I forgot their team name, but those are my teammates in the last COD's 4v4, you could say, that season. So we won that season as well, the minor leagues. So I'll see them in finals most likely, and once we take that trophy, it'll be some trash talk.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I appreciate, Joker, you coming on and letting us know your story, everything about you. And I want to wish you the best of luck today in the tournament.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you guys for having me. I love what you guys are doing. Keep it up.
Appreciate it. Take care, man.
Yeah, you too.
Well, an amazing interview there from Joker. It was lovely meeting him and hearing the story of how he got to where he is now for, Air Force Gaming, and seeing, what it's going to mean for him to possibly win this tournament. It's really awesome to see players just come out here and just continue to find success within their titles.
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about it a little bit at the top of the show, but even people like myself, like you, who make essentially a living from playing Call of Duty and casting over it and analyzing it, we always feel like we've never got enough time to play the game. So how these fine players who have, full-time service members and have other things going on, of course, how they then still have that passion, that fire, that desire to compete and play as high as they can is absolutely phenomenal. You spoke a little bit in that interview about Joker playing in challengers this year. So, I mean, it is great to hear how he really wants to up his game, continue to push himself year on year.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see him not only here, but if I do get to watch him inside of the Challengers pit too. But we take a look back at our teams, 80s babies. It's Jufasa's J-Pounds against Beam Season Boogaloo, Razor, and Joker, two sharp names to look at. But I'm excited to see these two go head-to-head inside of, once again, just a reminder, a best of 5 within Warzone. So if you didn't get to see our first series, it is a kill race, 2 versus 2, in a best of 5 format. Kills don't carry over from game to game. It is just going to be whoever comes out on top within the kill race itself wins the map in its own respective right. So first one to win 3, we're going to move to the grand finals.
Yeah, they are indeed. And we saw how it was last time out. These games are settled by fine margins. So it's a long series, but each map matters massively. And we saw that, again, it can be settled by fine decision-making, perhaps timings, perhaps a little bit of bad or good luck. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams navigate through this situation. Have any of them paid attention to our previous series and how that plays out? Be interesting to see.
It is. And here's a look at our prizing. First place, an exclusive Fall 2022 Challenge Coin, custom AFG or SFG jersey, DAF Gaming League desk mat, AFG water bottle, DAF Gaming League patch, DAF Gaming League sticker, and this is for each and every player. There is also a prize for 2nd, 3rd to 4th, and 5th to 8th as well, and we just saw a team drop out it was the Zoo Men who are going to be falling in that 3rd to 4th position. So they're going to be walking away with an AFG water bottle, DAF Gaming League patch, DAF Gaming League sticker per player. So they missed out a little bit, but everybody is going to get a little bit of something here in this tournament. And to talk about AFG in itself, Enigma, and, you know, you saying, you know, these players, these service members, you know, they have a full-time job. They have, you know, their own duty to, you know, have aside from playing these games. And the fact that they come out here and that Air Force Gaming has kind of put together a community that helps the resilience within these players and a place for them to, you know, walk away from work, have a little bit of a relaxing spot. And not only that, it breeds competition within tournaments like this. And through that, friendships are built. You know, through that, you network with people outside of your base, and you get to know people within your own job that you might not have known if this was never a thing. So I just want to give a big shout out towards Air Force Gaming. I always love what they do behind the scenes and the community that they've built and the possibilities that these players now have because of it. It's really given, you know, players like Joker and players like Aquis that we saw in this interview a room to not only, you know, compete inside of these tournaments, but to kind of grow in their own rights and kind of relax after a long day of work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic thing to be a part of, first of all. Absolutely, obviously an honor to be here. But for the players themselves, I've got a couple of family members who've been in the armed forces, and some of their best memories of those days is playing for the various sports teams, finding that competition, as you said, that competitive edge against the other forces perhaps, but also the camaraderie. There's some incredible characters in the armed forces, some amazing people, and they come together and enjoy these moments. And again, these will be memories that if you go on to win something like this, you'll be telling your kids and your grandkids about the stories about things like this. So it is absolutely wonderful to see, and a fantastic event for all.
Of course, and it's not only that, it's very exciting for players who, you know, or people who might be joining the military as well, and they can look forward to having something like the DAF Gaming League to compete in as well. But let's head into our series for the semifinals. It is going to be Joker on screen right away, our player from Beam Season Boogaloo, to look to lead us into Urzikstan once more as we're heading to Lowtown, the same exact drop that our previous semifinal started with.
It did indeed, and it looks like a lot of people like hitting out here nice and early. And oh, good lord, a lot of people like hitting out nice and early indeed. Joker's in big trouble, manages to down one, and Homelander, who will actually be his teammate in Razor, running a funky name perhaps, but he manages to follow it up with a couple of more. So what could have been a moment of bother there for Joker turns into 2 quick kills for this team. A great start.
A very scary turnaround for that. Now looking to kill another player before he gets that gun, and that's an MCW out of the box now. Meta gun when it comes down to multiplayer, not so much in Warzone, but not too bad of a start for these two members. 2 kills. Homelander looks to have some of his own, and elsewhere, Joker still finding these kills. Pounds and Jufasa, I'm not sure if they're falling behind. We haven't seen too much of them, but I don't expect them to really be in this danger, as it's only Homelander as well as Joker here. But Homelander looks to be down right now, so things take a turn for the worse.
Yeah, so 2 very different strategies here from the 2 teams, by the way. You've got Joker and Homelander essentially hitting out a very busy Lowtown here. Lots going on. That absolutely clips through there. And oh, you've got trouble up above you, though. I don't think Joker spots the danger above him. No perks at this point because it's so early on, and he's in big trouble. Homelander goes into the gulag, and the separate strategy, by the way, that comes in from J Pounds and Jufasa is to hit out the market over by Hadika Farms. A very quiet area, but an area that gets you a lot of good loot. So different ways of playing this one, and right now Joker trying to escape this hunting team.
Yeah, you can't forget that last time we saw a Lowtown drop back in our first semifinals. That's where it all began. It was 3 players losing their life right away and finding themselves in the gulag. So similar story here for Homelander. Now looking to fight his way back. Oh, the shots are good. And walks away with his life. The gulag victory brings him back to Urzikstan. And Joker managed to find his way out of danger as well. So that's good looks for our Beam Season Boogaloo squad.
Yeah, it is very much. Sorry, Beam Season Boogaloo, yes, coming on out. We've got to find a way to shorten that name. That is very long. But yes.
Should we call him Beam Season?
Sure, that works. I don't know, man. Boogaloo's a really nice name to say, though, no?
It's
like
fun.
That is nice. That's a real good name. So, yeah, sorry. Joker and Homelander coming out with a very good start. Because as much as you end up in the gulag, if you find yourself a gulag token in the loot, that's essentially a free kill. You've managed to get yourself a free kill that will then... we've seen how close these matches can get as Jufasa tries to rain out damage with the Polemia and will indeed crack a bunch. But the problem is you've got to finish these off. You can't be letting players get away, and that will be one on the board at first for Jufasa.
It is a first for Jufasa, but Pounds finds a kill as well. So one on the board for both members inside of this duo.
Oh.
And more on the horizon there as soon as he drops back. Like, shots for the down. Pounds close by, should be able to finish this off, but it looks like Jufasa doesn't even want to give them the time of day. So looking to eliminate these members right off the get-go. Swarm in hand. Lovely shots with the hip fire. Pounds is going to finish off on the other one. It's a team wipe between Pounds and Jufasa. So that should bring us to about equal when it comes down to the scoreboard.
Yeah, so this is the different strategies coming into play here. So we see Joker and Homelander land down here at Low Town, essentially get involved in the mix straight away. Jufasa and Pounds, they go off to Hidika Farms. They essentially get themselves a bunch of loot together, a bunch of money, and get their loadouts. And that allows them to push into areas like this now. They're fully set up. They've got their perks. They've got the preferred weaponry. And now they're able to catch up that deficit. Sometimes teams can get a bit caught up in, oh, we're a couple of kills behind. Yeah, but you have yourself a really good foundation now to get yourself across this map. And as they begin to hit out Old Town, they're looking real hot and essentially have closed that gap.
And don't forget, folks that are tuning in, I mean, these active service members not only playing in this one, but it looks like Jufasa is a streamer as well. So take a look at all his tags underneath his player cam. You know, follow him on his Twitch. All of his streams as well if you want to catch more of his action, because he is putting on an absolute clinic here. Not one, but two. The snap is on. You might as well put him on beam season because he is not missing.
He is not indeed. That was some beautiful shots with the Polemia. I mean, don't get me wrong, that is a very strong weapon right now, a very good weapon. Not as strong as certain ones that have just recently been patched out of the game, perhaps, but it's still a very good weapon indeed, and is allowing him to rain hellfire down on anyone that dares challenge him right now. And this is the kind of thing that I was expecting to see from this 80s Babies lineup. If these guys are from the 80s, they're a bit older. They're perhaps focusing more on playing with experience and calmer head, and this strategy that they've took from the start of just getting themselves set up with their best weapons is paying dividends. Jufasa already up to 5. By the way, to call back on something that I said earlier on in the broadcast, it turns out, I believe, reinforcement flares are banned through this tournament. So that's why the players aren't using them, hence my confusion.
It is important to bring up, too, is it does look like the Interceptor is going to be traded out for the Polemia. So now wants to take the single fire action, the range that we saw from that back with Aqueous. It is definitely a formidable weapon, but the Polemia in the hands of Dalt was an incredible force to be reckoned with. It's definitely not a gun that you want to give up unless you know you are formidable with this Interceptor in its own right. So see if Homelander can start putting up some kills here as we swap over, and Joker has found his 4th.
He has indeed, and also running himself, by the way, the WSP Swarm alongside that Interceptor. That's a really good setup to go with if anyone's wondering how to get themselves set up when it comes to their own Warzone loadouts. That Swarm's got a really good short-range game and is still solid when we talk mid-range fights, especially once you start sticking on that the barrel that gives you the bullet velocity, etc. But that Interceptor is ridiculously good over long range. You can even take on sniper rifles at distance with how good it is, and still 2-3 tap players. It is a very, very strong despite recent nerfs. And well, as Jufasa, by the way, with Swarm in hand, up close and personal, unfortunately his teammate will go down in the background. Pounds is down, and he's in big trouble. Can he snap? He does, but he's got to get plates in. There might be opponents real close. There is indeed, and he will fall. So unfortunate for that duo, just when it looked like they were getting onto a bit of a heater.
Yeah, it almost seemed like he had a chance there to win it out, but we look back over to the other squad. Homelander goes down, and we saw that Razor was in the gulag right off the back from Low Town, so he won't be able to have that chance. Over to the Sidewinder for Jufasa. Early shots, goes back in, cracks the armor, slides through the cancel, finds the kill. And Jufasa will return to Urzikstan. All eyes on Joker to see if he can bring his teammate back and get out of the gulag.
I mean, I fully respect it, by the way. I hate the Sidewinder with a burning passion. So a beautiful kill there out of Jufasa. Joker, it's all on you. You're up against a TTV player. Don't let this be your elimination. Joker wins his nice and clean. No worries there at all. He will move himself up to 5 as well, by the way. But we are starting to get through our mid game quite a fair bit here. 14 squads left in this, so still a fair bit of the game to go. But as things get smaller, as the circle starts to encroach upon players, it will compress everything together. So you've got to start to make sure if you are... Oh my lord, who's done that? Someone putting down a prox mine right on a loadout. That would have been a way to go out if you were Joker.
Would have been unfortunate for sure. I mean, we would just have to add that onto, you know, our bingo cards of unfortunate things that have happened so far inside of this tournament, because Aqueous, you know, he's had his own fair share of unfortunate things, and kind of be comical to see it continue here instead of this one. But it looks like he's racing over towards the buy station, looking to bring Razor back. Love to see this team back at full strength, and that's what we're getting.
Will indeed get to see this one continue to eke out into the later stages, down to our final 12 teams. And to be honest, the lobby pace here is moving really quickly. There might be some strong players somewhere in this lobby that are not just our 4 here on screen, because those numbers are dropping real quick to only be almost down to single-digit teams with essentially the end of third circle here. This is a very fast-paced lobby indeed. So I do wonder if our duos here will run into a juggernaut force, something to be really reckoned with in this lobby. Oh, the bullets continue to ring out. J Pounds will clean up Jufasa's kill, they've essentially set up a lovely little crossfire here. See a lot of top teams do this. They put themselves in positions to essentially get each other's kills, each other's trades, and pin teams in that they're coming up against. And look at the aggression. I absolutely love it. Jufasa, by the way, up to double digits, having himself a hell of a first map.
Hey, and folks at home, you know, just tuning into this who might have experience watching the Code Bowl or World Series of Warzone, you have to remember that these members are jumping into a public lobby 2 versus 2, so this could literally be anybody playing inside of the lobbies against them. Self-revive for Pounds is looking to bring him back into this one. Unfortunately, he's going to lose his life, and Jufasa gets cracked, so Jufasa now has to play it safe. There's a buy station right next to him, but he can't buy back Pounds just yet.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Tries to get the smoke out, tries to put cover fire over him, but none of it works. In the end, his teammate goes down. Jufasa, the problem here is not only are you low on money, you can't bring back your teammate, you're low on plates as well. You don't necessarily have the resources to take this fight. That tower is a nightmare to get players out of, let me tell you, especially if you're not using a sniper rifle in order to get that early down. You've got so much up against you if you're firing at any player sat up there, and we did see that there was a glint coming back at one point, so this is the right call for me. If you're Jufasa, get away from here. Go looking for some money, although he might be being chased out by this team.
Might be the case. On the hunt right now is Jufasa. You look at Joker and Homelander elsewhere on the map, just working together. Not too far away, but you can't see them on the minimap, so it is still quite a distance between these two duos. We look over towards Joker. That should be an easy knock, and it will be. Now has to close this distance, but a little bit of a trip on the scaffolding, and that's going to cost him his life. Homelander is down, and that is both members getting cleaned up from Beam Season Boogaloo. Look at the board. Jufasa has 10 kills. So I don't know, Enigma. This one might be done and dusted.
I'm pretty sure that is all she wrote. Jufasa almost has as many kills as the rest of the lobby. In fact, he will. Jufasa has more kills than all 3 other players in this matchup by himself. A ridiculous performance. We were speaking moments ago about how it looked like they were in big trouble. Jufasa was lacking money, he was lacking plates, and he was lacking a teammate. Didn't matter because he'd put up double-digit kills and brings the victory home for his side. A very impressive performance from him.
You even said it, you know, both Jufasa and Pound set up towards the end of that crossfire. It shows that they've obviously been talking about what they want to do and now executing into game number 1. Jufasa's a beast. 10 kills in the first game is unreal, especially that early on. Just putting in work with the Polenya. And for the other side, I feel like it was just troublesome waters from the very get-go. We kind of mentioned how tough Lowtown is for an early drop. So many people seem to favor it. Maybe because it's a fan favorite. It is Favela after all, but for what we saw in our semifinals number 1 and our semifinals 2, it might not be where these members want to drop in our future games.
Yeah, it's an extremely high risk, high reward scenario where if you do go in and you manage to clear that whole area out, there's a lot of loot available to you and a lot of kills that can get you started on your way. However, we saw a strategy there different come out from 80s Babies, where they essentially go to a quieter area, that market over by Hadika Farms, and essentially get their loadout together before they even bother engaging anywhere else. And considering the work that Jafasa was able to put in with that Polemiot, that clearly works very well for them, getting them fully up to speed, solid foundation underneath their game plan. For Beam Season Boogaloo, then, do you adjust your strategy? Do you change it up and go, okay, that didn't work for us, fully respect the ballsy play off the start, but do we change it up to something safer? Or maybe even do something that we saw in that first semi-final, which is have a player play safety blanket, and essentially sit back and allow buybacks if needed for your more aggressive player, which might well be Joker, considering how good he looked at the start of map 1.
No, and I might be inclined to be on the side of, yeah, change it up. We saw how that went for Aqueous inside of game number 1. I mean, that high octane game style did not pan out in their favor. In fact, it was the slower pace style that was the favorites after our first semifinal. And already losing out on game 1, things have to change for you to tie it up and, you know, prolong the series into a game 4, possibly a game number 5 as well. But Warzone's a really tough one, I'd say, to really wrap your head around it, because you're literally dropping into public lobbies right now. And quite literally anybody could be in these games with you, and you cannot guess, you cannot, you know, preemptively, you know, imagine who you're going up against. It's kind of in the moment. You have to adapt and you have to figure out a way to win. And for both of these teams, if you can't, you know, play it safe, try to get a grasp on what talent you're playing up against inside of these public lobbies, you're going to be caught out in the open, and that's exactly what we saw at a Beam Season Boogaloo. So I think I'm leaning towards the side that I would like to see that early change from them. I don't want any of these teams to leave it up to chance. You're playing for that grand final spot right now, and you don't want to just kind of miss it.
Yeah, and absolutely. You are very much so on the edge of putting yourself into that final shot of glory. I mean, we talk about it. Definitely the slower plays, the more tactical plays are coming on through right now. But I do love seeing those big highlight plays, though, right, Joker?
You and I both.
Aqueous brought a couple earlier that were just delightful. But yes, those slower plays, those more calculated plays are indeed working. The safety blanket approach or the solid foundation approach. When you speak about talent as well that could be in these lobbies, yes, these are public lobbies. You could be up against absolutely anyone. It could be people like me who you're going to absolutely run over, or it could be literally someone who we saw in that first lobby with Aqueous and co, which was Rirex, who is one of the top European players. He is a very good individual. And as soon as they ran into him, I thought, good lord, this could be an incredibly stacked lobby. So yes, this is very much so high risk, high reward. Not sure what you're going to get for all of these players, for all of these individuals. What it does guarantee for you and me, though, Seymour, is the best seat in the house and some high quality entertainment.
I mean, we get to sit here, sit back, you know, talk amongst ourselves about, you know, what we're seeing, a little bit of play-by-play here and there, a little bit of color here and there, you know, wishing I had popcorn in my hand to enjoy this, but no, I'm just happy to see all this gameplay. I'm excited to be here, and I'm very grateful to see these players put on the show that they are, as we're hopping back into game number 2 now of our second semifinal. Doesn't seem like they're going to be going to Lowtown this time, but it does seem like they do have a little bit of an opponent to match up against here, so they got to loot up fast and get ready for a fight.
So this is J Pounds and Jafasa hitting out market again over here by Hadika Farms. Oh, by the way, that's a loadout. That's a what's it called? A redeploy pack. So that could come in handy off this early start. Pounds needs to remember to play in. Jafasa goes down. Does manage to get 1 kill. Pounds is going to try and come and trade it out. The Thermite goes out. He does get the crack. You can't run over your own Thermite. You will take damage. Needs to play up. In big trouble for a second here. The thing is about this spot, it's starting to become more popular with teams. A lot of folks are starting to hit it out. It isn't as quiet as you'd hope this time round.
Jafasa looking to return to his duo as quick as possible. The early shots are good. Finishes it off. Not even a lick of damage. And he lets him know, too. That was a very comfortable fight for Jafasa. So he's going to head back over towards Pounds, who is still looking to finesse his life. Spot somebody on the roof. Doesn't take the shots right away. There's 2 in his sights. The first one gets knocked. The second one is on the prowl. Pounds with a double kill with the rifle 9, it looked like. And he's going to finish it off with a beatdown.
Absolutely, but the fact that those players don't immediately die means there's either a self-revive in that first player or there's someone else nearby. And Well, it looks like there's going to be more trouble here if you are Pounds and Jufasa. Jufasa, by the way, as you said, dealing with that gulag nice and quickly, gets himself back on in to back up his teammate. Pounds will send his opponent packing, and Jufasa sets up that crossfire that we've seen out of these two multiple times already in this series. Beautiful stuff out of them. Top teams struggle to set up crossfires in situations like that. Jufasa,
course, yeah.
with a wonderful reposition to back up his teammate, and what could have been a very difficult situation turns into them again getting themselves set up and ready to attack the rest of this lobby.
It seems like a typical Saturday afternoon for these two Enigmas, so I'm loving the action that we're getting so far inside of our DAF Gaming League finals, and heading over to Joker and Homelander, Joker and Razor, for the first time inside of this second map. 0 kills for Joker. Not sure what the case is for Razor, but that is not a good sight considering we snap over to Jufasa and he's already got 3, and knowing Pounds has at least 2. 5 kills across this duo. So Joker and Razor, they need to start kicking it into high gear.
Yeah, they do indeed. But by avoiding the... Oh, this recon drone could be huge. So if any of you are unsure with the recon drone, what you can do is essentially leave it positioned in a certain area, and wherever it's covering, when you leave it alone, it will continue to mark players for you, which is what it is doing now, giving you live pings, essentially telling you where opponents are at all times. It's a great play to make. The problem is it very quickly runs out of battery. I'm not sure exactly what it's using, but that means it dies quickly, so you've got to move very quickly. However, switch on over to Joker, and speaking of moving quickly, he's dealt with this problem instantly.
Of course, Joker's finally going to put his first on for game number 2. That should be go time now for this duel, but as we're saying, that Pounds and Jufasa still in the action. So much chaos. Jufasa's on the run. You hear that call from Pounds, play your life. Pounds still has his gulag. Jufasa does not, so gets out of there with a 4th kill and goes back in. Nobody's looking. There's 3 players. That is not a good look for Jufasa. This is going to be a tough one to get out of.
I'm wondering if gulag tokens are also banned here, because he's run past one several times and not picked it up, and obviously we know he's already used his. Pounds now, SVA in hand, slides right, gets the crack, only takes minimal damage in return. He's got to make sure he guesses this correctly, though the time to kill is very quick, and he will indeed deliver. But the problem is for J Pounds, we know that Jufasa here is in essentially a 1v4 situation, so does he go straight back, or does he instead play safety and just pull on off and essentially allow his team to have an escape plan if needed?
Full elimination, stun back in. Well, that is the gas for Joker. Finds that first knock, finds the kill too, but has to replay it and go back in. It's Razor in the gulag that we have to keep our attention on. Everybody has been on point with their gulag so far. That's not gonna stop yet.
Absolutely. All 4 of these players so far doing a great job when it comes to gulag. However, J Pounds has gone down in the back. So Jufasa, though, getting a kill. And well, the thing is, we know... Oh, Jufasa goes down as well.
Both down.
Jufasa and J Pounds are on 9, whereas Joker and Homelander are on 4. So they've got to get 5 to at least tie. But this is a huge opportunity for the squad that are currently struggling in this series.
Yeah, so... Palemo in the hands of Homelander. You see here him calling that he is going to die, and that is the case. Finds the knock just before it, but he's got to give it up, and I don't think Joker was anywhere close to this to maybe trade it out. No, we're going to be looking to buy back. Oh, I thought for a second maybe we're going to see it again, but takes his time this time. Maybe he was watching the last semifinals, so he knows better, as he's going to buy an interceptor. And like you said, 5 kills to tie it up, 6 kills to take the win. This would be an insane moment for both Homelander and Joker to be gifted this very early on in game 2.
Yeah, I think at this point, what I want to see them both do is essentially get together. There's an armor box back there, son. If I was you, I'd be using that to stack yourselves up. But the situation for these two, I think you get together, you have one play a little bit of a safety blanket situation, you just slowly chip away at the players that are in this lobby. There's a lot here, 75, so you can still slowly chip away at the lobby and get yourself those 6 kills to win it. And I mean, even in moments like that one where Homelander goes down, he downs 3 players essentially throughout those gunfights. If any of those come on through, it makes that gap much smaller and gets them right up into contention for taking this map. So,
oh, of course.
As much as Jufasa and J Pounds have to sit here and potentially watch their lead ebb away, we've seen how difficult these lobbies can be, how difficult some of these fights can be. It's going to be a lot of 2v4s. This is by no means over yet.
Oh, definitely not. As the UAV is going to be popped, they slowly gallivant their way into the circle. High alert.
I'm gonna go up on this roof right here.
Where the buildings ahead of them, but nothing popping up on their minimap just yet. So it does seem like they should safely take to this roof. Maybe look for a couple members around them. I mean, there are plenty of populations inside of this server still, so you can't imagine people would be too far away. And hey, look, our first victims. Nice shots coming out. The knock and more farther away. Absolutely crisp shots being shown here from Razor. They're going to take the redeploy, and now they got to be a little bit careful. It seems like this team wants the tango.
Yeah, coming back in on this. I'm not sure if I think that this is a great idea. Yeah, you can see them peel away, but does that mean that the first player that was downed finished off? You can hear the call-outs coming in. Did you get your full? No. Could that have been a self-revive? Because if so, those ones are frustrating when you're just thinking like, okay, well, you know, we need these kills to come on through. You don't want situations like this to escape you. That's essentially a freebie that you want to make sure you've cleaned up. And the problem is as well, if you don't get your full... Oh, there you go. It comes on through. So I was going to say, because if not, then you now have a player that is separating you from your teammate and could cause you trouble. And if that happens and the opposing team then, you know, the rest of the teammates decide to collapse on in, you're essentially pinched in a spot of bother as these two look to redeploy in towards Old Town. And the problem is with Old Town, it's a very scary situation at the best of times. And you see Joker go down in the back. He does have his goo, but Homelander here doing the right thing and avoiding the hotspot.
Okay, so this is going to be possibly another kill. The Core 45, dual wield. Sidewinder is the primary. Early shots coming out from Joker. Backs on down. Listening to where this opponent could be. Ooh, think the opponent went to go for the beatdown, but ain't no way you're getting past that, especially considering 150 health now is going to take a little bit longer to punch your opponent out of that gulag. So welcome back, Joker. That's another kill for these two. And just hovering over Old Town, possibly taking their time to see where a safe spot is to land.
Yeah, you can see in your bottom left there that Homelander is firing at a bunch of things right now. And yeah, I think you back off here. Again, you've got lots of time. It might not feel like it sometimes, but there's still 54 players in this lobby. There's a lot of people to potentially fight, and you just need to nick a kill here or there, like this. Oh, I thought for a second he'd choked that, but does manage to get the kill, and that's another one on the board. And that's all you have to do. Find a couple of stragglers here and there, and just slowly ebb away at it.
Just like a little bit of this and a little bit of that, because you look, there's so much game to still be played. There's no reason to rush this between these two, and I think Joker kind of caught himself rushing, and that should be a lesson learned now for this duo, that you just cannot get away with anything right now. And the opponents in this lobby are tough. So 4 kills for Razor. Joker soon behind. He's gonna drop his cash, but they spot somebody up top, and that is a team wipe. So big kills coming up for Joker there. Full team eliminated. Another one to slowly close this gap. And it seems like they have an idea that there might be more.
Yeah, and there is indeed. And can you land the shots? Well, not quite. Homelander misses a couple of crucial ones. Has to back on down. There's a lack of plates. He's going to be pushed. What do you have in your back pocket? It's a rival 9. Can Joker arrive in support? And oh no, Homelander's between everything. Manages to somehow down 1. Does a really good job there, but yeah, Joker's just going to have to get on out. He doesn't have the money for the buyback either. We haven't looked at the scoreboard in a while, but I think there's still like 2 kills in this. So you don't want to let it all go here.
Would you look at that? I mean, I'm not sure what's going on between these two. A little bit of a disconnect there. I think Joker should be playing a little bit closer to Racer in those moments, as they were kind of linked together for a moment, but everything falls apart. Shot at range. That gives away exactly where Joker is, and that might call for the team that's sitting there inside of the fire hall to maybe jump down and chase this one. Looks like they are, so can Joker make the best out of this? The shots in the sky not landing, out in the open, nowhere to go. This is going to be a tough way to bounce back.
Yeah, for me, grab the vehicle, rotate as far away from the situation as you can. I think that this opposing team have recognized that he is a lone wolf, and they're trying to just get their net out around him and hunt him down. But the thing is, so one of the new things that comes in with Urzikstan is buy stations that are in the gas are alive for a lot longer. It used to be that they essentially weren't usable as soon as the gas touched them, but I think now it's up to around 30 plus seconds. I can't be 100% sure, but it is a lot longer. So even if it goes into the gas, he can run out there and touch it and bring his player back in. Does now have the cash, and it would be a huge moment for them in this map. The problem is, it is a lot of players around this, and you can't be missing these snipes, my man. You gotta hit some.
One with the interceptor, shot number 1 hits, but can't crack that armor. He's gonna go for the full send. I mean, you need a little bit of cash for sure, but this is a very risky play. So drops down the sniper, MCW cracks the armor, drops underneath the bridge, and he finds the full team wipe on that player. So 5 kills now for Joker, but not sure if it's enough. They might just be close to tying it up.
Yeah, the problem is here for Joker is you're always at risk of making noise, and yeah, so 2 kills. Wait, no, we even right now? I think we're even. So it's 1 more kill in it. The problem is if you're Joker, like, you want to bring your teammate back in just for safety reasons, just in case. Of course. Oh, there's a player right in front of him, but someone else picks him off. And the problem is this going to be an individual? Is this going to be a team?
It's a team, a full team. They're fighting though. Shots out, the knock, and now Joker looking to put this away here, and now another knock. That could be it. Joker clutching up for his squad. Beam season Boogaloo looking to tie us up here in our second semifinal. But let's take a victory lap, Enigma. Let's see just how much he can walk away with. Another one's going to fall. The gas is closing in. Bombs dropping all around him. This is going to be tough for Joker. Ducks inside. Baspy in hand. No plates on board. Can re-up, and he will. But he has to be so careful.
He's got 2 smokes in hand, lights up 1 player, lights up a second. The kill count doesn't matter anymore because he isn't able to be stopped. Okay, it looks like they pulled that out. Joker's enjoyed himself a little bit too much there. But opposition pulled that one to an end, and it will indeed be Beam Season Boogaloo evening things up, pulling it back to 1 apiece. And 80s Babies there, perhaps getting too far ahead of themselves, throwing away that massive lead that they had, and it's a huge play in the end. A clutch play out of Joker, the man who we said at the top of the show, the man who in the interview looked so cool, calm, collected, and confident, who sees that one back even here in our semi-final.
It's very unfortunate for 80s Babies. Fortunately for them, they did win out on game number 1, so it's not like they're down just yet, but they tried to flip their game style, get aggressive, and that kind of blew up in their face. Even Pounds here in his gulag, it was a little bit close, so maybe the shot a little bit like late to warm up, maybe still trying to find their way into their flow state. But a big moment for Joker and Razor, who, you know, throughout all of this was not a clean comeback. I mean, they were down so far, Joker. It took them a little bit to get in this position to absolutely run rampant, but whenever, you know, that, I guess, opportunity arose, you saw Joker was right there to clean it up. Almost similar to Dolt back in our first series, who every single time he saw the opportunity to go in, rat a few kills, take advantage of maybe a third party, he did exactly that. And what do we see? We see Joker not find just 1 kill that was needed, but just decimate, I think, 3 teams that were around him.
Yeah, did a fantastic job there, clutching up at the end. You're right to call it back to Dolt, another individual who managed to seem to make the correct call and play those very difficult situations in a very smart way. At the end there, I really was thinking, okay, you're 1 away from taking this, but you're caught between a lot of different teams. I think that your luck has ran out. Absolutely not. Sticks to it, holds down the trigger finger, lights up a couple of players, and it makes that really good call to be recognizing, okay, there's multiple teams fighting each other here. All I have to do is get 1. So if I just linger on the edge of this fight, I'm good. And then absolutely smokes whoever it is that comes out afterwards and beats them to a pulp.
It might be a little bit of the nerves that I'm seeing from these 2 teams, but for Joker there, it was like a switch flipped in his head. As soon as he got that 1 kill, he was free, he was unleashed onto the map, and every single team that was around him, he was not missing a shot there towards the end. That Bass P, I mean, it is one heck of a gun, and we get to see actually just how much damage it could do up close and personal. You know, a lot of times, you know, you could say a little bit of luck there that, you know, those 3 teams did not turn around and absolutely put all their focus onto just him. But, you know, to look at a situation where 3 teams are fighting each other in and amongst the chaos, in and amongst the bombs dropping Enigma, it's hard for teams in Warzone to really pinpoint when a team is, you know, ratting behind them and just pops up at just the right time.
Yeah, the thing is about Warzone, like, it's such a complex game. It is so difficult. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of technical skill involved, but if we were to compare it to COD multiplayer, probably less technical skill, more about just constantly making these assessive decisions, being adaptive, playing on the fly, and essentially being able to read the way in which this is all going to unfold. That level of anticipation is very difficult to find, and Joker showing plenty there in order to see that through. But that map was indeed riding by the seat of your pants as much as possible. That was as close as it gets, and it, I mean, comes on through, gives us a tied-up semi-final here. And just looking at how these 2 teams are playing right now, 2 very different strategies between them, but both showing a lot of qualities. And I can't wait to see which one makes it through to that final to take on Dalton Tones, because it's looking like a heck of a matchup to see on through this whole thing.
Yeah, and for a second there, I didn't know if BMCs and Boogler were going to win that game too, even being the only ones in. I mean, at times it was Joker going down. He luckily had the gulag, but then Razor went down, and it put Joker in a situation where he didn't have the cash to buy back his teammates, and he had to go on a little bit of a survival instinct, start playing it safe, start hunting down a couple of these members, and, you know, in that last little moment, I think we saw the Joker that we both were, I guess, anticipating heading into this, especially after hearing that interview. But it's a big moment for them to tie us up in this series. Now, heading into game number 3, this is very similar to what we got in our first semifinals Enigma, where both teams were tied heading into game 3. This is almost a swing map where the winner has the momentum going into map number 4, and that puts them on match point after this. So this is a moment where whoever wins game 3 has a good chance at going back to back and putting it away.
Yeah, absolutely right. It can give you a massive momentum swing at this point, because I think as well, a lot of the times, like, this is the first series that these teams have played through this afternoon, right? They come in on the semi-finals, so it ends up in a situation for them where it's all about finding out their early games. How are they going to do? How's the shot feeling today? How's the decision making looking today? Well, they're past that point now. They've both kind of had a little bit of a taste of success and a taste of defeat. How do they react to that? For me, I don't think if you're J-Pounds or Jufasa, I don't think you have to change much. I think that they just get kind of unfortunate and perhaps a bit over-eager here in our second map. But for me, I think that if you are this Beam Season Boogaloo squad, I think that what you do is you assess that, okay, well, what we can do from what we've learned from map 2 is these can go very long. We don't need to be uber aggressive off the start, burn up our gulags, burn up our materials. We can just slowly chip away at a lobby. There's a lot of opportunities to get kills. Why don't we do just that?
And, you know, we had the same exact conversation back in our first semifinal Enigma, and I think one thing that we didn't really talk about is it's hard to plan heading into these games, these kill races, because, you know, for Jafasa and Pounds, I'm in agreement with you that I don't want to see them change anything at all. I think they are playing some fantastic Warzone, and they might have gotten a bit unlucky there. And, you know, heading into game number 3, it's one of those things you have to look at it like you can't really predict where your opponents are going to land. You know, how many players are going to contest you, how many players are going to, you know, drop in and around your point of interest. And I think for Mufasa and Pounds, they just kind of got the short end of a stick. And I think it was not just one team, but 2 teams dropped at the markets. And it really puts you in that survival instinct where you can't play it safe. You have to fight your way out, and it doesn't always go your way, especially considering in these 2v2 kill races, it's not like you're playing as a full squad. It's not like you have 2 other people backing you up. You know, the other 2 people on your team are kind of preying on your downfall. They want you to die, so they're not going to be there to help you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is one of the kind of underrated things when it comes to kill races, because we talk about it as being duos, so it's very easy to assume that everyone else is playing in 2s. No, that you're up against stacks of 4s, and we've seen that these boys are coming up against some high world-class talent this afternoon. So you are indeed in this situation where if any kills that you manage to get out of these situations are huge. You see here, by the way, Jufasa does a great job of this. One of the things that he seems to be really strong with is isolating individuals into these gunfights, and that's what they have to do. Again, you're in a 2v4, and what you want to do is kind of reduce the odds up against you at all times. And Jufasa with his repositioning, we've spoken multiple times about that. He's doing a very good job of that. So definitely want to just see them continue on their path. Whereas, again, for Joker and Razor, I think that in map 1, for me, they were just a little bit too aggressive. And I'm hoping that what they've seen in map 2 is that, sorry, map 1, yeah, a little bit too aggressive. In map 2, what I want to see is them learn those lessons and essentially play a bit of a safer game.
And you don't normally even get to see that with, players in the competitive scene, with players just, in everyday war zones, with the intellect to, recognize what kind of positioning they're dealing with, what kind of opponents they're dealing with. And if you're in a 2 versus 1 and you're able to kind of dictate that gunfight, you back around some of the natural cover, you make it, apparent that you understand the amount of opponents against you, and you back into that natural cover, you isolate those 1v1s, it shows just how formidable of an opponent you are, just how smart you are when it comes down to these. And, across Air Force Gaming, across a lot of these service members that are going to be playing in tournaments like this, I expect them to have that, quick decision making. I mean, they train in scenarios where, quick decision making is going to really, be a key part of your job. And to show that inside of a game like Warzone, to show that you can understand a scenario in the moment and adapt to that, it's just, it is so impressive to see with these individuals.
Yeah, well, some of the decision-making that has been coming in has been ridiculously impressive. We spoke several times about how J-Pounds and Jufasa, for example, if one is engaged in a gunfight, the other is repositioning in order to set up that crossfire. That is happening instantaneously. You and me might be able to do that, but what it would probably require is a bit of communication. Okay, I'm in this situation. Can you hit him from this other situation? That will be something that you and me have to figure out. And even then, we're probably doing it to a good standard. These boys are instantaneous. They're recognizing immediately, okay, this is where my teammate is. This is what he needs. This is how I can best execute that. So you can see that high-level decision-making coming on through. It's the same when we talk about Razor and Joker, the kind of plays that they're making off of each other. We hear the communication coming on through. This is the situation right now, and here's how we best play it. High-level stuff from high-level players. And, well, I mean, I'd expect nothing less for our semi-final. But again, we've got the best seat in the house, and we get to watch it all unfold.
Course, and it kind of goes back to Aqueous and Jay, even the bait and switch plays that they had to play off amongst each other, the ways that they were able to breach and execute onto some fights. It is just amazing Warzone that we are witnessing. And this isn't even the grand finals, Enigma. We still got a couple more games before we reach the grand finals. This best of 5 is only heading into map number 3. Each team tied 1 apiece. And this is going to be who determines that momentum heading into game 4.
Oh, goodness me. J-Pounds immediately finds himself what is essentially a gulag shop. So a loadout box. So you open that up and it gives you a very good set of weapons. Interceptor range down, but it won't matter. He doesn't do enough with it. If anything, that's the worst situation that can play out there, because you're going to hand those weapons over to an opponent. And, well, this is all Jufasa can really do at this point, is back on off and hope for the best. Hope he doesn't get chased on out, because he's only got a pistol in hand. He's in big trouble.
That is so unlucky. I mean, you get such a good drop, but I guess the drop is only as good as your shot in the moment, and the shots just were not there. Striker now to win yourself back into the game, Pounds. He's been fantastic with the Gulags. All 4 of these members have been fantastic. Lockwood in the back pocket. No information right off the bat. Peeking to the left, and his opponent walks out in the open, and the shot just lagging a little bit to the right. I do not know how he lost that, Enigma. My.
I mean, the frustration that comes out of J-Pounds, you hear it, and we truly understand it. I'm not quite sure how he just lost that gunfight, but that is how the cookie crumbles in this one. It's very tough to take, because, again, J-Pounds lands, finds himself that box, which gives him essentially his loadout weapons. And honestly, if you've got a busy drop near you and you get your loadout weapons immediately, you're thinking, okay, I can rack up a couple of good kills here. Instead, he gets beamed in the first fight, loses his gulag somehow. That entire situation flipped on his head. Got to maintain composure from this point on. Jufasa's just got to reset the game, get his teammate back in, and go again. Again, these are very long lobbies, and, well, any mistakes that come on through from J-Pounds are going to be capitalized on by Homelander and Joker as they start to string some kills together.
Of course. So we're looking at, Joker and Razor to start to get ahead of the game here. J-Pounds is slowly gliding his way back in. He's spotting the airstrikes, he's spotting the shots, the tracers, but heading into the action, Joker is on 3. So what a start coming out from Joker and Razor. And it doesn't look like the action is done just yet over the ridge. Nice shots coming out. That is 4 acquired. He's going to look at these guns, but he ultimately decides his gun is better. It has been frying.
Yeah, well, that Ram 7 comes in with a new battle pass, and it is a really good weapon. Not sure what was going on there with Joker, but we will move on over to Razor, Homelander. He's hovering around a buy station right now. Him and his teammate have quite a lot of cash between them, nearly 11k, so enough to get themselves set up nice and pretty, but again, you got to be careful with situations like this because you don't want to necessarily buy something that might benefit your opponent. So, yeah, those comms come on through. Razor needs guns.
Yeah, Razor needs guns, and he needs it desperately because Joker's doing all the work. So here we
Hasn't
go.
blinked in a while.
No, I mean he is just eyes peeled on the game right now.
Locked in. That's all it is.
Let's see what comes out from Jufasa and J-Pounds quickly too, because as you know the game progresses, I know we've been talking about the slow play, the patience in a lot of teams, but with Joker coming out to a quick lead again, I mean it's going to put some pressure onto Jufasa to want to make a play. He has not been a player to shy away from a fight, and it doesn't seem like that's going to begin now.
No, definitely not. As he starts to push over towards the northern side of the suburbs, just across that river is going to be Low Town. We know how busy that can be early on in matches, and J-Pounds here still seems to be struggling a little bit. The gunfight won't go his way. He's out of place, doesn't even have himself fully plated up. That opponent may well come back for seconds and has bought in another player. So a spot of bother here if you are J-Pounds, who hasn't had the best map so far. And yeah, for me, I think you just hook up with your teammate at this point. Sometimes when things are going your way, you just need to play your angles and your teammate, and oh my lord, he's in trouble. Jufasa's got to get there to help.
Yeah.
Oh, Joker?
Going in, he's going fast though. So Joker, he's down and out. J-Pounds broken on the plates. Jufasa high alert. A couple shots gonna put him down, but playing it safe around the corner, slides out. Nice kill, finishes it with the thermite I think he was going for, but he definitely had a chance to put that away. Maybe he thought he had a throwing knife there.
Yeah, I think so. He throws the thermobaric. Don't get me wrong, it would have done the job just fine. But yeah, it's a brutal way to send someone packing. That thing would just land next to him and just cooked him alive. But Jufasa here, yeah, you can see that he's keen to get their map 3 going. Despite the lack of resources, really. Again, J-Pounds needs to put in a couple plays. Could probably do with sharing some with Jufasa. Jufasa's dove down into the split courtyard between these two buildings in order to try and push the equation. J-Pounds is going to get shot diving off as well. And this might turn out to be a... What on earth was their opponent thinking of doing there?
I don't know. Definitely he thought he could win it, but now thinking a little bit differently. You see that Homelander back in the gulag. J-Pound starting to heat up from the skies. That's a freebie. Team wipe coming out for for J-Pounds. First kill on the board, but definitely looking to see a little bit of a resurgence from these two. It does look like Homelander Razor was able to win his gulag, so we are back to full strength when it comes to this squad.
I'm still trying to digest what the hell just happened. I'm pretty sure their opponent decides to push the gunfight for some reason and leave their safe rooftop that they have, but doesn't pull their parachute and breaks their legs on the fall, which then essentially turns him into a free kill. I mean,
it is what it is.
So yeah, we've spoken about it. Sometimes you can be up against some of the best players in the world, and sometimes you can be up against just that. If this game is decided by 1 kill, there'll be some interesting VOD reviewing going on later. But yeah,
looking at that like, really?
Yeah, if you're
We're
Joker,
getting beat by Jukies, and you're
if you're Joker and Homelander, you'd be like, okay, well that was an interesting situation. But as it works out for J-Pounds and Jufasa, hopefully that's them getting their map started, because it's been tough for them so far. It's been a tough map 3. Whereas for Joker and Homelander, it just seems to have gone a bit smoother. Then again, Homelander only on 2. I think Joker was sitting around, what, 3 or 4? So they've not exactly pulled away in this one either. A long game left to go.
Yeah, long way away from the finish line. And as we've kind of been hinting into this one, kind of building in the suspense between these two, already finding some value on both ends of the field. And in that same respective, right, you're thinking, hey, winner of this game heads into game 4 with a win behind them. And heading on to match point after a win like that, that separates these two teams, puts you in such a confident position to do it again. Now, we saw that kind of come back to bite Jufasa and J-Pounds back in game number 2, but heading into game 4, after these mistakes were made, after the adjustments have been seen, and even after seeing our semifinal 1, I just don't expect the team to lose heading into game 4. This is going to be a big game determining the outcome.
Jufasa hits some absolute beams, kills one, essentially a third party, but then absolutely rips another. However, back down by his opposition's teammate, so he's going to reposition well here. Must have been a self-res come on through. Pops the Betty that was sitting there. Sorry, procs mine for anyone who's a newer generation. But we'll get up aggressive with this Polemiot and wants to just take the fight to him. He's there's a lot, but he gets caught by someone waiting next to the little jump up here. That's very frustrating if you're Jufasa. You can hear it.
Yep.
And it's the COD timing that just completely goes against him. Homelander's actually going to push this. Swarm in hand, but you're underneath a couple of opponents here. This could be... Although you're looking to third party this, you are essentially underneath a team. This could go from 0 to 0 real quick if you're not careful.
Yeah, that is very fortunate that that team above them took quite a heavy hit from Jufasa. So they're able to revive Joker. Jufasa wins out his gulag as he's been ice cold in these 1v1s.
It might be good.
A little bit extra love to his opponents every single time. So heading back in towards Urzakstan with the Sidewinder in hand, definitely maybe not the gun of choice, but if Jufasa deems so, he might want to drop in and start to pick away at these members, maybe steal these kills away from Beam Season Boogaloo.
It's tough, though, if you're Jufasa, because I guess if you're up there in the air, like you spoke about it before, you can essentially be a portable UAV, but you don't want to ping players, because that's going to tell Joker and Razor where everyone is. And actually, Joker and Razor are going to have to back on off here, because J-Pounds gets picked up, and they're getting pushed by multiple players. You can see the high alert pinging every now and again. The Mortar Strike is also going to back them on away. Those are some lovely shots, though, with the Swarm. Not sure if that's the same team, though, because it looks like there's someone else coming in from elsewhere, and there's a precision on top of that. Joker going to have to play his cool. No plates available in the pocket. Is going to have to be perfect to continue to take that kill number up towards the double digits. That armor box will be huge.
Are you good? For now. Where are you?
So here we go. Reeling in 7 kills for Joker. Jufasa is down. Pounds as well. This is not a good look for 80s babies.
There's a whole different squad behind me. Just shot me.
I think this is done. I think it is done.
Drag it out, bro.
That's the kill coming out. Gonna take a look at, I'm sure, the scoreboard in a few seconds, but Homelander falls here. He doesn't have a gulag either. And we're running in towards the late games here of game number 3 as we take a look at the scoreboard quickly. What are we looking at, Enigma?
Joker has absolutely cooked this one up. Hits 7, which is more than everyone else in the lobby. Essentially a repeat of Jufasa's performance from map 1. Goes absolutely huge. And that will then give Beam Season Boogaloo the 2-1 lead, and essentially match point heading into map 4 of our semi-final.
Well, I didn't really want to, reveal the cards right away that we were kind of hearing back in originally talking to Joker, but after I was done with the interview, I was talking to him a little bit more, and he said to me, he's like, I'm heading to the grand finals. This is kind of our moment to face off against some friends of ours, have a little bit of a go at it for who's going to be the best here in the DAF Gaming League. And now on match point for Beam Season Boogaloo, this could be their moment to kind of take their semifinals and push in towards the grand finals with a very, very fantastic start here out of Joker.
Yeah, Joker absolutely popping off. It goes huge for his squad. And the thing is, we've seen him as well. He likes to be quite aggressive, likes to put himself in difficult situations. But when you're racking up those kind of kill numbers, you can't really argue with it. Would I be putting myself in those situations knowing that I don't have a gulag available to me? And if I fall, then my teammate doesn't have a gulag available to him. It's difficult, especially when you've got a lead as well, because you're like, well, we can just take our time here and force our opponents to essentially make the mistakes. They have to bring the game to us. But Joker's very happy to get involved in things. Saw a couple of third-party moments as well that we saw him also do at the end of map 2 to see out the clutch there. So him currently you're looking at for your MVP for this semi-final. He's been very, very impressive.
So far, so good for sure. But heading in towards game number 4, before that, we're going to take a quick little break here on the desk. And when we arrive, could be the final but at the same time, could be the resurgence that we're looking for from 80s Babies. You're just going to have to find out when we get back with more DAF Gaming League.
I'm Michael Bellato. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I've been in Germany since July 4th, 1990, so going on 33 years. I came as a dependent with my mother. She was active duty. I've worked with Force Support Squadron for 23 years now. Love what I do. I am the Deputy Chief of the Community Services Flight. What I do is put on all the big events on this installation, the Freedom Fest, the bazaars, the concerts. And actually, this is the first time putting on an esports event, so pretty excited. Working with the team has been very new to me, but it's been amazing. We've had a great time, great communication. I would say probably one of the funnest events we've had so far. Kind of excited to see what the crowd's going to look like. Again, this is new to the base, new to us. Just kind of excited to be here. The difference is the big events that I normally put on, we have thousands, 25, 30,000 people here enjoying an event with fireworks or music and stuff. This is in a smaller location, but the difference is that it's online. So people get to join us and interact online instead of being here with us in the location.
It is so great to be here. First ever Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Teams from US, from UK coming together to play some Rocket League.
I think what this is going to do is this is going to bring a lot of people out of the dorms and out of their houses and bring a new experience to the installation that we haven't had. Brings them an awareness, and I wasn't even aware of all the great things that the Esports Center provides. It's going to be very exciting to see what they bring. I do know our leadership is aware of this event and they're really excited. They wanted a lot of information. Hopefully it brings joy to our leadership too, which will also bring joy to our airmen and our Space Force. People that do play games, they're very familiar, but everybody that doesn't play games online, like myself, I don't really play a lot. I wasn't aware of all of this, so I hope that people's supervisors and leaders and everybody encourage their people that want to play to reach out to the Air Force Services Agency or Center and get them involved with esports, and hopefully they can join the team and be in this tournament too next year or the year after. They get to travel across the world, they get to meet amazing people. Basically, they get a free trip somewhere to a location they've probably never been and get to play a game that they really enjoy and again, meet amazing people. I mean, this is a great crew, a great time. They're here for a week. Anybody that was on this team or will be on this team would really enjoy what they get to see and be a part of. Like I said, I'm not really a big gamer, but I do play games sometimes. My brother lives in the United States and he's active duty. He's a pilot, so he really doesn't have a lot of time. But so when he does have time, we meet online, we get to talk and we interact on the Call of Duty platform. So it's fun. But for me, it's more of that bonding with my family, the time that we really don't get. Because when you're on the phone, you're not going to talk that long, but online, you could play a couple hours and not even know that time flew by. When you play and you get to meet your friends or people that you haven't stayed in touch with, so I stay in touch with my friend Steve Sarandos and other friends, I think looking at a big picture, worldwide, everybody that connects and they get to build that bond in with their friendship and their families, even though they're so far apart, but they're still so connected just through a game. And it's life-changing.
This is kind of where the real tournament begins, right? 30 seconds left. It's going to go check me again. Tam.
Oh! Numbers are starting to come through, but they line up for Artie to kick the double.
It's the most offense we've seen for them the entire series, but it's Talent looking for the double tap. The best player, mechanically speaking, of the tournament is on the field, and he's going to be the man to open up the scoring in the grand finals.
Vic has been really reading approaches from...
Oh, wow. Show me your moves into the spike. Oh, what a way to finish things.
Welcome back over to the DAF Gaming League Warzone semifinals number 2. We're heading into game number 4, and it has been quite the contention between both of these teams. 80s Babies and Beam Season Boogaloo. 2-1 for Beam Season Boogaloo after Joker puts on an absolute masterclass in game number 3. And now heading into game number 4, Enigma, I said the momentum is in their favor to close it out here.
It is, and we saw that paid off in our first series, right? The team that went up 2-1, the team that took that mid-map, went on to win the series. So is that going to be history repeating itself here in this one? Well, if you're Joker and Razor, if you are Beam Season Boogaloo, got that name every time, that name. But if you are Beam Season Boogaloo, you are indeed hoping that that is the case. And the thing is, they've shown two different sides to their game as well, which is why they're looking so good. I think that when it comes to 80s babies, we've seen Jafasa absolutely pop off to take map 1 there. But other than that, we haven't seen too much to suggest that they will go on through here. Whereas Beam Season Boogaloo, we've seen a case of having to slowly chip away and ebb away at a deficit that they saw in map 2, and Joker clutching up big. And then we also just saw Joker absolutely pop off in map 3 to take that one. So we've seen multiple sides and multiple facets to their play. So that's why I do feel Beam Season Boogaloo take this one home.
No, I'm right there with you, but at the same time, I don't want to sit here and count Jafasa out just yet, because in game number 1, Jafasa and J-Pounds both were just absolute demons in Lowtown. I mean, first they didn't want to go to Lowtown. They, dropping over towards the market, it seems like that is their safe place so far.
Yes.
Enigma, but if they can find that, I guess, power inside of them that, we know that they have after watching that game number 1, and start to make those small little decisions that play safer like we did see in that same game, it kind of puts together a same scenario from what Dolt and what Tones were doing, and it's kind of what they need to do because we know their shots on point. It's just kind of putting together those strategies and those right plays to kind of set themselves up in the moment for some successful kills without losing your lives.
Yeah, I think the person I'm going to call on is going to be J-Pounds. I think we've seen Jafasa do some incredible things already. Map 1 in particular looked ridiculous. He popped off, dropping more kills than everyone else in this quad. So I feel like he's done a lot of work. I think that the thing is, you look at how map 3 started for J-Pounds, and it's possibly one of the most unlucky set of circumstances I've seen someone have so far this afternoon. He lands in, essentially finds himself his own loadout weapons through a box immediately, then loses the first gunfight, and then I'm not sure if he thinks he's killed his opponent in his gulag and stops shooting or something, but somehow loses that gulag fight. I want to see him reset. I've got to see that some composure come through. I've got to see some, we've spoken about it today, being resolute, showing that grit and determination to see yourself through tough situations. Got to see that out of him and really join Jafasa in slaying out to tie this one up.
It's definitely a frustrating moment. We've all been there. I don't think there's a single person in the game that hasn't had a moment where, you either just stop shooting before the kill actually happens, or you're just a little bit off the target. So I'm right there with you, Enigma. It's an excellent point that I would like to see J-Pounds, take the time off this break to maybe take a little bit of a breather, talk amongst, your teammate, talk amongst Jafasa on exactly what you want to do heading into this 4th game, and then sending it into a game 5. It's not only going to ice your opponents, in that sense where you take that win, you take away that momentum that they had coming into this 4th game, but you also set yourself up for a chance to head into that grand finals, and that's a moment that both of these teams want right now. It's a moment that all these competitors want, because we're not only playing for the prizing, but we're also playing for that pride that comes into these Air Force gaming communities. I think that's one thing I always notice is that, since the military itself is a very competitive place in and amongst these service members, everybody wants to be, I guess, better in the competition. The community gives them that chance to, be the best at what they do. And here, every single one of these members, they want to be the best. So we're now looking at them to step to the occasion where they could be the best.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've spoken about it multiple times, the training that these gents go through, the kind of situations they put themselves in, not only competitive, a lot of pride on the line, etc., making the correct decisions and so on. There's no doubt at all that all of these players want to take home that
of course, yeah,
that we won the DAFGL Fall finals, we beat you, we're better. They definitely want that. There's no doubt that these guys have relationships in which they want to kind of have that edge. If I was coming up against you in a tournament, I'd be doing my damnedest to make sure that I take it from you. So there's no doubt that that's coming on through this. And well, we're going to start on board with the man who I think has been the MVP so far through this semi-final, and that is Joker. It goes absolutely huge to clutch up in map 2, and then a massive part of making sure that map 3 was seen on out as well. And he's getting straight into the suburbs. This can be a very busy drop.
Yeah, and you can already see a couple of parachutes around them, a couple of dots ringing out. They are going to be in and around amongst each other, and it does look like both J-Pounds as well as Jafasa have landed in and around these members too. So maybe taking a different approach to this one, where in the past we've seen members of each team separate from each other, play at different ends of the map, but now kind of isolating in and amongst each other, so you have that, I guess, safety net of your opposing team who also wants to find these kills. So it is a little bit of a backup when you think about it like that, although you're just leaving yourself susceptible to losing out on some of these kills.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like the way in which some teams will do this is, let's say, for example, Jafasa, right? He's been the one who's mostly been slaying out between his duo. You will see strategies where the player who is primarily slaying out will go off by themselves, continue to lone wolf, continue to hunt down things, whereas J-Pounds might hang around Homelander and Joker and just try and steal a couple of their kills and just frustrate them. It is a tactic that you see happen in 2v2s, and it is a tactic that I've seen work multiple times.
Oh my God,
so it wouldn't surprise me. But as it currently stands, not much actually going on in Lowtown, and Joker will get a down elsewhere, which we do get to see, and he will indeed finish that off. But honestly, for Lowtown, this has been very quiet.
A very quiet drop, but Joker is still going to find this kill. So we're going to start off with that little bit of success that you're looking for in and amongst these drops. So you get that kill, you have a little bit of a comfort, you shake off that rust heading into it, and you know you've got this kill. So what is another one just after that? And maybe a shot being sniped at. A little bit rude. So they're going to head to the buildings. They ought nothing to do with that sniper. So looks like they're just going to continue on the run.
Absolutely. Just continue to move across, and yeah, for suburbs, the teams start to press north here towards the Lowtown side of things. It is very quiet, although they've spotted some opposition up ahead. And look at that mini-map. Another wonderful change that has come into this version of Warzone, where if an opponent fires an unsuppressed weapon, they appear on your radar, and that gives these players every opportunity then to go hunting, to go and find their prey. And that will be another one on the board for Joker. And you hear the comms coming through. There's actually a lot of players around them here.
Yeah, one on the edge.
Oh, hello.
On the edge.
The next one up to the chopping block. What a shot coming out from Joker. It's a full team wipe to start the game off. 3 kills in the back pocket for this member. One more over the top. That's the Toronto Ultra skin there too. So self-revive. Oh, if you let him get away with the self-revive, I was going to be questioning what this player's decision making was, but hey, it sets up at least Razor to maybe get this kill, and he will. So first kill on the board for Razor. That's 4 total amongst this duo.
Oh, it does very well then to snap on. Kills the first player that was a Twitch player. The second one's a streamer as well. Manages to clean that up though, and Joker's in trouble here. No place. Oh, nearly manages to snap on the opponent there, while Rogue will just about see that one through. And,
wow.
Well, Joker's out. And, well, although Razor has quite a bit of money, it's not enough just yet. That PA will come in very handy. Definitely want to take that along with you. But although there's a buy nearby and a deployable buy nearby, we also know there's a lot of opponents nearby. And the thing is, with the deployable where it is, that likely means that those players have stayed up on that rooftop, and won't matter. Slapped in the back, he will fall. And, well, I think the only duo with kills, I don't think the other duo have a kill at all, but if Razor loses his fight here in the Gulag, that is them as good as gone from this map.
Oh my goodness, the shots coming out from Jafasa, but it's brought right back in the same exact. Rez looking to come up, but looks like nades are being thrown out, so revive. Oh,
I got a
can't revive while being prone, so
I
he's just gonna have to stick this one. But again, he goes down. It looks like they've hopped from building to building, and again, frustration coming out from these members. Everybody has lost their gulag, and Joker, or everybody has at least been to the gulag, and Joker now is waiting to get redeployed.
I didn't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Jufasa here. Clutch it all up for his squad. Lands a couple of bullets, but takes a couple in return. Slips left, and oh my lord, absolutely sends his opponent for a hot dog. Wonderful stuff, and J-Pound's an opportunity to play his good. No, the Molotov's just going to cook his opponent alive. That's the kind of play I want to see, right? Like, last map started off really poorly. Not necessarily a great start in this one either, but it's a composed play, a smart play. Manages to get himself back in. So right now, I do believe that is maybe a 5-kill lead for your BMCs and Boogaloo, but 80s Babies have both players back in, and that might...
Movement fucking gods!
Oh my god.
It has not been a good game for these players.
It hasn't
Enigma at all. And look at this, 9 total kills. It is a very close game, so this could all be down to J-Pounds right now. Coming back into it, $8,000 can bring back his teammate, and we might be going to a Game 5 here.
We might, but I do think there is still quite a few kills in it. I think there's maybe a 5-kill lead here for your Beam Season Boogaloo. So 80s Babies with it all to do, and we've seen how difficult this lobby is. So this, again, far from over. Lots of work to do. I've been asking J-Pounds to step on up and deliver something. He had a really good play there in the Gulag, but that's the only kill so far. So he's got to continue on that with some momentum. And now he's going to be able to get some weapons in the pocket, which is a great way to get yourself set up. Jafasa now with some money and an opportunity to get himself set up. And what they've got to do is essentially do what we've seen through multiple maps this afternoon. Slowly chip it away at the lobby. Take your time. Play it safe. There's 57 players available. You just need 5 or 6 of them, and you send it through to a map 5. We do not need heroics at this stage of the game.
Well, there's the first shots in the tag. Shots in the back for J-Pounds. He's got to back into the building. Looking for some information, though, on where these players are. As Jafas is going to take to the roof. He goes down. Uh-oh. Suddenly, things go from a bad start to a little bit of an unfortunate middle portion of this drop. They come back. They have this chance, and it is falling through their fingertips. Enigma. It's down to J-Pounds, and I'm sure he is surrounded by opponents.
Yeah, I think he hears it too. And the thing is, he's done the right thing, by the way, here, in not picking up that box, because that would tell opponents exactly where he is.
Of course, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, suppression mine right there. Can't touch that. Opens up the box. Counter UAV above him. This could be very problematic.
Has no idea what's around him. Slowly pushing up these stairs. Rooftop. Possibly occupied. Peeks through the door. Nobody is home. So very, very silent at a J-Pounds right now. Doors open around him. Gives him the idea that he's being hunted. Oh, and he gets away. Barely. Has to jump over. Taking absolute damage from everybody around him. He is in a sink or swim situation, and he is sinking.
Yeah, absolutely cannot fall at this point. You have to swim. Otherwise, this is your tournament over. I do not like this play. You've got one more smoke in the pocket. Escape. Throw it. Get yourself out of here. This team want you done. They want you dusted. They want you out of here. And my lord, he's just about still up. We'll have just about enough plates to fill up one more time, but he's burnt through pretty much all of his reserves. Doesn't have much AR ammo either when we last checked. So, I mean, out of smokes as well. He's just got to fly at this point and escape this hunting pack.
I mean, he is throwing up prayers right now just to get away. He's a bullet sponge too, Enigma, might I add. So many bullets, not taking him down. $2,500 in the pocket, so it's not enough to bring back Jafasa. He can't just run in towards a buy and buy back his teammate. He needs that cash, and I'm sure by the time he gets there, he will most likely find it, but he has to avoid a lot of damage too. A lot of players that are just looking to take him down.
Yeah,
somehow he got away, though, so I guess that's first step done.
I don't like this play, though. Staying low is not the call I'd have made. And perhaps hit that ascendant rappel and take yourself to the top of the crane and fly across the area. It's a lot safer than all of these nooks, crannies, and high buildings that will currently flank you as you push on through. Like, even this area, crossing a double road and into an open parking lot, could be hit from the bridge to the right. It's 2 big buildings in front of you, one more to the left. There's a lot to do here, but it looks like he's going to make the buy. Has $3,000 in the pocket. However, as we know, as soon as you bring in this purchase, it alerts anyone nearby that you are here and you are wounded and bringing back your teammates. So, yeah, definitely going to want to take all of the boxes that you can get your hands on. And, well, so far, so good. J-Pounds will manage to escape, brings teammate back in, and another opportunity, but probably the last if you are the 80s babies.
I mean, I don't want to count them out. I'm even breathing a sigh of relief for them, Andy. Hell yeah. But, wow, that was close. That could have been the tournament, or at least the semifinal, done. It looks like Jafasa dropped right onto their loadout, so he's going to look to get kitted out right off the get-go. But he absolutely has to be careful now that they're isolated yet again. You don't want this to be where you fall. So we hop over to Jafasa. He's going to have that swarm.
I don't hear no tats on me.
And he's just listening for some kind of opponent to start to run to.
Well, what they could do with right now is getting together and essentially sharing that ammo box, armor box. I understand often the strategy of holding on to them for as long as humanly possible, but I mean, in this scenario, this is your last chance hurrah, right? You just got to make sure you're as strong as possible from the get-go. And although it does seem like they have been just uncontested for a long time, I'm very surprised. I mean, you're essentially in peak Zarafan here. Like, you are in one of the densest areas on the map, pushing your way through the city. I was very surprised to see J-Pounds get away with his rotation.
I see that.
Right now,
oh well, there's somebody in the parachute, so shots should be out. J-Pan's just pinging it, but no idea where the teammates are, so have to approach this with absolute caution. Somebody's on the roof. Shots are out. The knock from J-Pounds. Jufasa absolutely loving that from his teammate, but I'm sure that the rest are going to be here. Smoke is down. Jafasa's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Has to replay. Jafasa's down. Hops into the truck. Looking to get away. Run, J-Pounds. Run. Or just drive away as fast as possible. Just get out of here.
oh my god, there are so many people here. There's at least 3 or 4 around where Jafasa just fell. J-Pounds also drove into another team that was waiting around. The circle's going to continue to compress them. I didn't know that boxes stayed alive when they hit water, but there's also this high alert picking from the top right, which is going to alert him. He's got to go in the opposite direction. Circle's going to continue to compress. The buy station's 500 meters away, and you have so many buildings to get past. Terrifying moment, but we've seen him do it once already. And it doesn't matter how many kills he has at this point. All that matters is staying alive and bringing his teammate back in.
Well, he's got 50 plates. Like, what's another go around, huh? You just need the cash, and then you can head over towards the buy. That is not too far away, so... I mean, J-Pounds is thanking the lucky stars right now that he lives, but 550 meters away from the buy, not enough to buy back. Still needs 200 cash, but I'm sure on the way, you know, on the journey over towards this buy station, there should be at least $200 somewhere.
It's very worrying, though, that there's a deployable buy on that tall building off to the side of him, because what that could mean is there's a team sat up there waiting. Center zone, there is indeed a squad up on that deployable buy, so he can't push height either, because that building is taller than his current options. So he's going to have to take low ground here, and that is not where he wants to be. And you just saw a parachute clip through, so he's getting pushed somewhere.
Portable radar's out. I'm sure a couple of these members are going to have Ghost. Has to deal with this with the swarm in hand. Looking to make no noise. You can see the red dots just surrounding him right now, and I thought he'd be getting rushed into, but at the same time, they don't know that he's just alone. So high alert behind him. Hops on in. He's low, and that's it. The bell has rung, and we have our second grand finalist. That is going to be J-Pounds eliminated, Jufasa eliminated. We are looking at Beam Season Boogaloo as our second grand finalist team.
I mean, it's unfortunate if you're 80s babies, but it did feel like they were constantly running by the seat of their pants, constantly just hoping for the best in very, very difficult situations, and that luck is eventually going to run out for you. I said when he was trying to rotate back in towards Zarafan, you've got a lot of distance, a lot of buildings to get yourself across here, and that was just too much of an ask to do yet again. The fact that he was even alive at that point was absolutely incredible. J-Pounds and Jufasa, they have been fantastic, but it will be the Beam Season Boogaloo led by Joker that will see themselves through to that final, putting on a very good performance. And might I say that is a fantastic tash.
I'm glad you brought it up, because I've been looking at it constantly when the face cam comes up. It is just absolutely sublime mustache.
I ain't pulling that off. I'm not going to lie.
Neither
it's
am
not
I.
happening.
It wouldn't look good on me, I'll tell you that.
I'm just thin and down. I ain't getting away with that. I've tried Movember before. It ain't happening.
No. But you know what? The beard looks good on you. And, you know, I like to think that I can rock a little bit of a beard myself.
Absolutely.
Not a stash guy right here. Neither stash guys on this desk. But let's take it away from us. I mean, I know we're here on screen now, but let's talk a little bit about what we got into the semifinal, because even in that game number 3 Enigma, it was not decided. As soon as we saw Beam Season Boogaloo go down, there was still that chance for a comeback from 80s babies. Luckily for Beam Season Boogaloo, it wasn't the case, and their opponents were just finding non-stop tragedy everywhere they went, but it still wasn't the cleanest game out of Beam Season Boogaloo.
No, it wasn't. They might not get away with something like that in the final, right? Like we saw that in our first semi-final where you've essentially got Dalt and you've got, sorry, I forget his teammate's name, Tones, who have essentially put themselves in, positions where they have to claw back deficits, and they managed to do that at points against Aqueous and Co. So it ends up a case of you won't get away with an early fall here against this team that you're up against. They might well claw that back. You don't end up with that situation when it comes to 80s babies. They fall short, but yeah, you've got to really fix up that mid game if you are your Beam Season Boogaloo, because their starts look really good, but after that it feels like they just kind of, again, maybe over eager, maybe over aggressive, but whatever it is, it's not really working. They're not really seeing themselves through to those end games.
Yeah, let's take a look at our bracket too for this grand final if we can. We've been hinting at what we got so far, but I'm sure as soon as it updates, we're gonna be able to take a look at this Enigma. It's one thing to see Beam Season Boogaloo, and I'm glad that they made it too, especially after we got Joker with that interview. Now he has that chance for the grand final. He told me he expected to be here, so he's following up with his word even towards me. Both games do go to a game 4 as well, but I think you're kind of hitting the nail on the head with talking about that, with how good you're looking at for adults and Tones in playing the long game. It's definitely not the case for either team that we saw in our second grand final. So it's going to be a tough way to the top for Beam Season Boogaloo. I want to give some love to 80s babies as well. I mean, Jofasa, an absolute demon. J-Pounds right alongside him, both having respectfully some awesome games inside of that semifinal. But to finish it off the way that they were, you could definitely tell there was a frustration, not only amongst 80s babies, but amongst Beam Season Boogaloo as well. And it's definitely an unfortunate way to end.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we saw with the Goofy Gopher Gaming duo, right, was Tones was very good at playing safety blanket. He was very good at essentially allowing Zoomen to make mistakes and just continue to bring Dalt back in, continue to let Dalt run off and try and get kills and just stay alive and just keep things ticking. And if he does that against Beam Season Boogaloo and they play the same way they just did against 80s babies, this for me goes the way of Goofy Gopher Gaming all night long. Again, I've got to see Beam Season Boogaloo adapt. They're fine on the breakoffs to get themselves a couple of kills. They seem to be quite comfortable with that, but it's that decision making when you're rotating through high traffic areas. It's whether or not to set yourself up earlier in a zone rather than rotating in and meeting teams that are already set up and essentially lining you up in your crosshairs. For me, Beam Season Boogaloo have to make that adjustment. They will not get away with more games where they fall early and as we saw in that last map just there, essentially watching to see if their opponents don't get enough kills. I think that Goofy Gopher Gaming will have no issues there.
No, I agree with you. The stage is set, though, Enigma. The grand finals is ready. One more best of 5 before we crown our champions here in our DAF Gaming League Warzone finals. So let's step away from the desk. Let's take a little bit of a breather while we get things set up, folks. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back after this break with the finale.
Plum and its talent running it back for the 4th time. And then on the other side of things, we've got Space Monkeys.
Hartford Yard Goats, they have the most experience at this level of competition with all the wins that they have under their belts. The Space Monkeys, I mean, they've had wins in other competitions.
Oh, no. Hartford Yard Goats quickly are reminded that they are playing at a high level.
So now you're seeing it again. This is the most offense we've seen for them the entire series, but it's talent looking for the double tap, and they get it. This is insanity. We've had over a game of Rocket League played in overtime. I don't know about the last go around here possible, but is this the longest OT we've seen? No, it's gotta be the end of it. These last 2 games, it's been 6 goals to 1 for these 2 teams. Space Monkeys now 1 game away from pulling off the victory.
3 seconds, Hail Mary time, but the ball so far from the enemy goal. At a downward trajectory, it hits the floor, and that's a 5th trophy on the shelf for the Hartford Yard Goats. 5 in a row.
Now we're jumping in to Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty scene live. And well, the team names, they're great. Buff Boys going up against the Glizzy Goblin.
Oh, we're kicking it off. Map number 1, let's get into it. Still in a lot of these power positions. Timbo not going to be able to cut down everyone, but Charms can't exactly run forward just yet. And yet there's the wall bang there from Safe Halo.
White's already hot for the defuse. Safe has to check this, but he's down 1 HP. He also wants to wait for his regen. Does he check this in time? Oh. He can't see him. White has clutched up 3 of the 4 rounds for the Buff Boys.
Hasn't been clean by any means, but has been at least good enough. And now a chance to come right over to B again. They're ready for it this time. They come out clean.
What a play from Dalton Safe. Last chance to touch will not quite get there. And a thriller control goes the way of the Busy Goblins. Now up 2-1.
Have an opportunity to actually end it here if you can grab just about every single second. And kills are still coming in for Dalt. He's just reading them left, right, and center. Oh my God, he finds another one up close. That should have been a freebie. Blizzy Goblins, they want to get it done here, and they might just do it. Couple more seconds needed, and they will get the job done. Blizzy Goblins aren't messing around in the respawns, Alan. They are your champions.
Welcome, one and all, to the Department of the Air Force Esports Invitational.
We have some exciting action underway. Overwatch 2 as we get set.
Army, I'm not even sure they lost a single player on that defense, LaFawn. What a clinic they have displayed.
Yeah, what a fantastic performance there from the Army.
There's no way they can keep up with the damage poured out by Okonis. A very quick attack here to get Okonis their first win at the DAFGL. Now at least a Kitsune Rush gives him a chance, but not much of a chance. Paradox is just a force of nature. Army, hold on, knees popping off and getting two. Hello, now Konis have another breath, another chance, and they make it happen. They stop Army in their tracks.
Turn it 33-100 in the second. That's fantastic from them.
Pretty desperate contest here from the Navy, but it's all in vain. Nothing can stop the Coast Guard from going up 2-0 and taking their first series at the DAF Esports Invitational. No chance to even contest. Paradox denies them even that.
That was really impressive stuff from the Army, and they'll be the first team to be in that championship bracket.
We feel like we've kind of taken the next step since being here in terms of how we're adapting to each situation and map.
The teams have in fact agreed to a Torbjorn 1v1 to see who caps this first point. Later overload though, that does give potential. Yeah, nice discipline there from Xerxes. A first map here, two more, and they'll get their rematch against Army in the grand finals. If both things are chaotic, this fight is more even. Risky with the Tracer dip. I know you ain't got recall, but here's a free one on me. Take that pulse bomb to bed. A Nano secures his fate and seals the deal. We get at least one more map, and look at how excited Okonis are. A full cap from Department of the Air Force, Continental United States, to send them into the grand finals.
Having an actual like Overwatch League, former professional like here with us has just been really a game changer for us in our gameplay and our ability to like coordinate and work with each other.
Scotty Nose just trying to run away. Okay, Goofy comes back to stabilize. Gets rid of the threat, gets rid of the Navy, and gets the Coast Guard on to the Consolation Final.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the best experiences we've had, so we definitely look forward to playing here. I know a couple of us have been sticking around trying to get just extra time in the center because it's just an experience you don't always get, so
it's true.
We enjoyed it.
There's no hit scan here, right? So, and there's not really a ton of mitigation for these rockets.
Daf Okonis.
This is kind of where the real tournament begins, right? 30 seconds left. Just gonna go check it again. Tam.
Numbers are starting to come through, but they line up for Artie to kick the double.
It's the most offense we've seen for them the entire series, but it's talent looking for the double tap.
The best player, mechanically speaking, of the tournament is on the field, and he's going to be the man to open up the scoring in the grand finals.
Vic has been really reading approaches from...
Wow. Show me your moves into the spike. Oh, what a way to finish things.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here, and I do have my co-caster with me shortly, but for now, it's just myself here as we start to get ready for our finals. And to those of you watching in Twitch chat, I really want to know who it is that you think is going to come out on top in this one. We've got ourselves Dalton Tones, which is Goofy Gopher Gaming, up against Razor and Joker. Beam. I keep saying Boom. I don't know why. It's Beam Season Boogaloo. And as my co-caster comes back in, you know what? I'm going to put you on the spot, my man. What's your prediction for this final?
Boom Season Boogaloo, obviously.
I don't know why. I don't know why I keep doing it. I think it's because there's a boo in the Boogaloo, and then I'm just, I don't know.
No, I mean, obviously, you kind of highlighted it perfectly before we went to a break, getting ready for these grand finals, that Goofy Gopher Gaming are definitely the favorites going in towards this one. But I'm always a big fan of the underdogs. And after seeing Joker put on an absolute class performance in that game number 3, just beaming kids with that swarm, looking good with the interceptor as well. And Razor, not too far alongside him, linked up basically shoulder to shoulder. It's kind of leading in towards a similar matchup that we saw in our first semifinal where, you had that high octane player in Aqueous alongside Jay. And then you had Goofy Gopher Gaming trying to outlast them the whole time. We're in that similar stance where Goofy Gopher Gaming have to do it again against now Beam Season Boogaloo.
No, I'm going to agree with you here, but for that reason, I'm going to back Goofy Gopher Gaming. I really do think that the way Tones plays just allows Dolt to run off and do his thing and helps them see themselves through to later stages of maps and pick up more kills, especially when it becomes more chaotic as well. That's one of the things that Tones was really doing a good job of, just by the fact that he's bringing Dolt back in. It just gives him so many opportunities to continue to rack up kills. I think that my Goofy Gopher Gaming prediction will come out on top in this final, take it all home off the back of that safety blanket play.
Well, they're definitely the favorites. They're definitely the favorites for sure heading into this grand final. But I do have to ask you, now that we've kind of gone through 8 games of Urzikstan, we've kind of settled in here on the desk. How have you been liking now seeing this map in a sort of competitive format inside of a kill race?
Yeah, so I mean, it's one of the things that we've kind of discussed a little bit in our break. It's kind of tough sometimes to remember that we are in a brand new game, map, mode, weapons, movement, etc. Honestly, I'm loving it. And the thing is, I was a fan of Al Mazrah, and I know that community sentiment can be a bit mixed on that, but I was a big fan of Al Mazrah. I really enjoyed it, loved working the World Series this year. And to come into the new Urzikstan, I was like, okay, it's got, let's see what's going on here. It's got that kind of Verdansk vibe look about it, but it's a totally different movement set, etc. I think it plays out really, really well. You've got areas of the map that allow those short-range engagements, long-range engagements. You've got yourselves, various levels of verticality. I think that there's going to be, as the teams start to learn as well how to best traverse the map and hit your redeployed balloons and take advantage of all the zip lines that are around, I think we're going to see some ridiculously entertaining high-paced games throughout this year and this title.
It's not like that. I know there's been a little bit of controversy at the start about the guns for Urzikstan, being pretty overpowered. Fortunately, we got rid of the snake shot as soon as it happened. Shout out the devs for that one, because that was crazy. But no, for everything else, I mean, even the interceptor, the Bass P, it's been a very fun meta of guns, I'd say, to watch. It's not just looking at a couple of guns to use. It's pretty diverse.
Yeah, that is one thing that is great right now. And again, shout out the devs, because I think that they've done a fantastic job of just listening to community sentiment, reacting to things that have been unfolding, especially as well, we're around the holiday season, but they've immediately jumped on things that the community wanted addressing. So they've done a fantastic job. But one of the things is for sure, you are seeing, you can talk about Baz Bs, you can talk about DGs, NTZ interceptors, you've got Cat AMR sniper rifles, swarms. There's all sorts of weapons that are essentially floating to the top here. And well, right now, not necessarily floating to the top is going to be my prediction, because Dolt's in the gulag and Tones is in trouble.
Yeah, Tones is in trouble. Tones is inside of the gulag, or no, Dolt coming back from the gulag. Tones is chilling right now. So Homelander, Tones, Dolt, Joker, all in and around the same vicinity. We're gonna hop over to Razor right now, but Sata Joker's gonna go down a little bit behind as we swap over towards Homelander, aka Razor's POI or POV, but he is gonna be on the hunt for a couple of these members. Sliding around, gets back in, and now has to finesse a little bit, Andy.
I'm not sure who our boys have run into here, but whoever this quad is that they're up against, they are absolutely tearing them apart. I know that essentially it's 2 duos against a quad, but right now all 4 of our boys have taken swipes at this enemy team, and all 4 have come either limping away or been pushed into the gulag. And Tones, by the way, 1 shot in the background as well, but will get it down. And I believe Joker, that was his kill confirmed from the gulag. So maybe the tide is finally turning, but it's been a difficult engagement for all 4 of our boys.
Very difficult, but a couple of them walking away with kills is something we need to keep our eyes on. So a good start nonetheless for these members. It looks like the armor box is going to be blown up right away. Tones doesn't want to give it up to any of the members around him. Joker goes down. And now Tones is going to pop up, see if he can find these kills. He's going to walk away with it. That's his third inside of the map, and Joker needs to be redeployed. That is so unfortunate.
Some huge play there out of Tones. The guy I've been saying plays safety blanket, perhaps not. Oh, no! The worst time to change to your secondary. Just as I was giving you some credit, he gets killed by... Am I allowed to say his name on stream? I don't know. I'm going to leave it. But
let's just leave it. Let's just leave it.
Tones there, unfortunate as he turns around. He's essentially cocking the weapon, gets picked up in the kills. In the gunfight. But now has an opportunity to get back in. When it comes to his gulag, Sidewinder in hand, the weapon that I loathe, throws out the smoke, out goes the thermo. He's just going to attack this with dual pistols and, oh, just about pulls it off. But that was weird. I think he didn't. I think he looks at the opponent and thinks, is he actually? Yeah, all right, he is. So Tones manages to win his goo, gets back on in up to 4. But I like the couple of plays he made before that. Puts down the armor box, which he then destroys, ensuring that none of his teammates, well, opponents can actually pick up those plates, but then also third parties the kill. So does a really good job. Unfortunately gets caught cocking the weapon as he swaps over to it in the follow-up gunfight, but a really good job from the man I'm saying is going to help carry this team to victory.
I have enough now.
So let's see if the stash can do it. He's going to be looting up, taking his time here, and this is kind of survival mode for Joker and Razor, something that we're not really used to seeing out of these two. They've always been the ones to kind of link up, get the job done, and, you know, you live together, you die together, but now they get to change things up in their strategy, slow down their playstyle, and the ping on the buy station, 170 meters away, already just hightailing it over there. It doesn't seem like it is occupied around him. He seems pretty confident that there's nobody around. So this should just be smooth sailing over there as, yeah, Joker is just watching, waiting for his chance to come back.
It's a dangerous push this, though. It's across an open courtyard with buildings flanking it on all sides. So you've got to be very careful. And apparently not. It's just going to take the direct route here. First caution to the wind. Absolute to hell with it. And we'll get away with it entirely. So Joker will get back in. An opportunity then for this duo to finally get their map 1 going, because so far it hasn't been great for them. And we've seen that Tones and Dalt, I think they're up to around 5 or 6 kills between them. And as they start to get things going again, Tones has landed all the way out by Hadika, perhaps taking the opportunity then to reset.
Did you hear me? Yep,
and get all of his loot together. Won't be able to access the buy station because he's no gas mask to survive that trip. Dalt goes down. And right now, I get the feeling that this is a very high-level lobby. Like, all of our boys are really struggling.
Dalt is, yeah, down and out. It is struggles across the board, and fortunately enough for Joker, you have these 4 kills to fall back to. You know, off the beginning, Tones as well finding those kills. Dalt, I'm sure, has some to work with. Haven't gotten a look at the scoreboard in a quick second, but as soon as we do, we'll be able to break that one down. Enigma, so very quiet, I'd say, since that beginning drop from either teams. You know, running into a little bit of trouble here and there, but I mean, Joker, I'm sure he doesn't want to see an opponent for a little bit.
Yeah, I think he hits this by... The problem is, every time you spend money on bringing one of your players back, one of your teammates back, you're also then essentially not giving yourself resources that you would perhaps like, whether that be plates, armor boxes, ammo boxes, whether that be your weapons, because as we're seeing a lot of the times, these players aren't bringing loadouts in because they can't combine the cash, but also they don't want to give something potentially to their opponents in this tournament and its format. So yeah, right, you know, 3,000 every time to bring your teammates back in. It is expensive, but at the same time, it's what Tones has been doing all afternoon. Just bring Dalt back in, let him go hunting, and keep playing the safety game. Joker tends to look over everything. I keep saying the safety game. Tones is about to put himself up to 5 kills.
Oh, yeah.
And he's looking good so far through the start of this finals.
I think we got to change the way that we talk about Tones right now, Enigma, because he has really stepped up here in the grand finals. Very quiet in the semis, just, you know, did what he needed to do when he needed to do it. But here, under pressure, ice cold, gonna drop on down.
No.
Oh, that's 3 members. Doesn't get the kill. I mean, he maybe thought it was a one-on-one, but he found out.
I'm pretty sure that's the player that he killed earlier on in the gulag, actually. I'm pretty sure that's who he just downed again. I recognize that name from earlier on. So a lot of he hit out Adika Farms, hoping for perhaps a quieter rotation in, and then runs into the same team that he was fighting earlier. So difficult set of circumstances unfolding. But as we watch our Beam Season Boogaloo begin to push on through Zarafan, there's going to be a team nearby, but can they push them out safely? Honestly, it's a difficult spot to be in this because you've got that bridge that anyone could be lurking underneath, and anyone as well that decides to cross over it can essentially just hunker down on the other side and be a nightmare for you. So be interested to see the decision making that they play here. But they are behind currently, and I believe that was about 4 kills, Simo?
I think it was around 4. I was trying to do the math fast, but you know, I oftentimes I very like to stay, or I like to stay away from doing math on stream because I've been wrong so many times. But
oh no,
right here, oh Dalt, oh Tones pops up, finds the knock, Dalt, another knock too. I'm sure you're looking to leave it to him to finish off the rest as Tones is just listening to that. He's going to ping out for Dalt to overlook this one, but Dalt is nowhere near here. We swap over to Joker. He still has these 3 kills, but they are big chilling on this roof.
I don't know why you wouldn't take that comms vest. I don't know if that's something that's banned as well, but I would 100% be stacking that if I'm not running a bird's eye in my perk slot. And yeah, we see there with the Tones Dalt situation, that's kind of the risk that they're taking, right? Because even though we've spoken about Tones perhaps playing safety blanket in the past, even if he is hanging back, there's still plenty of opportunity for him to run into opposing teams, as he does there as a whole SWAT team comes running down the main street. Joker's going to get aggressive, but potentially could be third-partied here as he steals one away after his teammate goes down. Will slide 2 plates in, but he's got to be very careful from this point on. There's a buy station nearby. His teammate does still have Gulag, but yeah, right now, if you're Joker, I mean, that's another nice pickup. And could there be plenty of cherries on top of the cake here? If his teammate manages to win his Gulag, this situation has turned into something pretty tasty for them and gets them back in this game.
Oh, Joker's on point right now. I thought those shots were going to hit, but 5 kills. Let's take to the sky. Redeploy up, and I'm right there with you. I mean, this is looking bountiful for our Beam Season Boogaloo squad, a team that we definitely did not favor heading into this, but we definitely did not count out. As on the roof, Joker, Interceptor's going to take a couple of pot shots here. Armor gets cracked. Semtex to look to flush this member out. And it will. The headshot coming out from Joker. 6th kill acquired. 7 across the board between these two.
See, now I'm starting to get nervous about my prediction because that's the sort of look where he starts to take over. And, well, as we see Razor win his Gulag, that must put them now on to 8. So they're only 3 behind. And what seemed like an insurmountable gap not long ago has all of a sudden turned into something very realistic. Some huge plays from Joker. And an opportunity here for the duo to get back together, reassess, and, well, there's plenty of loot, a bountiful landing if you are Razor. An opportunity then for, again, this duo to pop off. There's still 40 plus players in this lobby, and I think this is going to get very tasty throughout the back end. We haven't seen much of Tones and Dalt for a while. Tones seems to be by himself. Dalt seems to be miles away, so they're still playing very separated as this circle starts to squeeze. I wonder if those two should get together.
This is a big question. You know, we've asked about it, you know, in the past, and they didn't give it to us, and it worked out in their favor. So we're gonna wait and see, you know, just how they kind of decipher this grand final, because so far it's a big, I guess, heads up from both teams to stay alive, and it seems like Dalt is under a little bit of pressure here, aiming down the side, slowly walking up these stairs, expecting somebody to be here. I hear the footsteps too. There are so many people around them. Homelander, Razor, he's going to find another kill there. So that is 8 now, maybe 9 on the board. And here's Dalt around, finds the one, throwing knife, misses, snaps the second, and he just can't get away. Unlucky yet again. And you have to think, Enigma, if Tones was there, the trade was soon behind.
Yeah, this is the kind of problem with this style of gameplay, right? Like, you end up in a situation where, again, like, these duos are pushing squads of 4 more often than not. So it's just asking an individual to do quite a lot And, well, somewhere in the background, Razor's gone down, and Joker here just looking to try and provide some cover. Yes, you did. You missed every single shot.
Where's the buy at?
But it's okay. You know, he's hit some pretty cracked shots so far today. I can look. Whoa, that is a blindsider right there. Mortar strike should confirm this one. So we'll see you later, Joker. Take a look down here. Break it down. Joker and Razor has 9.
This shit is so annoying, man.
Okay, so Razor's down 2.
We are currently
So are we seeing a little bit of a breakdown?
Well, after all the hard work to get themselves back into this, we are indeed tied. So just one more kill needed if you are Dalton Tones. But we've seen it so many times. This lobby has been very difficult. It could well end up with both players struggling to get either of these kills, especially considering how separated they play. We've spoken about it multiple times.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, even though you're only looking for one kill, it can be difficult to get. You pick up a player and suddenly you have 3 others rallying around you to try and kill you. So how do they go about this? Again, for me, I think they get together. I think they just find that one kill, focus on winning the map, and see themselves one up in this final.
Just trade it out at that point. But again, how many times do we say this team is behind and they somehow win the games? Like, this has got to be like the 4th time they've done it.
At one point, we saw someone buy back the wrong player this afternoon. So anything can happen at this point.
Literally anything can happen. The shots hit. Oh. There's the knock. And there's the kill. Okay, so Tones is just not missing right now. He has decided that he is going to put it away from all the way on top of Urzikstan at the highest point, and that is going to call for everybody to back out. Map number 1 heading the way of Goofy Gopher Gaming.
Absolutely. It's not the way I predicted it would go, in the sense of the way the map would play out, right? I was speaking about Tones as a safety blanket. Apparently, he was going to lead the lobby in kills. I think he actually ties up with Joker in the end, but it looks really good throughout that. Dalt, very unlucky, to be honest, finds himself in a couple of situations playing that lone wolf style where he's bringing down 2 players, but then gets picked off by the 3rd, and there's a couple of missed cleanup opportunities. But it's a very tight one to start off our final, and that's exactly what we wanted to see, right? We want to see this go right down to the wire, all the way to the end. All 4 players putting on a show.
Yeah, all 4 players showing up here inside the grand finals. Very close game number 1, but you're right to say we got to put some respect on Tones for what we saw there in game number 1. He's no longer the safety blanket. He is, I mean, like, what kind of a blanket would you maybe...
Death blanket. I don't. Where am I going with this?
Death blanket, the heated blanket. He's definitely cozied up into it, into this grand final for sure. It's exciting to see too, because when we were saying how different this grand final could be, yet similar to that semifinal. Tones and Dalt, originally they were just trying to outlast the rest. Well, they kind of do that, but in a very aggressive way this time, rather than just sitting back and waiting. They're both playing their own lives on separate sides of the map, but Tones is getting aggressive. He's starting to heat up in this grand final, get comfortable, get cozied up, and that is not a good look when you're looking across at Beam Season Boogaloo, who do like to play highly aggressive, very fast-paced and together, but oftentimes we've seen it blow up in their face.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a weird situation for that duo, because it seems like when they play separated, they often end up in a case where one gets downed and then the other's got to go and recover the situation, and then when they do hunker together, they end up running into trouble. I think it's just a bit of bad luck, perhaps, for your Beam Season Boogaloo, right? Like, I mean, even in that situation towards the end there, Razor falls and then Joker gets sniped from elsewhere. I'm not sure if it's the same team, but he just gets picked off from miles away, which is one of the risks you take when it comes to this new Warzone, right? Like, you now have those one-shot sniper capabilities, which a lot of the community will rejoice about, but it does end up in situations like that. You think you're safe, you're on top of a building, the world looks good from up here, and then you get domed from miles away, and your round is completely over. But I'll take it because my prediction go up 1-0, and Tones, murder blanket of death, whatever we want to change him to now. He is leading the way, and I'm really glad to see it. It's what I wanted from this duo, and I do think that they go on through this afternoon and see this out.
Yeah, it is a best of 5, folks, so there is a lot of time for Beam Season Boogaloo to claw their way back into the series. Game number 2 coming up very, very shortly. And it's not to say that Joker and Razor were not there. I mean, you even said at one point that your predictions weren't looking good, so you saw doubt within Enigma. You saw doubt within this grand finals that, you know, the team favored was going to be able to walk away with this first game, but they managed to just sneak away with it. And that leads me to believe that game number 2 should be no different. But at the same time, I mean, we are casting Warzone Enigma. Literally anything can happen at any time. These are public lobbies, 2v2 kill races, so you can literally be jumping in with whoever, whenever inside of these public matches. And we've seen already some pretty high-class opponents inside of these public lobbies that might be looking to give some trouble to our players.
Yeah, I think it's one of the beauties of Warzone. Like, it's so unpredictable, whether it be customs, whether it be public lobbies, whether it be weaponry, play styles. There's so many different elements, so many layers that go into it. Again, I think it's just the beauty of Warzone, where you just don't know what you're gonna get. The next lobby, we could get these 4 loading in against an easier lobby where they all suddenly rack up together for 35, 40 kills, or we could see them, as we've seen so far through this afternoon, coming up against some of the best players in the world. And that lobby looked very difficult, so I get the feeling that right now the 4 of them are feeling the heat, not just from the pressure of a final, but from the pressure of the quality that they bring. And the game's going, okay, you're good players, let's put you against some other very good players, and makes those 1v4, 2v4 situations even more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I said it the other day on stream, wasn't here, but it was elsewhere. Call of Duty's like an ogre. There's layers to it. You know, quite like an onion too. Everybody knows where that one's from, but it's true. You not only have, you know, the different tendencies inside Warzone, but you have that same thing in multiplayer as well. Different strategies, different, you know, outcomes, different chances, and a lot of RNG that comes out to a game like Warzone that might just be playing into your favor. And these drops are one of them. And we've seen, you know, teams get caught a little bit off guard at the start of games. We saw it last game. We thought it might come back to bite them, and it led to a very fast-paced beginning to Urzikstan. But this time around, a lot more safe coming out from Dalt and Tones. It doesn't seem like they're being contested here.
No, it doesn't. Hitting out cargo. This can be a relatively busy drop, but honestly, I don't think that a lot of people like this as much, because you're a hop, skip, and a jump away from Old Town, a much more densely populated area. So yeah, perhaps a quieter start for these two. And to be honest, they can kind of take that initiative, right? They're leading in this final, and they can kind of go, okay, well, Joker, Homelander, you have to bring the game to us, so we're just going to take this and as calmly as possible and see ourselves on through to the later stages. Meanwhile, it is going to be an Old Town drop if you are Homelander, and this area can get very mixy very quickly. Got to use these tight alleys to isolate some gunfights.
Oh, Joker. Oh, Joker. Oh, quick as could be, the double kill, and you barely even got to see it. The enemy team barely got to fight back. Homelander, Razor, he's going to find a third one too. So that's 3 quick kills out of nowhere at a Beam Season Boogaloo to start this game number 2. On the other side, Dalt is under a little bit of pressure. No kills, but very aware of possible aggression. And both Tones and Dalt side by side. This is a rare thing to see, but it is going to pay off to a kill.
It will. Indeed, although Dalt is going to slide in these plates. He is running low, down to essentially his last full slot, so could do with keeping an eye on that. Tones will kill someone else. Fluffy. And
no, I'm here.
Dalt continues to have a nice little viewpoint over this. Yeah, well, you've heard the call out there. Dalt wants to get himself his AR, get himself his weapon, and get aggressive. And out comes the Polemiot. With that bullpup conversion kit, it turns it into, going from an LNG essentially into an AR, can really pack a punch. And, well, here we go. Here's the first. He gets dropped. And who's up next? Tones might have problems above him. And Dalt, he said what he was going to do. He calls it. He goes and delivers immediately. Oh, Tones been picked up elsewhere.
Oh, my God. This thing is a beam. Wow. Now missing a single shot there with the Polemiot. I mean, he says, let me go buy my AR, and then he pulls out, like, the biggest thing ever from the box. It's like when you find somebody, and they're just like, oh, hey, do you think my dog is cute? And then this dog is, like, bigger than you.
But the thing is, that, like, once you put on that conversion kit, that Polemiot has, I mean, it's the reason why it's the #1 weapon right now. It is really good at mid-range, and then it still gives you that LMG prowess over long range. Close range, though, it will be with a striker in hand. Tones pushing up the right side, up against, I'm going to say, Crave. of the opponent. And, well, just splashing around, making as much noise as possible. Tones will gobble up that gunfight all day, up to 4 himself. And it's a really, I mean, we spoke about maybe a quieter landing spot, but Tones and Dolt up to 6 already, I believe. A relatively aggressive start considering the lobbies that we've seen so far this afternoon.
Nice shots coming in from Razor. We talked about our pop-off players heading into this grand final, the head-to-head between Joker as well as Dolt. But out from the ashes, we have seen 2 Phoenix rise, and that has been Tones and Razor stepping up monumentally in some moments. Last game, it was Tones. So can Razor be the exact same difference inside of game number 2? Well, he's going to get his first on the board here, one of what could be many.
Could be many indeed. Joker continuing to pressure here over by Lowtown.
Insane.
And again, just, yeah, so good at these close-range gunfights. There's one thing the Joker is 100% not lacking. That is technical skill. Gunfights aplenty seem to be his forte. We spoke a little bit about it before. This guy wants to play in challenges this year. He's going to have to bring straight shooting like that in order to make sure he can compete in the North American region. It's very competitive, but he looks real good. And the thing is for him, if he does get downed over here, it's a very difficult area for his teammates to then come and fly back to. Old Town, sorry, can be a brutal place. But Joker continuing to move on up. Razor currently on 1, who needs to get his afternoon going.
It's like, it's not like it is a wide open spot, but at the same time, it's not like it's got like the same landscape as City where you can duck in and out of buildings so much. It's a very weird mix of landscape when you're looking at it, and it looks like there's a player in the water over in cargo. Some shots over to Tones to say, hey, back off my teammate. Stop shooting him in the water. Stop fishing him from this spot. But Joker is diving right into the deep end. He does not want this player to get away.
He does not, and make sure he hunts him to a very watery grave. Joker up to 4. There we go. Up to 4. And there's another kill in the background as well. Dolt picking up 1 elsewhere. So yeah, at the minute, everyone's on 4 except for Razor, who currently sits on a single kill. And you heard it come out of Joker. He's asking for a little bit more here. But we've got 60 players still left in the lobby. We're only in Circle 2. There's lots of time yet. This is one of the things that... I feel like this is one of the situations where Joker and Razor need to get better. Their start-offs are pretty solid, but then they just need to be more patient around their transition into the mid-game.
It's funny you say that too, because that is like exactly the same thing we were saying about Aquilus and Jay in the first semifinal. Is that their late game, mid game could use a little bit more finesse to it, a little bit more patience to it, because if not, they're gonna find themselves, you know, getting into good spots, getting into good leads, and just throwing it away, all for nothing. And we saw that a little bit last game. You know, both teams neck and neck, and then all of a sudden, on the flip of the switch, it was the Dolt Tones show to close it out. And here on screen with Tones. Oh, the double kill, the prone snaps over to the second one. 6 kills coming out from the safety blanket.
Yeah, well, safety blanket no more. There's another person nearby. Does need to plate up though and just lie low for a moment, perhaps. Up to 6. I asked Tones, you know, can you deliver for me? I didn't expect it to be like this. He is continuing to rack up very impressive kills, and every single other player, Dolt, Homelander, Joker, all pick up kills in the back. So this lobby is starting to heat up. By the way, the reason why we keep talking about this mid-game approach and why teams need to be better at it, I like this play, by the way, called the PA on himself. We'll come back to that. Gets another kill, just continuing to frustrate this opposing team. I think that's the second player coming in for another bite of the cherry and falling again. And oh, nearly wraps up a few more. Goodness me, Tone's feeling himself.
And, you know, like, he didn't knock that second player or fully eliminate that second player either, so he didn't get that last kill there. It was a very bold play for Tones to make. It could have paid off, but it didn't. And he's got 7 kills, though. He's doing a lot right now. Joker on the other side, just trying to keep pace with this one, but you saw Dolt had 5 as well. So my question is, what does Razor have? Because last time we saw Razor, he didn't have too much, and now Joker's under fire. 1 HP to Dream, has to replay. And it looks like his teammate came to help him out. An easy cleanup there for Joker. Now 6 kills, and he is trying to pick away at these players rotating in from the gas. So looking to play a little bit of a gatekeep scenario.
Yeah, but one of the things in the background, I'm pretty sure Dolt just racked up 2 or 3. does eventually fall and has his gulag, but which he needs to win, by the way. Otherwise, Dalton Tones are watching on from the sidelines for the rest of this one. We'll come back to that mid-game conversation very shortly, but first, let's let Dalt play out his gulag.
Exactly. 1v1. Slides over to the left. Striker in hand. He's been so good. And it doesn't look like that is changing. That early damage should give some aggression out. Expecting him to be hiding in this corner now. Dalt turns around, takes him down. And we are going to be continuing to see Dalt here on Urzikstan.
A lot of cash on the floor as well means he has plenty to bring back Tones, and Tones will have plenty of cash to come back in with, so this will allow them to rebuild in. There's a loadout in the middle of the river as well. That's a potential opportunity for Tones to hit when he comes back in. This buy, though, is not a nice place to be. We saw Aqueous get caught out earlier on in this very same spot. But yeah, coming back into that mid-game conversation. So the reason that's so important is because if you fall in the early stages of a lobby, you're often coming back in. There's plenty of space. Not everyone's got their loadouts. You can kind of still build your way back in. The problem is if you fall in mid-game, you're often then running into the better teams in the lobby because they're still alive. They've got loadouts. They've got full resources. There's a lot less space to hit. And what we're often seeing with these teams that struggle in the mid-game is then after they do get back in, their mid to late game is awful because they have had no opportunity essentially to get themselves anything together and back in. And yeah, that's a very big gap right now. That looks like 10 to 15, so 5 kills in it. And Dalt might well get Tones back in yet. So yeah, we do need to see Razor step on up.
Well said, my friend. So 25 kills across the board is a whole heck of a lot between these teams, but Dalt's gonna get the big dog out yet again. So you see if he's going to rack up even more here. Look to push that lead even further. Joker under pressure. We snap back over towards Beam Season Boogaloo, but he's looking to skedaddle as well out of the situation, and seems like that's going to be the option here. Crosses back over. Gas is closing in about a minute 17, so Joker does not want to get caught up in a fight just yet. Both he and Razor now looking to find their way into the safe zone.
Definitely want that self-res. I was wondering why he was leaving it for a second there. And yeah, you're right. As they start to look for ways to get back in here, you gotta finish those opportunities.
Also, guys, up the hill.
Yeah, this is one of the problems. So the rotation that they've got to come in from here, if you are Joker and Razor, is uphill. It's up these difficult, geographically awkward spots where you're going to get bottlenecked in, and good lord, whoever he just killed, yeah, that Replicated put on a real show there, managing to down Razor and then nearly snaps onto Joker. Joker will clean it up. Important moment, tough situation, checkbox ticked, on you go. Now, how do you get yourself through what is essentially an uphill set of rocks that we know is very difficult to traverse?
He wins it. That's another knock there. Dalt finessing here. Looks like somebody's gone down. That's Razor. Joker has to replay it and plays life, but Razor does have that gulag, so looking to just win it out and stay alive for his team. But inside of the gas is not going to stop. It's not going to stop Joker from taking those shots. That's Fluffy again at the wrong end of Joker's gun. But you look at that kill feed, it lights up. Tones gets about 3 almost there. And Joker is on 10 kills right now. He's going to find another knock. Player's just not ready for what Joker is bringing to the lobby. 1 HP against him. Another player goes down. Joker is unstoppable. And that is what? 13 kills now?
Goes absolutely nuts. There's another player down to his right who he can finish off. I don't think he got the full for the player across the other side of the tree line. He's got to stay up. He slips and slides. Plates are going in, but you're down to your final resources. Got to be very careful and will get picked off. He does have a self-res, but that won't matter. 15 kills, and honestly, I think what Joker's saying there is, dude, I got to get more out of my teammate. Joker still has gulag, by the way, so opportunity to come back in. This isn't over just yet. And I get the feeling that Dalt is in trouble. Yeah, he's called it out. He's got plenty of company. Lights one up, but where's the rest of this team?
I mean, I want to go see Joker in this gulag. It's such a pivotal moment for this player. Dalt's going to end up going down, so maybe some trouble brewing between Tones and Dalt, but this is going to be such a pivotal way to close out this game. If Joker stays alive, that might be it. Finds the crack, now looking to get aggressive. Dipping and dodging and returning back to the lobby. 13 kills now alone for Joker, 16 kills total. So now redeploying with 5.7 or yeah, 5.7k inside of his pocket. Enough to bring back Razor, and if he does, that might be Dolt and Tones feeling the pressure of potential an end here in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. There's 1 kill in it, so those are the kind of moments where if you are Dalton Tones, you're praying he just loses his goo, and well, you don't have to see out the rest of this game because, by the way, as we push on over towards this Levin Resort side of things, this area starts to get very stacky. There's a lot of buildings with multiple layers in it. It becomes very difficult. You've got a lot of close-range gunfights. These players are going to want perhaps a swarm in hand, something that lets them fight up close and personal, and Tones won't want to fight that at all. Backs on off, slides away, plates go in, but you don't want to keep burning through your resources. I think there's also gunfire out in the tree line as well. So if you're Tones right now, you've got pressure from multiple sides. I really want to see Tones and Dolt get together and see out the rest of this one. And what on earth was going on there? Okay, so that turned out to be Joker. Yeah, I don't think it was showing, right?
No, I know it wasn't showing. I thought it was an enemy. Tones and Homelander both down. Razor now looking at Joker to really clutch up here with 4 kills. Joker got that 1 elimination, but he's going to replay it. The buy. And jump right back into this one.
The buy, bro.
Armor is broken. Has to play back up yet again. Surrounded by opponents. The Interceptor and the Swarm to play with has to dig his way out of this hole. And Andy, again, with Dalton, Tones just breathing down their neck. You cannot feel safe if you are Joker right now. So loadout drops are going to be coming. Gas is going to be closing in about 30 seconds. And you look at the surrounding areas. Yes, there is a lot of natural cover, but you have to still move to the safe zone.
There's 2 problems here for Joker. 1, you don't have any perks, so you're not getting that. Oh my lord!
Oh, he bought him back.
So you don't have any cover.
Bro.
And I was about to say there is someone stood up on that big building, sat in the center of zone, that's going to keep you all squeezed out and away. Is that all she wrote? What are we on here for score? Dolt is still up somewhere, trying to get back to the buy, but he doesn't have the money necessarily. Might be able to push these dead bodies.
9
Is someone
kills.
inside the container? The problem you have for Dolt here is there are players stood on that roof behind you on that big central building. I'm not 100% sure at this point what it's called. I think that is Resort. I think that is the main Resort building.
I'm pretty sure it is.
And you can't.
100%.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And you can't. You got to be so careful crossing this.
I mean, this is it.
Dolt, show me the scoreboard, bro. Show me the scoreboard.
Pull it up. He does not want to catch a timing right now. I don't blame him. It is so quiet around him. 21 players still alive too. So
I'm going to guess that there is a tied game currently, and he needs 1 more. Doesn't like to play me up.
I mean, he likes it when it's his. But at the same time, no, I mean, he is so focused. He either needs to get his teammate out or make a play like we saw back in the semifinals where he could just take over, find these kills, and turn things on a dime. So a lot of pressure riding here on Dolt, and I'm sure he feels it.
If he slides back, there's the cash that he needs to buy his teammate in. He didn't scoop it off the shelf. Go back and get it. Go back and get it. Oh, and there's a loadout out to his left, a deployable buy in the middle. Bit of cash, bit of cash. There you go. So I mean, technically he could go out into the gas, but I don't think he would survive that considering he does not have the gas mask. Yeah. So he's 1 option then. I mean, yeah, if you've only need, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is 1, he needs 1 kill. Oh my god, my heart's in my chest. Imagine how he feels.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tie game. And don't forget that he's being hunted right now. He's still got 2 minutes and 10 seconds on this hunting contract that he is being locked inside for. But here it is. The shots are out. Whoa, the knock doesn't happen. Kobe. No! Okay, all right. So the kill has not come through just yet. We are down to 10 players left. Oh, this is just... My heart is reeling.
The problem is with this Polemiot as well, and all the weapons he has, because they aren't his gulag weapons, there's no silencers. So every time he fires one, he's telling everyone else in the lobby where he is. And this is what I mean by this layer cake action, right? To steal a phrase from Grandmaster Goj. This is what ends up happening. Teams end up sat on top of each other. You can see the stress on Joker's face right now. He knows that Dolt has an opportunity to pick up a couple in the back, can watch over that deployable buy. Anyone that dives off the roof above him. The thing is here, how does he play it? Does he decide to let someone dive off in front of him and attempt to steal someone?
He's been seen. Back. Has to play back up.
Wait, you want that armor box
out.
for sure. You just slid past an armor box.
I mean, he is in the heat of the moment right now. Deployable cover just in case he needs that natural cover as soon as he walks out here. But above him, there's somebody just looking over. The Semtex is down. He is waiting things out. Smoke's gonna drop it. Here we go. The race is on. Drops down. Armor is cracked. Finds the kill. And that's it. That is it in the game. We are up 2-0 in favor for Goofy Gopher Gaming. What a way to end it. Dolt lives with ice in his veins.
Oh my lord, what was that whole scenario that unfolds right there? Dolt goes absolutely huge. I got a feel for this man on your screen, by the way. Joker goes nuts. I think he finishes with maybe 16, something like that. He goes absolutely huge. Massive performance out of him. I really feel for him for losing that one. Tones here, by the way, going absolutely nuts. This play was beautiful, but Dolt clutches it up at the end there by mere half seconds. If he misses one extra bullet, he probably gets cleaned up by that extra player that was lurking around. Plays it beautifully. We were talking about it. How is he going to see this one out? Calls it right. Seals the map off. Good lord, what a final we are getting so far.
Oh, and you know, it's the one thing that we've been touching on for this Goofy Gopher Gaming team is that, I mean, yeah, they're good. Yeah, they have the gunny. They have the tactical strategy, but at the same time, you just cannot teach moments like that from Dolt when he could be in 1vx scenarios, when he could literally be against the odds with only 1 kill needed, 2 or 3 kills at a time, and he puts on for his team. He clutches up. It's not something that you see very often from players to have that clutch capabilities to, you know, be able to live out in scenarios with with pressure just weighing down on him. And you saw teams shooting from below, teams underneath him, teams outside the compound, as well as teams on the roof. And he still was looking to make a play, and he made the right play to get that 1 kill isolated.
Yeah, well, the thing is that ridiculous level of composure. I don't know about you, but if I'm in that situation, I'm definitely panicking my life away.
I'm freaking out.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because as well, the bounty that was on him, I'm seeing a 3-tier there. I'm charging around the place, probably giving my positioning away just by how loud I'm stomping around the place, because I'm checking every single door. I want to know what's going on. But he just bides his time, waits and sits and patiently lets something happen, and at the right moment pounces and does a great job as well, because he came flying out of that window through smoke, has to land the shots. When he hits the deck, it propels him into a slide because of the natural trajectory of the floor, and he still tracks his shots through and does enough to see it out. Fantastic stuff out of him. I mean, don't get me wrong, everyone in the lobby right now, he's giving us one hell of a show, but huge amount of flowers over to Dolt for his performance there.
Everybody's giving 100%. Tones, Razor, Joker, and of course Dolt. Everybody is putting on for this grand final. You kind of mentioned it too about Razor and Joker. I mean, Joker finds 14 kills in that game. Razor only 4. Now, I don't like to usually, you know, put everything onto one player, because obviously it's a team game, and you know, you can't usually be at the same level of your teammates sometimes. And you know, maybe Razor's just struggling to find some movement here, struggling to find some momentum inside of this grand final, but you need to see a turnaround out of Razor heading into the last couple of games here. If it's going to be a reverse sweep in the grand final, it has to be a 2-man effort out of Razor and Joker. It just cannot be the Joker show for the whole rest of this grand final, or we might be calling it early here for Goofy Gopher Gaming.
Yeah, might well be. I think for me, it's got to be a strategy change. We're seeing the Razor and Joker separated quite often here, and I think that's working really well for Joker. It ain't working for Razor. So what I want to see, get together, continue to let Joker essentially full send it in the way he's been doing, picking up, I mean, 14 kills is huge. I think that's the highest we've seen so far this evening. Whereas I think I want to see Razor then following in. Those situations where Joker's perhaps picking up 1 or 2 kills and then getting traded out by an opponent, can that turn into a 3 or 4 with Razor following in behind? Can that situation work out? Can we see a bit of chemistry, some crossfires, etc.? We've seen those kind of things work so far through this afternoon. Whatever it is, it's got to change. It cannot be the exact same script, or you're right, we are probably calling this early for Goofy Go for Gaming.
It's a big turnaround that is needed, Enigma, and I'm looking forward to it heading back into Urzikstan. I mean, this game itself, this map, this final, the semifinals, it has led to so many surprising finishes, so many exciting moments in towards it, and both of these games being down to 1 kill. It just leads me to believe that you can't go into this third game and expect it to be Goofy Go for Gaming just running away with it. I think BMCs and Boogaloo are like a few steps behind them, but you know, they're in reach of taking a map off this team. They just need to put those puzzle pieces together. They need to, like you said, maybe change up their strategy. A few things go their way. But they are there, and I'm not counting them out here. It has to be a reverse sweep, though, and that is so hard. How many times do we see reverse sweeps happen? I don't think we've seen one in the CDL this year. I don't think we've seen one in too many kill races ever. It's going to be a tough 3 maps ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You're asking them to essentially play perfect. Every game from this point on is a cup final. It is literally a final. It is match point for Goofy Go for Gaming. And for me, I think Beam Season Boogaloo have got to just change it up, try something new. You can't come out of this one if you do the exact same thing and it doesn't work. You never know what you left on the table.
Exactly.
And I think there's still plenty to come from that duo, especially when Joker's leading the way with the number of kills that he picked up in that one. One of the things that we have with Goofy Go for Gaming, one of the things that they do seem to be amazing at, you spoke about it, it's only like 1 kill in it, and I guess sometimes it's because we're just backing on out, right? But we've seen that it's fine margins. That seems to be their whole afternoon. They just refuse to go away. They refuse to kind of disappear off to the side and just let the other team get on with it. They're always there, always applying pressure to their opponent, saying, look, you got to match us pace for pace, punch for punch, and they are continually seeing those situations out. So if that's the difference right now, can we see that reverse sweep come on through? You're right, it's tough, but I mean, we've seen some entertainment so far tonight. That would be a hell of a way to sign this all off.
And why not? Why not end with a reverse sweep? That would be a crazy way to finish our DAF Gaming League finals tonight for Warzone. But it really seems like we are in the living embodiment of the the tortoise and the hare. One team is running that marathon, the other team is trying to sprint to the finish line, and the team running the marathon, oftentimes we see them get there first. They're never out of breath. They're always keeping pace. And that is right now Dalt, just keeping pace with the rest of the lobby, always outliving towards the later portions. And the longer you live in Warzone, I mean, I'm not a mathematician here, but the longer you live, the more opportunities for kills you're going to have. And for Dalt, he finds it towards the end, those couple of opportunities that just fall into his doorstep. But for folks who are kind of just tuning in, we're heading into game number 3 of our grand finals. Goofy Go for Gaming versus Beam Season Boogaloo. Goofy Go for Gaming up 2-0 now on match point, looking for the sweep to take the title, the first place prize. That's going to include an exclusive Fall 2023 challenge coin, a custom AFG or SFG jersey, a DAF Gaming League desk mat, AFG water bottle, a DAF Gaming League patch, and a DAF Gaming League sticker per player. So a lot right now on the line when it comes to some AFG or DAF Gaming League loot.
Absolutely. And you know that all of these players are sending everything into this one to try and take home the prize. And man on our screen here, Dalt has been a mainstay throughout this whole evening. And, well, one of the superstars throughout this afternoon so far has been Joker, but he will fall early into the gulag. He goes, this low town hit not necessarily working out, but that will be Razor getting a kill. We've been asking more of him. Can he? Oh my lord, absolutely destroyed. Oh no, don't do it to him. Good lord, nearly. Absolutely snaps on the second, gets the kill, nearly the third. That would have been absolutely outrageous. We asked for more from him. He's trying to deliver. He will, though, go into the gulag, and Joker has lost his, I think.
Yeah, a little bit worried, though. Enigma at the same time. I mean, you want to do more. You want to ask for more from a player, but you don't want to do too much at the exact same time. And for Razor, he needs to find that flow state here. He's getting aggressive. The SVA Waiting it out, hits the deck. Nice shots. Can he finish it though? Swaps to the secondary. You see the disbelief on his face, Enigma. Oh.
And then I couldn't fucking fight him.
Okay, well, the controller froze and then he couldn't fight him, but Joker, who won his gulag, is back in. Looking to third party this because Dalt's gone down in the background, and that will be a kill for Joker. Now, he's got to slip some plates in, though, because there could well be more players arriving. There's an armor box on the floor. There's also a deployable buy station. And, oh my lord, Tones has gone down in the back to Dalton. Tones are into the gulag. Razor is now out. He's been picked out of the sky. And the state of this lobby right now, Dalt into the goo, up against Rare Ghost, checks left and has a full armory gulag, which means he's got good weapons in hand, and he ain't missing. Cracks for the first gunfight, slips to the left and finishes off the... He's been so good in these gulags, Seymour.
Yeah, he's been so good all day long. I don't know if he's even lost a single one. If so, it's either gone underlooked or it's just been so insignificant that they've still been winning these games at the end of it, because no matter what, he could trust a Tone to buy him back. But Tone's also going to be in the gulag. You see Dalt taking a sweet time to get back in. It's actually no Razor here in the gulag. Tones is still alive. So Striker, Lockwood, and now we see the race up here. Oh, and Tones is going to win it out. So Tones will return back to his teammate. A little bit lost in the sauce there, Andy, but here we go.
A little bit skin of your teeth. A little bit too close for comfort for me. Oh my. Tone sees it through at least, though, and well, Joker right now is a long way away when it comes to money from bringing back his teammate, so big pressure situation for them. Dalt.
I'm gonna go deep and regain, play the long game. They don't.
There you go. So that's that call out, right? So sorry, I was gonna say I think that there was a delay between the two streams. So Joker does manage to bring Razor back in, but you heard that call out, right, between Dalt and Tones. One of us is going to go and play the aggressive game and try and get a couple of kills. One of us is going instead to play the long game. And, well, you heard it. As Razor comes down from the sky, he gets picked off again. All that money, all that effort from Joker, essentially gone to waste.
Nothing. I mean, Razor can't catch a break, Andy. No. Every single time, he's either in a 1v2 or a 1v1 that he just gets caught looking the wrong way, or he's just shot out of the sky. I mean, literally just cannot catch a break. You gotta feel for the guy.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate.
It has been such an unfortunate grand final for him, too. Even after, you know, we're saying that he needs to step it up here. He needs to put on a performance to start this comeback. It's just the game has not been playing to his favor.
No, one of those moments where we call it the blender, right? But one of those situations where you just can't seem to get anything fall your way. We're watching him try and pull off miracles in gunfights. Nearly snaps for that three-piece earlier on that would have been absolutely ridiculous. There's no doubting the man's talent. It just seems to be that when he needs things to go his way right now, it is not happening. Tone's finding it difficult to get through a window, but will now bounce on forward and has his full loadout at play. So, as
got a deployable buy station that he picked up there. That might come in handy, especially considering that, you know, either Dalt or Tone sometimes finds themselves down for the count. So could come in handy later on down the line, especially if you're, you know, still in that survival mode that outlasts the other type mood. So we'll see how they determine to use this one. Tones, I'm sure he's going to be the player that you're looking to hold on to it. So it's a big moment, but only one kill for Tones here. Not too much across the board. I think I remember seeing, you know, Joker with 3. We see Dalt with 2. Razor found that 1 at the start. He's back with his teammate, so there's so much time. I am not worried that this is going to be a photo finish. And actually, you know, 3 kills for Razor, so not too shabby of a start.
3 kills and a man ominously standing over him in the background. That was...
Yeah, I want to know what, like, the thing to his left is in the background. It's kind of, like, blurred out.
I hadn't seen that. I'm assuming that's stream mascot, but yeah. Yeah, that's... I hadn't seen that at all. I cannot stop looking at that now. It was the Tash taking over everything. Now it's whatever that thing is. It looks like, you know, one of them ghosts from Pac-Man? One of the things that kills you?
Yeah, it does.
That's what it might be, but yeah, up to 3. So we were asking for a bit more, and I think he only finishes on like 3 in the whole of the last game, right? So this is much better from him. But I mean, right now, you've got to turn these kills into victories, and Joker's on 3 himself. I'm pretty sure Dalt and Tones will be 1 or 2 ahead of this, judging by where we were last seeing them. But it feels like it's been quiet now for a couple of minutes for both of these sides. Perhaps just building themselves into that mid game that we spoke about earlier is so crucial, ensuring you see yourself through. So, all right, okay, so actually, right now it is a 3-kill lead for Joker and Razor. So, first time we've seen them in a good position so far through this final.
Yeah, they need that. 3-kill lead. We've seen it slip away quickly at times, but this could be their moment to seize this opportunity, put away the game, and prolong this grand final into a game number 4. But we snap over towards Dalt. Some beautiful shots coming out from above. Locks down the knock, and it seemed like he got the kill, and Tones is going to find a knock too. So suddenly that 3-kill lead is down to 1, but Tones gets back down. Armor is broken, has to re-up, and it looks like the nade did land. So he will have a little bit of damage done. Caught in the stun, swaps the storm, and wow, what a shot there from Tones. He's completely turned things around for his team.
It's one of those like huge moments as Dalt starts to rampage on elsewhere and brings down Jack Sparrow, interestingly enough. That's one of those moments where we've seen so many teams, whether it be Aqueous earlier on this afternoon, whether it be Jafusa or whoever else, where sometimes those fall apart. But whenever that seems to happen to this duo of Tones and Dalt, they just seem to see them through. Situations that could have been their undoing instead become massive positives.
Whoa. Joker is going to continue to keep this one a bloodbath between the two. You saw that Homelander there showcasing the interrogation method that we have yet to see from teams inside of this day in total, semifinals and grand finals. So right there, the interrogation hopefully going to lead them to, you know, what is next. But it seems like the opponent or the teammate was not too far away. So 4 kills for Joker, in and around the same ballpark there for his teammate Razor. Dalt and Tones about maybe 1 or 2 kills behind, but this is a race now. These teams, they're not in the marathon anymore. They are sprinting to the finish line as quick as possible.
Well, this is what I wanted to see, right? I wanted to see these two get together and play off the back of each other. And as much as maybe Joker isn't hitting those ridiculous kill figures because, you know, Razor's nearby and picking up the kills as well, it just makes them a much better team. It makes them a better duo, and it's helping them keep the lead so far throughout this matchup. And although Dalt and Tones won't be far away, and we know what they're like, they'll look to play towards the end game. They'll look to never be far away. Although saying that, Dalt might have trouble. And I don't know what happened there. Was that
Oftentimes we follow up and say Dalt might have trouble to, wow, I can't believe Dalt did that.
I think Tones calls a PA in on Dalt, which then takes that player down, and that's why Dalt survived it?
That is impeccable timing coming out from Tones there, but Razor's down, and Joker, nice shots coming out, but hasn't really been able to secure some kills. Has to go for his teammate here, but this is going to be down to the wire. Goes for the revive. He's going to hop that. I'm sure his opponents know this as well. Stun. Both members caught inside of it. Looking to bring this one back. Frags. Semtexes. They're both down, and now they're out. Is there a gulag for them, or is this it?
I think that's going to be all she wrote for these two. It's a very unfortunate situation. And, well, I think that there's one more kill in it to tie it all up. I'm not 100% certain on that, but I'm pretty sure that looking at that and doing some very quick math, it was a 2-kill lead for Joker and Razor. I believe so, yeah. So, no, sorry, I think it's 11-8, perhaps? God, bring up that scoreboard again.
Oh, quick, just for a little bit. Give us a little peek. Come on.
Dalt has so much money here, by the way. Oh, no.
Oh, high alert. Hello. Snaps the turnaround. I thought Dalt was going to do it again. He put on the rollerblades, but now this is going to be the pressure situation that we have seen Tones walk away with plenty of times. Doesn't he have the portable buy station too?
Well, I think there's a team on it. I think that's what Dalt just hit to bring Tones back in, and then Dalt gets rushed by a team that's nearby. Oh my lord, high alert going off on all sides. Survives by the skin of his teeth. I'm pretty sure that at this point, Dalt and Tones are 1 kill behind. So they need 1 more to tie it, 2 more for victory.
I need 1 to tie.
Yeah, there
Oh,
you
you
go.
heard that there. One to tie it. Oh, it's down to Tones. He's been the X factor in this grand final, and now it's down to him to win it all. He has the portable buy stations inside of his backpack, so if he can get to the roof, if he can find safety, he could bring back his teammates.
So the thing is as well, what comes in there is a public event, essentially, that it gives you more drones will come in. Loads of drones will come in, drop deployable buys around the map. So this could massively work out in their favor here. That's a down. This is the correct call, PA. This to tie it.
Door's going to be open. Pops the smoke ready. Oh, he pops the deployable buy station is coming, so he doesn't get the full down from the PA. But here is the teammate. Shots are out. Oh, he just needs one more for the knock, but it is so elusive. Players just do not want to die. I don't blame them at all, but let's get his teammate back into this one. Welcome back, Dalt.
PA hits him, though. He's got to be careful here. And this gas will move him. Does he ascend? Can he hit that rope?
Oh, I don't know if he can hit it. He's got a durable grass mask, so he could outlive this one for a little bit longer and pop this UAV. You know, now you search for the members coming from this gas. And this could be go time for Dalt to jump in. You know, shoulder to shoulder. Can they finish this one off? Here they go. First kill from Tones. It's going to be locked. We are tied. And now for the win. Dalt, he is hunting. And there we go. The DAF Gaming League champions. It's the Goofy Gopher Gaming Squad.
They continue to see out ridiculous situation after ridiculous situations throughout this afternoon, putting on clutch show after clutch show. Ice truly in the veins. From safety blanket to murder blanket, Tones goes absolutely nuts. And how many times do we talk about Dalt popping off in ridiculous lone wolf scenarios? They are truly deserving champions. Goofy Gopher Gaming looking fantastic and taking it all home.
I mean, looking on top of the world right now in a 3-0 sweep, but I mean, that just does not tell the tale of the grand final that we saw. Photo finishes on every single game, and that's a little bit heartbreaking if you're looking at their opponents over at Beam Season Boogaloo, but Goofy Gopher Gaming, inside of this whole grand final, inside of this whole day, they just lived with the ice.
They did, and that's the thing. It was clutching out so many scenarios where it's like, okay, this should be the end of them for this map, or this should be the situation where they both end up in the gulag, and instead they turn it into 3 kills and they're both fine. It just seemed to happen over and over and over again. And you're right, that scoreline will say 3-0 for your finals, and that's not the tail, really. It was very close. Mere 1 kill in it for every single map. When you're talking Beam Season Boogaloo, they were very unlucky, especially Joker, who put up a ridiculous performance in one of those maps. A truly unparalleled performance through the afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just a wonderful show. I've never really gotten involved with DAF Gaming League before, but it was incredible to be here and watch these competitors take part. We spoke a bit at the top of the show about not being sure what to expect. I tell you what, next time I'm hoping for just as much entertainment and just as much of a show from these players.
3-1 in both our semifinals, a 3-0 sweep in the grand finals, but photo finishes every single game that we saw. So first place, congratulations to Goofy Gopher Gaming, an exclusive fall 2023 challenge coin, custom AFG or SFG jersey, a DAF Gaming League desk mat, an AFG water bottle, a DAF Gaming League patch, and a sticker as well per player. But we look over towards our second place finishers, Beam Season Boogaloo. They're going to have a custom AFG or SFG jersey, DAF Gaming League desk mat, an AFG water bottle, DAF Gaming League patch, and a DAF Gaming League sticker. Missing out on that challenge coin, but third to fourth place, we said goodbye early to a couple, and that was the AFG water bottle, the DAF Gaming League patch, the DAF Gaming League sticker per player. Congratulations to all our competitors here in the top 4. They made it this far. And, you know, for a lot of people, it is tough to pick up the game, play it competitively, and make it to the top 4 in a bracket. But they did that, Enigma. They made it towards the finals. They looked good. It was a very close day in the action. Not one team really looked out of it. And, you know, just Goofy Gopher Gaming, they looked just a little bit above the rest when it came down to finishing a couple of these games. And, I mean, you really can't teach the clutch that Dalton Tones were showing.
No, I mean, you said it yourself there. Like, every single team looked on top form. This could easily have been the other 2 teams in the final of this. It was so close all the way through. All 4 teams looked fantastic. But yeah, Dalton's Hones constantly with that long game approach and then clutching up in big scenarios. You're right, you can't teach it. Ice is in the veins. Beautiful from them, and they take home the championship, and worth every single moment.
Yeah, and pretty soon we're going to be able to have a winner interview with one of the members from Goofy Gopher Gaming. Wow, say that 3 times fast and suddenly you trip up on yourself. But soon we're going to have an interviewer from the winning team to, break us down, how they felt going into this one, how they felt, inside of Urzikstan. But I do want to ask you, Enigma, now that we are done watching this map competitively inside of this tournament, now that we've seen some kill races on it, is it everything you hoped for?
I think we're in for a hell of a year, Seymour. I think we're in for a hell of a year.
I love that for sure. Now, even about it, I mean, what about this map, might stand out above, your Calderas, your Verdanskis, maybe even your Almazra that we just, walked away from? What about Urzikstan maybe kind of breathed a little bit of fresh life in towards this game?
I think it's a combination of multiple things. First of all, the map design is fantastic because you've got a lot of areas that are relatively dense when it comes to urban environments. That was perhaps something that we were lacking when it came to Almazra. You had 2 or 3 areas, but a lot of open ground. And while there's plenty of spots for that in Urzikstan, they're a bit more sparing, so you don't have as many of these gunfights that where players are essentially rotating through open ground. And it's just nice to watch teams be able to adjust to various parts of cover and play things in different ways if they wish to. A lot of those close range gunfights as well that we love to watch happen. But also, I think once you start to bring in things like the new movement and how they've essentially allowed, by default, you get advanced perks such as you move quicker, you slide further, you can reload while sprinting, you can plate while sprinting. These are all things that we were missing in Warzone 2 that we felt slowed the pace down, and we don't want to see that. We don't want to see our best players, the best competitors in the world, shackled. What we want to see is them released and allowed to roam free, and in this game they can do exactly that and put on huge
We saw that. We saw that for some of the players today too, and just seeing how free the movement is seeing how everything will be amongst them is just so fun. The movement in MW3 is fun. The Warzone 3 map is amazing. Urzikstan is quite the treat to see. But we will be having Tones joining us into the booth for an interview very shortly, folks. We need to get him inside of the desk, get him ready to go, and we'll be back after this quick little break.
This event feels like a massive thing. I don't know if you saw Stelios when he walked in. He just walked in, I was like, oh my god, what? I was not expecting this.
The drive from Frankfurt to Ramstein was just a lot of country, a lot of German towns, stuff that I've just seen in pictures and heard about.
I was shocked at just the size of this camp. It's crazy to me. It feels like a mini city. I was so shocked. It feels like I'm in America still. I've been to America a few times and it just feels like we've gone back there, but it's a 1-hour flight instead of an 8-hour flight.
It's the first time we've ever done this. Had like some sort of like international teams compete against each other in person. At least we've had some online, but now we're actually doing it in person.
Definitely a good morale booster. I enjoy playing with other countries.
Meeting other players like in person just builds your camaraderie and just your friendship that much more. We're working our jobs, we get back from work at home, hop on our computer. It's like we're not just people over Discord that we've never met playing Rocket League. It's like we're friends.
It's nice to put a face to a name.
Exactly.
I think our leadership will take it very positively as long as we conduct ourselves in a very professional manner. Show the people that we're here with that we are responsible, and then they'll be a lot more lenient on letting more people do all these types of things.
It's a good stepping stone. It's like, hey, we're going to try this. They got their authority. Hey, we're going to press through with this competition, this event that we're going to host in Ramstein. Now that this has happened, it's going to be a lot easier to grow from here. So we're kind of like just starting a whole new chapter of military esports, really.
It'll be a good foundation to build on. The way that it is for our armed forces is esports isn't officially classed as like a sport yet, so we don't get that full funding like you guys do. So I think your higher ups have a much better understanding. The way everything's set up here is so levels above the things we've done, and just it feels like a much bigger event as well.
Yeah, I think just something that's got to grow over time. Like you don't just start out just having massive events like this. I mean, you got to build up to it, and they're only going to get bigger from here. When Air Force does stuff, they do stuff big. So
it's big because they definitely got a budget.
Exactly. The only thing I would like to see is just more events like this, because this just
More people. I want more people to
Bigger competitions, more teams.
It definitely is fun seeing the same people.
It does get kind of old though, because
Yeah.
I'm sick of this guy.
I want to see somebody else, man.
Hopefully, reach on from this. More countries will be like, hey, yeah, I want to be a part of that, because
They're gonna be jealous.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, just do it. Doesn't matter how good or bad you are. The sooner you do it, the better.
It's a community. We're here to build friendships and build memories. So don't procrastinate. Join all you can.
Wait, you're gonna miss it.
Yep.
Welcome back, everybody. After a quick little break, we are getting things set up. Once again, congratulations to our victors here of the DAF Gaming League Warzone Finals, Goofy, Gopher Gaming, and Enigma. To join us inside of the desk, we have none other than the safety blanket, the death blanket, the heated blanket himself, Tones, to join us. Welcome.
Thank you guys for having me.
No, it's our pleasure. And I just want to, I just said it, but congratulations on the win. I'm going to kick things off quickly with a very simple question. What did things look like for you guys heading into Urzikstan, getting ready for this brand new map for the finals?
Well, Dalt was on leave for like 2 weeks, so this was our first time actually playing together on this map. We hadn't played very much, and then he was out of town, so Kurt subbed in on our last couple matchups and we won those. But yeah, this was our first time actually playing together, but we played a lot together and he's played a lot of tournaments, obviously top 250 Warzone player. I've played in some as well, so it's just a lot of that just comes down to just experience. But yeah, not knowing the map was definitely challenging at times.
Well, I mean, we've kind of briefly spoken about it off here in the green room, but we had a nickname for you at the start of the evening, and that was the safety blanket. Now that changed very quickly to actually be the murder blanket, the blanket of death, killer blanket, etc. What was it about your playstyle this afternoon? Because, I mean, at first we thought you were going to stay back and let Dalt continue to run, but then you really turned it up. What changed? Because you were cooking through that final.
Yeah, I mean, I love that I play with Dalt because everyone just says I'm trash and I just sit by a buy station. But, when I get the kills when I need to and I stay alive and I get the reses and we always win. So I think people tend to overlook me with Dalt, which is understandable. He's really good. He's a top tier player. So everyone focuses on him and all they focus on is, oh, we just kill. If Dalt dies, we're good. But I get the res, I get kills. But that's off to our opponents, man. Like Joker and Charms, they don't play a lot of Warzone, or not that I know of, and they played really well. So it was a good matchup for sure. They definitely made those matches close. Those were not easy.
No. I mean, yeah, one kill in each and very, very close at that throughout the entire way through. But yeah, no, I mean, huge props to you because you put on an amazing performance, not only playing team player, but flying out throughout the rest of the afternoon. I don't think there'll be too many people counting you out for your performance today, man. You've earned every moment of your win.
Thank you.
Now, I do want to, ask too for this because, DAF Gaming League, it's so fun to see, players, from all over within the Air Force come in and play. What got you into playing DAF Gaming League, playing in the Air Force Gaming and all that?
It was my friend, our sub Kurt. They got me into it. I played last year was really my first season. I think for a lot of people, they don't really know a lot about Air Force Gaming and they think it's all just you have to be pro level good. And for some stuff, absolutely. But I just like it for the competitive aspect. Obviously, I'm a little bit above average, but in any other setting, I'm not going to be able to compete like I do in the Air Force Gaming. So I enjoy that aspect of it. And they just have a lot of cool tournaments and stuff. And since I've been in for a year, it's grown a lot. And so I'm really this tournament had over 24 teams. Compared to Kobo qualifier had 8, so it's good to see more people joining and stuff like that. So I'm really excited to see how DAFGL and Air Force Gaming grow.
No, it's been really fun. And, on top of that, something I've been kind of really curious about for it is when you win the DAF Gaming League, do you get to hold that above everybody after that? Do you sit there and be like, yeah, I'm the winner of the Warzone, and, do you hold it above everybody else?
No, not really. I mean, maybe I'll bring it up occasionally, but I try not to talk too much smack. I mean, now I can for a little bit, but no, it's fun, and I enjoy playing these competitions, and I'm excited with how they started promoting it on the Air Force portal and stuff. More people are joining, so I'm really excited to see, because I feel like there's a lot of good players out there that are going to start playing now and make things more competitive.
Awesome. And just one more simple thing before we, say farewell to you here on the interview desk. Anything that you want to, say to, people who are watching, any shout outs you want to give?
Shout out to my wife. My wife lets me play games all the time, so I'm happy about that, and she puts up with that, so happy for that. My teammate Dalt, obviously, he fries. He's the best player in the Air Force. Kurt was our sub. He stepped in and played really big during a couple clutch weeks. We would not have been here without him, so definitely there. But yeah, all my buddies, Up Late Gaming, all those dudes.
Well, we appreciate it, Tones. We really, really do. Congratulations once again to you and Dalt on the victory tonight. I can't wait to see what those challenge coins look like, too, because, I bet they're going to look amazing. They always do here for Air Force Gaming. But you go enjoy your night. You go celebrate your victory.
All right, appreciate it. You guys have a good night. Thanks.
Well, Enigma, that's going to be it for our show so far. We brought Tones in. Obviously, he said that hasn't had the much time playing alongside Dalt. That's very interesting because they looked like they had the plan locked and secured.
Yeah, well, when he spoke there about Dalt being a top 250 player in Warzone, I think that's where they've maybe made up for their lack of, I guess, previous chemistry, because they at least come in with a very good strategy, right? We spoke about it multiple times. Calling Tones the safety blanket was never supposed to be anything other than respectful, because at the end of the day, it was bringing his teammate back in. It was continuing to play the game correctly and seeing out for the win. We spoke about how a couple of other teams perhaps were just sending it to the wolves every single time and it wasn't working for them. So it was a fantastic play, but it seemed to be very structured, right? So we assumed that there was perhaps a bit of chemistry between them. The fact that they've pulled out a performance like that, having not played together before, is quite frankly ridiculous. That is amazing.
Oh, it is. It is. Frankly, honestly, it's very typical to just kind of walk into, I guess, a tournament without really playing with your teammate too often, with a brand new map as well, and walk away with that. But I don't want to go without saying, a lot of respect is due for Beam Season Boogaloo. Even Tones was saying that himself. It's an unfortunate finish for sure, but neck and neck when it came to all three of those maps. But for folks at home watching, I just want to give you a big thank you for sticking out to the end, coming, cheering on these players, and showing up and showing some respect to the competitors within all of these games. And the action's not done for the weekend for our DAF Gaming League finals. Tomorrow we have Rocket League and Smash Ultimate. Enigma, it has been a fantastic time casting alongside you. We gotta say farewell as we set up for things tomorrow, folks. Have a great night.